It is now 4:30 on July 9th, 2024. We are at Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. Nova, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Jerema?
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Here.
Mayor Potter?
Here.
All are present.
Brandon Swanson, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we commence with tonight's business, I would like to go ahead and make a slight change to the schedule. I'm going to go ahead and deal with the consideration of the appeal that's been brought up regarding item number 8, which is the hospice house issue. There's been a concern about wanting to do an appeal on that project. What I'd like to do is get that issue out of the way. If we're going to have appeal heard by council, we're going to go ahead, then we'll have to go ahead and continue the meeting. But if we don't have the meeting, if we don't have a consensus on the council about whether we want to take up the appeal or not, we'll go ahead and do it. We clear.
So Mayor, what you're saying is you'd like to have the council consider whether or not to hold the appeal hearing tonight. So there was a request for continuance received.
Exactly.
So you'd like the council to consider that earlier in the agenda.
Yeah, so I'd like to get that out of the way now. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to have the appellant come up forward, which is Neil Cruz, I believe. You're representing the appellant. Okay, Neil Cruz would come up and give a presentation on why he thinks this item should be continued. Then we'll go ahead and go to the applicant themselves, Mr. and Ms. Ties, or representatives of your agency, to go ahead and make your case why it should or shouldn't be heard tonight, and then we'll go ahead and make a decision. That way the public won't have to wait around all night for possible consideration for continuance. Okay. Neil, the floor is yours.
And Mr. Mayor, while Neil's coming up, would you like the city attorney to read his statement?
Oh, yeah. You want to go ahead and do that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. With regard to public comment, under the Brown Act, public comment for matters on the agenda must relate to that agenda item, and public comments for matters not on the agenda must relate to the subject matter jurisdiction of this legislative body. This is a warning that if a member of the public attending this meeting remotely violates the Brown Act by failing to comply with these requirements of the Brown Act, then that speaker will be muted.
All right, so now Neil, if you'd like to come forward and state your reasons for why you think we should continue this item. This is a hospice house remodel. Consideration of an appeal by the Planning Commission's approval of the design review application for the hospice house associated with lot line adjustments and coastal development permit for the demolition of an existing 38-room hotel and the construction of a new 38-room hotel. Use permit application for the hotel and associated use. Associated use is located on St. Carlos Street, 2 north to west of 4th Avenue, a residential and limited commercial district. Okay, Neil. This is specific only to the appeal, the reasons why you want this continued.
I'm Neil Cruz, Mayor and members of the Council. On the 14th of June, there was a vlog in which the City Administrator said that we have scheduled the hearing for the appeal on the 9th of July unless the appellant states that he needs more time to complete his work on the appeal. Everybody can see this vlog. It's the 14th of June. Within days of that, my attorney emailed me and said, Neil, we have a problem. I have a court case on July 9th. I cannot make that date. We need to ask for an extension. On that Friday, I submitted a letter to the city and I requested an extension so that we would be able to have legal counsel, who we have been working with since we filed the appeal, present at this meeting. I did not receive a response. The first letter was taken in by the city and by the city clerk and was passed forward. There was no response. And so on the same day, I checked to make sure that the letter was received. And I did not receive a response from the city clerk. I called again on Tuesday morning and I asked what had happened with the letter. I did not receive a response again from the city clerk. I called then again on Wednesday morning and I called for the city clerk, "Have you received my letter, and had it been forwarded?" I knew she had received it because I have a date-stamped copy of the letter that I submitted on that Friday. Again, she told me that she was sorry, but that the mayor and the city administrator were talking about what to do about the schedule and hadn't yet decided how they were going to handle it. She said, "I will probably call you tomorrow," and that was Thursday. She never called me on Thursday. At that point, we wrote 2 additional letters, and one of them came from my attorney, in which he states, "I represent Neil Cruz in this appeal of the Planning Commission approval of the Hofstas Hotel reconstruction. Regrettably, I have oral argument scheduled by the 6th District Court of Appeal in case number," and then he gives the case number, "on July 9th. I therefore request a continuance of the hearing from July 9th to the next available date for the appeal to be heard. Inasmuch as the appeal presents various environmental issues, both individually and cumulatively, I would appreciate the opportunity to present this information. I am performed. The applicant previously requested a postponement of the hearing on this project due to the unavailability of the applicant's attorney. By what sense of fair play does the applicant get a continuance due to the attorney's unavailability, but the appellant does not? I hope that you will consider what appears to be procedurally unfair." So that was the basis of my requests for the extension. And I'd like to point out that there have been several extensions of other meetings. I believe there's been extensions of 2 meetings having to do with the Williams Act. I believe there was a body of work that was required, the presence of an attorney, and the attorney informed the council he could not be here. They extended that meeting. So how does this work in the eyes of the residents? I want the residents to ask if it looks like I'm being treated fairly in this hearing. I again request that this meeting be moved back to August 6th so that my attorney can be here and I can have legal counsel. Perhaps another way we could do this is that the owner of the project could ask her attorney to step out of the room for the entire proceedings, and then perhaps we would also achieve some equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Is there a representative of the Hospice House Project? President.
Evening, Anthony Lombardo on behalf of the applicant. Let's first start by correcting the misinformation. This applicant has never requested a continuance or an extension of anything. This date was the date originally picked by the City Council for the appeal hearing, so that statement is complete fabrication. Secondly, it is correct that Mr. Henson had a court appearance today in the 6th District Court of Appeals. He was on the 1:30 p.m. docket. The matter was submitted at 2:27 p.m. So his argument was concluded at 2:27 this afternoon. We watched it. That, according to Google Maps, it's 1 hour and 37 minutes from the courthouse in San Jose to the Carmel City Hall, meaning he would have been here, could have been here at 4:05 this afternoon. In addition, had he wanted to present information about the environmental effects of this project, it would have been far more courteous to send that in a letter to the council ahead of time, which he certainly could have done in the last 3 months since this project was approved by the Planning Commission unanimously, and neither he nor his client have chosen to do so. With that, I'd like to ask Carrie to come up. Thank you.
May I rebut, please?
No, not yet. No. Neil, no.
Council, Mayor, this appellant, I'm the applicant. This appellant had 2.5 months to prepare. Their attorneys obviously could have made an effort to be here. So my attorney had a case today too, and he's here. We do not want a postponement. We are ready to present. We have prepared for this date. We have already been 2.5 months to 3 months now delayed, which costs this project time and money. We are the applicant. We get to determine if there is a postponement. The appellant does not get to determine that. Of course they want to delay the project. They don't like the project. So that's what they're trying to do here. We have prepared for this date. We have people here to testify, to point out that this appeal should be denied. And so we do not want a postponement. It's not fair to me, my project, and my team, and my family. One other thing I want to address is the reason this project has gone so smoothly is because I understand the process. And I have spoke with staff, the community, my neighbors. We have adjusted the plans. So we are doing this plan and this development in the box. It's the same hotel, just a little newer. So the reason this project has gone so smoothly is because I've been doing things correctly, and I should not be penalized for that. This is what they want. They want to, this is their tactics to prevent this project from happening. Please do not reward the people that are not playing fairly. Please do not penalize me for doing the right thing and doing this project within the boundaries of all the zoning, the building, the guidelines, the building codes. So we have not asked for anything. No variances, same number of hotel rooms. And I did that for a reason. And I did that so we wouldn't have to do any environmental issues reports. So we do not want it to be postponed. We want it to be heard. And the other reason we want it to be heard is we want to stop the misinformation out there. We want the public to know why the appeal should be denied and for what reasons. Because the misinformation out there now is outrageous. So people need to know the facts if they want to open their minds and listen to the facts. And so we want it heard today. And we want to present our information so that the public knows why this appeal should be denied and we should go forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tice. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item now?
Mayor and City Council, I'm Carolyn Hardy. I'm here to speak to not having this continued. I have seen this happen meeting after meeting. I've gone to Historic Review Board committee meetings, board meetings and Planning Commission meetings, and I've seen the group say the same thing. Oh, they want more time. Please delay this. Delay, delay, delay. And I agree with Carrie. This is what their tactic is. They want another delay today. And it isn't fair to the applicant. And there are rights for the applicant if they happen to want to delay something to get their project further along to have it approved. That's their right. When the appellant's attorney says he's tied up in court, I happened to hear he was at the 6th District Court of Appeals. I Googled it to find out where the court was, found out it was in San Jose. I was able to go on their site, see the agenda, and see the live arguments. I logged on at 2:40. They were already on to the second item of the agenda that afternoon, and Zad Henson was finished. He could have easily gotten here for this hearing. And the thing you could do is keep it at the back of the agenda and take intermission break at some point, he can go call his lawyer and tell him to get his act together and get down here if he wants to argue it in person, and if not, get him on Zoom and get him on the screen and let him argue his points. But don't delay this any longer. They appealed this last minute after an April 10th unanimous approval by the Planning Commission, 4-0 approval of the Planning Commission. And I think Carrie needs her day in court. And I'd ask you to please do not delay this any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Does anybody else wish to speak tonight?
Hello, my name is Eric Miller. I'm the architect on the project. I concur with Carrie. We've been working on this thing for 2.5 years, and we've been doing everything the way we thought it should be done. And unfortunately, if you continue this to the next meeting, I won't make it because I'll be in Europe. So, unfortunately, to make it convenient for the appellant, then I would not be able to be at the hearing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
I believe Peter does, yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Peter Prowse. I'm an attorney for Eric Miller, the architect. I cut short a family trip to New Orleans to be here. I rearranged my whole schedule to be here. If the appellant's attorney can't get here from San Jose, but I can get here from New Orleans, there's a problem. It's a very narrow issue before you this evening. It's a CEQA exemption appeal. They've had 2.5 months of time to prepare. That's plenty of time to resolve a CEQA appeal. You should hear this tonight. CEQA matters should be resolved expeditiously. The courts recognize that delay can often mean the death of projects. They certainly hurt applicants, and you heard from Carrie already about that this evening. So I just encourage you to please hear and resolve this appeal tonight so this project can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Come forward if you wish to speak.
I didn't plan on speaking to this, but this appeal, as far as thank you. As far as I'm concerned, this appeal has nothing to do with the project per se, or the applicant, or anything except the way the city has handled this project. It's been of great concern to me that in watching this, it has not been fair and objective. I mean, every time Carrie comes into City Hall, it's all accolades. It's not unbiased. It's not neutral. Staff has not been neutral on this. People that work in City Hall, of course Carrie's loved. She's a wonderful person. But that has nothing to do with her project. This is not a, popularity contest. My biggest concern is that the categorical exemption that was granted by the staff, I think inappropriately, jumping the gun, and because they were supportive of this project, is incorrect. We have a right to discuss this. We have a right to have our attorney here. All of us, anybody who's an appellant. We have a right to have an attorney, and it's a city custom to accommodate. I can understand Carrie's concern because time is money in construction. But if the city had done the right thing in the first place, by not just glossing over CEQA and the huge ramifications this project's going to have, not only in the neighborhood, but in the community as a whole, we wouldn't be here today. There's not even a mitigated negative deck. And I was shocked when I saw that. I was shocked when the Planning Commission didn't even discuss CEQA or any situations that were going to incredibly impact not just the neighborhood, but the whole village from Dolores down at 7th up to this project. I think it's absolutely outrageous that when you grant continuances for others, that you don't, consider. How is Mr. Hansen supposed to know his timing for this? He logically has to bank on giving a full day. Mr. Purick, you would feel the same way, I'm sure, because when you go up to the appellate court, you have no idea when and how. And then to drive back, speed back to come to this, it's not fair. Maybe Mr. Lombardo can do that because he's so adept at doing these kind of cases. But, I think it's just common courtesy. And no one is trying to stop this project. I'm not trying to stop the project. The project has nothing to do with Kerry. The project has nothing to do with design. From my point of view, it is the process that the city has not gone through that makes me livid about the whole way this has been handled.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Hi, my name is Carrie. I didn't really realize that an important environmental step was skipped until I heard it from some of my neighbors. I'm concerned about what's going to go in the air when this gigantic building comes down, and I think everybody in this room should be. There's a school close by. How do you guys know there's not asbestos and lead and stuff in this building if nobody's checked? That's very bothersome to me, and it should bother every single person in this room. To me, this is not about the architecture, it's not about the process, it's about what's going to happen when that building starts coming down. So that's a concern to me. I don't think this step should have been skipped. And I don't know about you, but I've been in San Jose at 2 o'clock, and there'd be no way I could be here by 4:30. Last time I drove that at rush hour, it took me 2.5 hours. So I think that's an unfair thing to say the man could have been here. It sounds like he gave 30 days notice that it wasn't going to work, and I think this is too important. I think if the family wants to present their case today, that would be one way of meeting in the middle, and then this other gentleman has a chance to voice their concerns at another meeting. So that people's times aren't wasted, that would be one possible solution. But as a resident, I think we all deserve to hear the environmental impacts of this building coming down.
Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Good evening, I'm David O'Neill, and from a commercial construction background, I would like to just add to what Carrie said, because I agree with most of what she said, is that we probably do want to get the environmental impact report done just to make sure that we cover all our bases. We don't want to have a lot of people getting upset and frustrated and calling and all that kind of stuff. I think if we do this, because what is going to happen is going to show the whole process, what's going to happen, where the trucks are going to go, where the workers are going to park and things like that. And then people can look at that, digest it, so that they're not just all of a sudden experiencing it. So I think it would actually really help the city in addition to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Is anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Is anybody on Zoom?
Catherine on Zoom, go ahead.
It's specific to the issue of the continuance. Catherine?
No, it's not. General public comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anybody else?
Ian Martin, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. So anyway, I want to say something that's completely neutral from the particulars of the Hofstas House project. I certainly feel for Carrie Tice because the carrying costs, are to be very stiff. I'm sure that she wants to get on with her life and break ground on her new hotel. I completely relate to that, given the financial hardship and the emotional duress of the delay. All that said, I think that our city needs to reset its relationship with the California, with CEQA, right? Because the California Environmental Quality Act, because we have a number of these really enormous projects coming down the pipeline here that we really need to understand the full impacts of, because we are a small village. And we're not talking about just one project occasionally. We're seeing great big project proposed after great big project proposed after great big project proposed. And CEQA should be a way to completely inform ourselves, a huge, deep 360 about the impacts of these projects are going to have on our small little village. So again, saying this neutrally, right, because I don't want to blow up my bridge with Carrie Tice, and I really appreciate what she's been through, but I do think we really need to think hard about how we relate to CEQA. I seem to have, I've noticed that there are a lot of these big projects that are exempt. I'm not sure that they should be. So I would like to encourage this council and our government to think about bringing CEQA back into the fold for the very largest projects that are facing our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ian. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Linda Smith.
Hold a second. Linda Smith has the floor.
I'm Leslie Dunn. I live on San Carlos, about 30 feet from the Hawks' house. First, I want to thank everyone on the planning department for being so gracious with answering my questions, and thank you, Carrie, for coming to us personally as neighbors. But I am very concerned. Carrie, first of all, I grew up here. My dad had a couple of shops in Carmel, and then I came back recently to enjoy the quiet, so that was bad timing. Last meeting, Carrie asked us to put ourselves in her shoes. And I think we all understand why she wants to upgrade this property, and the design looks great. But I want to know who's putting themselves in our shoes. 30 feet is like one bus length from this project. And an exemption means that there's no significant impact on the environment, and that includes the people. And there are a lot of people who live on the perimeter of the project. And there's not a lot of data to back up the fact, to back up that this is not going to have
So if I could interrupt you
huge
just
impact.
1 minute. What we want to do is we want to keep it focused on why this should be continued, why you should allow the continuance, not the merits of the project per se. I've let other people go a little bit too long, I'm afraid.
What did you ask me to focus on?
Okay, what we want to focus on is why this should be continued. Why should we grant the continuance, not the merits of the project itself?
Oh, well, I was arguing, as the other people were, about the whether or not this should be. Isn't that the question that we're asking, of whether or not this should be an exemption?
No, we're asking whether this should be continued. They've asked for a continuance because their attorney's not here, basically.
Oh, okay. Well, the previous comments had to do with CEQA, and so that was really what I was talking about.
I let them go a little bit too off topic, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm impartial about whether it's continued or not, so.
Thank you.
I just want to say my piece when the time is right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we're going to hear this one way or the other. Okay, is there anybody else?
We
Put two hands up. Linda Smith. Linda.
Yes. Hello. Just briefly, I would like to agree with those who speak to have a continuance, because all of a sudden, so many other things are going on in the town that I realized I'm on Lincoln between 4th and 5th, and I already have a lot of trucks going past my house and 3 construction projects that have been going on for, it seems like, forever. And all of a sudden it occurs to me, a project like this, I'd like to know what the environmental impacts are going to be, personally speaking. I also would like to know what they would be on the 4th Street drainage. And these are questions that really need to be answered more fully. So I would agree that a continuance is important so that these issues can be discussed fully by both sides.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it. Is Craig Rose? Craig, did you want to speak?
Yes, I'd love to speak to this matter. This is Craig Rose.
Okay, the floor is yours.
I don't have an opinion on which side. I think the real problem is the incompetence of Mayor, yourself, and your members of your fellow city council. I've heard almost 100 emails that have gone to your offices unanswered. I can side with both people here because the woman is asking that is played by all the rules. And you guys have rules there, but the problem is you guys sitting there don't abide by your own rules. And now we're doing your job for you, Mayor, by saying, should we do a consensus? Because you don't have a backbone. Just play by the rules. And you guys have to start playing fairly on both sides because the gig is up. Last month, when we talked about the Brown Act, Mayor, you muted somebody. And you and I know, and so does the LA Times, what's coming for that. So you guys just do your job. And you know what? Change is happening. So there's going to be buildings. This hotel, improvements need to happen. There's so many things going on behind closed doors in Carmel. I mean, just check the Freemasons and everything else going on that, hey, if we're going to improve the city, just like Patrice wants to do, just like I wanted to do, just know you guys can't stop the public from finally speaking out and saying this. This is a full house tonight, and we're arguing over this because of your incompetence as a board. And Mayor, it's time to step down. It's time to remove yourself from this. You're mumbling, and you're just making matters worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Appreciate it. Does anybody else wish to speak tonight? Okay, do come forward.
My name is David Gomez. I'm a resident, a year-round resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I live down the street from Hoffa's house. I just want to address this request for continuance. I think I just want to support the idea that we could get Mr. Cruz's attorney on the phone and find out if he can appear by Zoom or not. And that might just solve the entire problem we've got. I'm very concerned that we're going off into these tangents, attacking the city council, trying to get into a whole new subject area that I think should have been dealt with. And I assume we can trust that what was before the staff and considered very carefully, which I admire their work, has dealt with all the issues that were brought to the fore by both sides. So why we have to get into opening this thing up to further inquiry, I don't think that's very fruitful or fair to either side. So I would just say, get the attorney on the phone. Somebody should get him on the phone and find out, yes or no, can you appear by Zoom? Which is a very convenient way to be present and to make whatever statements he would like to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Richard Kreitman, Mayor, Council. One, I support not allowing the continuance and seeing this tonight, supporting the project and Carrie. But one thing that's come up, we do have a number of very large projects, and they're going to happen, and we want them to happen. Carrie's project, the Pasteur project at the corner of 6th and Dolores, now Pasteur down at Mission and 7th. And it also happens you have multiple projects going on one street, private homes being rebuilt. And I wonder if there's any way that we can schedule those projects. Basically, if there's any legal way to say, do it, but you're going to have to wait 8 months until that one is finished, so that the net impact of them all being done at the same time, it will impact the village, and it'll impact it for a couple of years, and then we'll go back to being quiet again.
Richard,
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else wishing to speak? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment period. Give it back. Neil, you wanted to rebut?
Yes.
3 minutes.
Let's take the attorney off the table. I invite the residents in this room to go home tonight or tomorrow to listen to the Friday vlog on 6/14/24 and listen to the city administrator say, we have a scheduled moment for this hearing on July 9th. unless the applicant needs more time to prepare his application. I am not retired. I have a full-time job designing houses and doing code conformance. I have over 7 projects that cannot be dropped. 2 of them are very dire. One might result in a bankruptcy, the other in an owner losing their property. So I have not had sufficient time. You have submitted a over 250 to 300 pages, which we just saw on Thursday. We were trying to anticipate this the whole time. So we're very rushed, we're very hurried, and so I simply ask the residents to listen to the Friday vlog on 6/14. How is my attorney supposed to know when his hearing ends? He knows when it's begun, but it could be 3-4 hours longer than that. And so he can't anticipate when the end of his case is going to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
And one other thing, we also submitted a request that we move this agenda item forward in the meeting to occur right after the consent agenda to make it easier for all the people that are going to participate in it. That was a second request that we made. Thank you.
All right, we'll bring it back to council now. Council members, you've heard the issues. What's the consensus?
I have a question. Perhaps in the vlog, when Chip referred to the applicant, he was actually referring to the applicant, which happens to be Mrs. Tice. He did not say unless the appellant needs more time. So that was misinformation by Mr. Cruz. We have people here tonight prepared on both sides. I would like to hear this tonight and not prolong this any longer. I also want to know if these concerns were brought up at the Planning Commission at the time when the hearings were done, or if this came after the Planning Commission approval, and if that results in the appellant having standing on this issue with regard to all these things.
Okay, Councilor, you want to answer that?
The answer is Mr. Swanson's going to answer that question because, let me explain. There is nothing in your municipal code from the standpoint of the legal requirement that specifies that issues that are not raised before the Planning Commission can be raised at the council for the first time. However, I believe Mr. Swanson has reviewed the discussion that took place at the Planning Commission, and he has some views with respect to impacts that were discussed.
I thought you were just going to keep going and answer it for me. You're doing pretty good there. Yes, so it is true that at the Planning Commission meeting, there wasn't a flat-out statement that someone stood up and said that CEQA was done incorrectly. But the appeal that's been brought forward is about CEQA and about impacts of a project. It certainly is true that during the Planning Commission meeting, there were comments made by members of the public about potential impacts of the project. So I think you could draw the parallel between the fact that the CEQA challenge is related to some of the things that were said. So combining that, just being fair to what was said at the meeting, even though the exact words, magic words of, I challenge CEQA weren't said, combining that with what Mr. Pierik just said, I think it is fair to say that there's standing for you to consider this.
And Brandon or Brian, from what I understood from Chip, this is a de novo hearing, which means fresh, anew, from scratch. So it doesn't necessarily matter if it even was brought up at the last time because we're hearing it
I'm going to let the attorney answer that one.
At least that's what I was told by Chip.
The answer to that is that your code does not specify whether it's a de novo hearing or not. However, CEQA issues can be raised at the City Council, even if they weren't raised at the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to weigh in. Carrie, I certainly feel for everything that you're going through and the delays, and I do know you want to get this done. But I think in the appearance of fairness to both sides, that we do allow the continuance so that Mr. Cruz can have his attorney. And I take in good faith his attorney said, I can't be here. I'll just take that in good faith that he couldn't be here. And so I would favor granting the continuance to August 6th.
Okay. Others?
Well, I have a question about that because it is only 5:15 now. This was the last thing on the agenda today. There are many hours between now and then for their attorney to be here. So I think we should take that into consideration as well. It takes a lot of energy to get people to turn out. We have a good turnout tonight. We're prepared to be here a long time, and I think that's the fair way to do it.
All right, others, Jeff?
Are Mr. Cruz's statements about the timeline from the publication of the vlog to over the course of the next week correct?
I can't speak to them. I don't know. I don't have them in front of me, so I haven't looked at a timeline of it, so I can't say yes or no on that. I'm sorry.
So he spoke about contacting the city administrator, talking to Nova, radio silence from the city.
What is this?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. So I'm just reading a timeline here. So yeah, April 24th, Mr. Cruz filed an appeal.
Is this from the packet, or does this go in? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, Nova was just doing this right now, contemporary. So July 4th, there was an email sent to June 4th. Thank you. I now understand what 6 means. Not okay. So June 4th, this Neil and his attorney were notified the hearing was set for July 9th. June 11th, the July agenda setting meeting happened. The item was set for July.
Hold on. So let me interrupt you since I asked the question.
Sure.
June 4th. Say that.
So June 4th, I sent an email to Mr. Cruz and his attorney letting them know that the meeting was set for July 9th. And I do believe I recall getting a response back from Mr. Cruz. I don't have my email up right now.
So you notified Mr. Cruz on June 4th.
That's correct.
That the hearing
was set for July 9th. That's right.
And then the next thing that happened was?
It's not on this, but I do recall receiving an email back from Mr. Cruz basically saying, thank you, got it. So the email was received. Then June 11th, we do our July agenda setting meeting, and this was put on there. June 24th, Mr. Cruz sent a letter requesting that the appeal be postponed to August. June 25th, public hearing notice was due to the Pine Cone, so that the notice was sent into the Pine Cone for this meeting. June 27th, Chip contacted the appellant that we would not be able to postpone it. And then July 3rd, the agenda was posted.
When did Chip, I'm writing as you're talking, when did Mr. Rierig?
According to this is from your email?
Yes, thank you.
According to.
Later that week, it was a couple days later.
Okay.
It was the 27th or 28th.
The 27th or 28th, according to the Nova's notes here.
Chip sent an
Chip
email
notified the appellant that we would not be postponing the item.
So the thing that I personally am stuck on is the time between June 4th and June 24th.
And I'm sorry, I can't speak to that because I wasn't involved in those conversations.
Well, you sent, I'm sorry.
It's okay, no, it's fine. I sent the email to Mr. Cruz letting him know.
You sent an email to Mr. Cruz
That's
on
right.
June 4th notifying him of the July 9th date.
That's correct.
And you say, you have told me that told us that you got an email back.
Yep.
After that saying, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can look in my email right now from my phone and see, just to make sure that my recollection is correct.
I think for me, this is important. It's important for me because I don't like the allegations that the city is non-responsive. It seems unlikely that Nova was, but I think this is good questioning, good line of questioning.
Apologize, it's a little slow doing it from my phone, but I'll get there.
And while Brandon is looking at that, I mean, to the other questions that have been raised about, you know, that Ms. Billig and others have raised about CEQA, like, this is the forum to hear that. So I don't, you know, if the city has made an error in applying or not applying CEQA, like, this is it, right? We're prepared to do that, and here are the points. You know, I'm prepared. I can't speak for everybody, but I'm prepared to sit here and hear the points that you have to make. So I don't, like, we're not shying away from doing this. We're just, you know, and of course, you know, processes can always be made better. But I think it's important, you know, the applicant has made a lot of effort to be here on this date, and so.
Okay, so let me read you the email. So I sent an email to Mr. Cruz and
on June 4th.
On June 4th to Mr. Cruz and his attorney, and Marty Waffle and Evan Court and Nova. Said, greetings, Neil and Alexander. I want to let you know that we have set the Hofstas House appeal on the advanced agenda for July 9th, 2024, City Council regular meeting, which starts at 4:30 p.m. The agenda package, which includes the staff report, typically goes out the Wednesday or Thursday before the meeting. If you have any questions between now and then, please feel free to reach out. Mr. Cruz wrote back, so I sent that at 3:15 p.m., wrote back at 7:06 p.m. the same day. Thanks, Brandon. I'll come by at some point just to look at how the PowerPoint setup works and maybe some questions on the time I will need to make my presentation. Thank you for informing me. And then I wrote back the next day at 8 o'clock in the morning. Sounds good. Just let me know when you want to come in. If you have any additional information you want to share with council, feel free to send it to us ahead of time, and we can include it as an attachment to our staff report. And then later that day, he wrote back, Mr. Cruz wrote back, thanks, Brandon. What is the latest date I can submit a package for the council and get it included with the staff report? And I think Nova responded with a date. Do you remember what you told them?
The deadline to have something included in the agenda packet for July 9th, so today's meeting, was June 26th.
At 5 p.m. Oh, okay, see, I just found the other email where you sent that to him. Following up from that, says the deadline to submit items to be included in the 7-9 agenda packet is June 26th at 5 p.m.
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate that. Clarification helps for me.
I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
Satisfied what?
I'm satisfied that, you know, there was almost 3 weeks between June 4th and June 24th when the next email came in. I think that June 24th is late to be postponing postponing an item for the July agenda. I think we set the date on June 4th. It was confirmed a couple of days later, and so I'm prepared to move forward.
Well, I'll just go. I think for clarification for everyone is how this usually works is when something gets appealed by a junior commission, then it's our obligation to hear it as soon as possible. And this was appealed in April. We did not hear it in May because it was just too quick. We didn't hear it in June because our budget was just too big of a council meeting for June. And so that's why we're hearing it in July. So it's actually like 2 months. We usually hear this within 30 days, and now we're hearing it over 2 months. So, okay.
Well, for me, I'm okay with it. I think we could go forward tonight, honestly. I think we should, because I think what we've heard is the responsiveness of the council, of the city, has been good, I think. I think we did our job. I think we went ahead, we were responsive, we set the date, we've done what we should have. So I'm sorry that we can't have the council hear from your attorney tonight, but maybe he will show up. Let's hope we can get him here. But I think we're good. So.
And we will be having a longer intermission
We'll have a
tonight.
full-blown hearing later tonight. Yep.
It's almost time for an intermission now.
All right, so, yeah, let's take a vote on that. Yeah. Okay. I'll make a motion to go ahead and hear the item tonight.
I'll second that.
We'll not continue it.
I will second that motion to not continue.
Nova.
Okay. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Jermoff?
No.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
All right, now let's get back to work.
Just
Okay.
a question, we will be hearing it in its regular order at the end.
Yep. Exactly.
So if you want to come back, in a little while, that'll be perfect.
We
Thank
will be
you.
taking a dinner break too tonight. Okay, so let's move on to the presentation of the results of the Urban Forest Master Plan Community Survey. Justin.
Sebastian, can we get the presentation screen up?
We take our conversations outside, please.
All right. Mayor, council members, tonight we're going to be having a presentation that we've done several times before. The chair of the Forest and Beach Commission, Kelly Brzezowski, is presenting.
Please have quiet in here, please, so we can hear a presentation. Thank you.
The results of a community survey for the Urban Forest Master Plan that we've been working on. Chair Brzezowski will present the results, and we'll go over a little bit of budget stuff and as it involves the survey.
Thank you, Justin. Mayor, City Council members, and staff, thank you for having us this evening. I think hopefully you're aware that we're undertaking an urban forest master plan review presently that has a number of components to it, and this is just one piece of the input into the urban forest master plan. We, Davie Resource Group is the contractor that's helping the city provide guidance on bringing the urban forest master plan together, and part of their process was to include a resident survey. And so that was fielded back in the fall. It was open for almost 2 months. It was advertised in the Pine Cone. I think it was nicely mentioned in many Friday letters. There were both online and paper formats available, and the paper formats were available here at City Hall, at the library, at the Public Works Department, and several places around town. We were really encouraged by the response that we received on this survey. We ended up receiving over 302 responses once the data was cleaned, and then we were able to evaluate 295 responses. 82% of those were resident property owners here in Carmel-by-the-Sea. So we felt like there was a nice representation of both residents and resident property owners in the survey in terms of gaining their attitudes. What was interesting was, not surprisingly, most of our residents place high value on the trees in Carmel and value the 36%, or we call 35% tree canopy that we have presently. Most people thought that we had about the right amount of trees, and that if you look at the statements related to believing that we have the right amount of trees and we'd like to see our tree canopy maintained, was the overall net outcome of the survey. What was interesting was that we saw residents place high value on our upper canopy trees, particularly those on Scenic Drive. You'll see that first line there, the cypress on Scenic Drive should be maintained. That was the highest agreement statement relative to the statements that were in the survey. We also saw maintenance come out as a very strong opinion in the survey about having our trees be better maintained. They're an important part of our urban forest. And we started to see mixed points of view on trees making us feel unsafe. So what you'll see in the data is placing high value on the trees, right? Feeling like we're behind on some of our maintenance, that a desire to have that caught up, and to be able to mitigate where we have perceived safety issues, but to maintain the forest that we have presently. We did see that residents did have a strongly believe that trees growing on their private property and public right-of-way are important in Carmel. We saw 75% and 60% respectively agreement on that. And we also saw residents valuing trees in parks and open space and trails, followed by neighborhoods. So you'll see the most valued location in blue and the second most valued location in orange. And you'll see that parks, open space, trails, neighborhood were perceived as the largely the largest, most favored places for trees, less so in landscape medians in downtown. There was mixed points of view about whether trees should be replaced, always be replaced, with a slight preference for replacing them. What residents were asked to respond to here was if a tree is removed in Carmel, whether it is on public or private property, it should always be replaced with another tree. And we had a distribution of points of view on that. When we asked about what characteristics people disliked about trees in Carmel, we were not surprised to see safety, fire danger, tree and limb failure. And what you'll see throughout the survey is a the desire for increased maintenance of our trees overwhelmed some of the survey responses, particularly when we get into satisfaction of the city's maintenance of trees. We have very high agreement that having trees on your property is just part of living in Carmel. It's a privilege to have these trees. You also start to see that it's frightening and a burden, and that has to do with the trees that have perceived safety issues with them. We did see that 2/3 of property owners felt that they have enough trees and they don't want to plant more trees on their current property. Concerns, again, are mostly safety and fire hazard related to the older and some of the less healthy upper canopy trees. We had interesting comments here. You'll see on the right, you can probably glance down some of those. Fewer upper canopy trees, more lower trees, more lower canopies, not pines. Upper canopy trees in residential neighborhoods can be a fire hazard. Fire dangers are a major concern. People saying I exceed code. We often have people come to Forest and Beach with lots of trees, and people would be willing to replace the trees, but not necessarily add new trees. We did see, not surprisingly, that over half of the property owners would like to see our current 4 tree per 4,000 square foot lot be decreased. We saw about half decreased, 35% maintained, with very small percent of people saying that our tree requirement should be increased. When we asked about residents about how they felt about the city's current level of care, over half were not very or not at all satisfied with the city's current level of care related to public trees, with 40% saying they didn't have enough information to make a comment as to whether or not we should have more resources in forestry or not, but those that did want to make a comment overwhelmingly favored increasing funding to help maintain the trees. What was most interesting about this data was that 70% of the comments related to the city's dissatisfaction with trees related to poor tree maintenance. So it was not having to do with the city staff and how the city is handling the trees. So you'll see there we had our negative tree comments related to tree concerns about maintenance and safety were outnumbered positive comments about trees 10-1, and these are open responses of all survey respondents. And when it came to our administrative concerns, they represented only slightly less than 15% of our comments, and they were weighted 3-1 concern versus positive. So we actually saw some nice comments about our city staff as it pertains to satisfaction in Carmel, and the concerns were overwhelmingly about concerns about tree maintenance. And you see this here with forestry care of trees. We saw dead, dying, diseased trees, general maintenance, safety, electrical, fire, storm concerns. It was all about what I think we are beginning to call the catch-up maintenance of having an aging and old forest in our town. We did ask about what were the top 2 priorities for our city forestry department, and you'll see that pruning, fire fuel reduction, risk inspections, all of these outnumbered things like planting new trees, tree watering by 2-1. And I think it isn't that people don't want more trees, it's just that they want the trees that we have to be maintained as we take on some of that replanting. What you here are some of the comments that came through. What was interesting was we had comments, residents speaking directly to safety risks of having old trees and trees not being well maintained and unhealthy. With comments like, I realize our staff has been working extremely hard The aging canopy poses a potential fire hazard, not just a hazard from falling trees. We're not placing enough importance on replacing and replanting trees that have fallen, and we need to promote more native trees and care for them better going forward. It wasn't surprising to us in our urban forest master plan priorities that when we asked people what is the most important issue that our urban forest master plan should address, the overwhelming over 50% of people said tree maintenance and safety. So we're hearing a clear message from residents about getting caught up on our tree maintenance is really important. The most important issue to address is the proper maintenance of the forest, keeping trees healthy to protect safety in our citizens. We also saw an interest in tree diversity, which is not surprising, with a preference for native trees. This slide just reinforces more detail on what I just described in terms of tree maintenance. And so in terms of priorities, maintenance and removal of old trees, safety, diversification of our tree species with a focus on native trees, a desire to enhance our urban forest with more diversity while balancing the safety concerns. And we also saw, encouragingly, a lot of interest in more community involvement, which we've tried to incorporate in the entire urban forest master plan planning. With that, we went to our city, Justin? We took all of this information and said, what is the maintenance? What do we think this catch-up maintenance cost? What does it look like? And so we have a tree inventory also as part of the Davie Resource Group that they did. So Justin is going to speak a little bit on what do we perceive the maintenance to be.
Yeah, so I don't believe that we've shared the the inventory data with you yet. I know that I spoke with Commissioner Ferlito at the Earth Day, and she almost fell over when I told her how many stumps we had. But as of now, with the current inventory data we have 136 trees in excellent condition, which are probably very young and just planted or seeded. 4,000, almost 5,000 in good condition, about the same in fair condition, which can be really almost anything, right in the middle. 728 trees in poor condition, 130 in very poor, and 191 dead trees, and that's not even including the stumps. So this was taken with mostly data from our most expensive contractor. When we finally catch up and get into our maintenance phase, we can get pruning done with our general routine cycle for $575 for big trees, $275 for smaller trees, and they've assured us that if we can get them a big enough cycle of trees, that they can keep it a set cost per tree, no matter how the size. Once we catch up with all the big, dead, and poor trees, with the poor trees, for the bigger trees, there's 1,500 and 800, and that's going to be going in there, cutting big dead branches out, or things with correcting liens, specific defects. Once we get to very poor and dead trees, that's just straight removals. $7,500 has been our average, not just with the contractor, but also the data we've got from our invoices. With all of our contractors, that's about the average cost for a large tree is $7,500, $2,100 for small trees. And again, stumps, $1,800, $1,200 with an average, but this is our most expensive. The other contractor we like to use more for stumps is a little bit cheaper.
The $7,500 included the stump.
Oh yeah, includes the stump and the site prep of grinding the stump and refilling with planting soil to be able to turn that dead tree into a planting site. What happened? Okay. So these are real life examples that we've got from two of our contractors. These are two of our actual contractors. For $250,000, one contractor, the most expensive one, pruned 12 trees, removed 51 large trees, very large trees, and ground 17 stumps with the root balls removed and backfilled with dirt. The other contractor, with $325,000, removes 29 large trees and ground 81 stumps and backfilled. And that contractor also does our utility work. So there are trees that were more complicated, growing in between power lines, trees that the other contractor actually refused to bid on because they were just so, for lack of a better word, gnarly. Carmel has almost 1,000 trees in poor, very poor, and dead condition as of the last chart. And that's kind of where we're headed next with the catch-up budget. With all the numbers we've created, with around 1,300 to 1,200, 1,300 stumps. I don't know if Tom put the wrong number there. At $800 roughly from our estimates from the invoices, about $1 million. 191 dead trees at $7,500. Oh, I think it increased because of the contracts are increasing with the change orders. 1.5 million to remove the dead trees. 1 million to remove 130 very poor trees. 1.1 million to remove 150 poor trees, and 500, almost $1 million to target prune defects from the remaining poor trees.
And we assumed for any tree removal in this budget that it would be the cost of a tree replacing. I'm sorry. Just for the cost here, the reason the difference between the 7,500 removal and 7,600 here was that we assumed that every tree that was removed would be replaced. And so that's the average cost of the city to purchase a tree for the replacement.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. So tacking on an extra $100 for a tree in the ground. So that cost goes from dead tree to young tree growing. Also, the tree crew we have is very capable and very good at what they do. We think that they can contribute the equivalent of 1.8 million of tree work over the next 3 years of our anticipated catch-up budget. So they would reduce it down from 5.5 to 3.7 by removing 175 trees, pruning 200 poor trees, and that would get us much farther down, and that's pretty close to what they did last calendar year. So the budget has been increasing year over year quite significantly. So this new fiscal year, we're anticipating $1.2 million budget for the contract services, and that'll get us, taking some of it aside, 15% for storms and whatever else happens just in case, it get us a quarter of the way to the 3.7 catch-up gap. So just food for thought for you guys, and when you want to kind of drafting up future items or things to talk about. How do we, approach the catch-up plan? Is the 3 years appropriate, or should we be more aggressive? This is more just food for thought, general, budget meetings down the road, mid-year or next year. Should we just make a better plan, find the really dangerous trees? That's just, kind of stuff we came up with. And then this circles back to the survey data, the replanting, just talking about kind of where to replant. Should a tree always be replanted? And that's just what people have been saying, and we want to know what some guidance is going forward with the plan. And Davey will give us the plan is in the draft phase. We're almost done reviewing it, and then once that's there, we'll all be able to have a lot more input on that. Also, community involvement in terms of not only tree decisions, but also the tree requirement per density was brought up a lot. And I know that any ordinance change would be way down the road, but these are just the big bullets from the survey data that we want to put on your guys' radar so you know what stuff to think about.
And I think from a commission perspective, as we work on the urban forest master plan, I think it's clear that we all value our trees, that we want to get them, the urban forest master plan will give us the opportunity to have a roadmap to the catch-up, and also an opportunity to how do we, where where do we put, where's the best place to put the replanting of some of the trees that will be coming down, that are older and less healthy? And we'll continue to have the community involved, I think, in everything that we're doing. We've really appreciated having the workshops, and we'll have the draft plan out for public comment. So I think it's more just that how do we address the maintenance? We have, I think the city have agreed that we're going to be tracking across this whole year what the city tree crew is doing and what the
Definitely, yeah.
contractors are doing, so that by the time we get to budget planning next year, we'll be able to show exactly what was caught up this current year. So that can be an input also into next year's plan.
Yeah, tangible results, what poor trees and dead trees were removed that were in the inventory, so we can show that we're making bites out of that larger catch-up plan. Any questions?
Any questions of Justin?
Yes, I have a question. You know, I sat on Forest Beach for 16 years, and our biggest challenge at times was saying yes or no to removing trees, and then realizing that we did not actually have a great program for replacing trees. And at the time, the last few years I was on it, we spent a great deal of time coming up with a replacement policy where a tree that was required to be replaced would be tagged. In fact, I think we spent more time going back and forth about what the tag might look like in this city.
We spent a lot of time on that too.
If you can well imagine. But we came up with a plan that when a tree was required to be replaced, it would be tagged that that was a replacement tree, and that would be inspected every year for 5 years. And if at any time the tree died or was removed for some reason or whatever, it would be replaced and the 5 years would start over. Can you tell me if those trees are being inspected on a yearly basis and being required to be replanted if they're not in place? Because I'm sure there are hundreds that between when this policy was produced and now that were required that are no longer in the ground. And that is one of the problems with letting go of big old trees if you don't have new replacement trees that you know are going to take the place. So is that program being enforced?
It is now. Now I'm back here. I'm back up to speed. There were some gaps for staff, and COVID was really hard with the understaffing, but we have them printed out. We got the plastic cards with zip ties. They're in the front office, and when we're requiring people to come in, physically sign the permit, and when they come in, they have to take that and acknowledge the tagging of the tree and the 5-year time limit.
And when did that start?
Several months ago.
7 months ago.
In earnest, and this is what's happening now.
Okay. And there will be inspections each year for 5 years?
Yes.
And if not every tree, a great deal of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's a good answer. Because that was part of not letting people cut down trees for a long time, was there was no assurance there were going to be follow-up trees. And then we had pitch canker as well. So we lost a significant number of trees, but many did survive. Some of those are probably some of the ones that look a little poorly now because they were maimed a little bit by the pitch canker.
But great work, guys. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But thank you for this, and I'm delighted to hear that you are going to enforce the existing ordinance when a tree is required.
Yes, if.
Yes. Thank you.
Jeff, did you have something?
I just have a couple comments.
Okay.
I was at the workshop that you had, the well-attended workshop, and I know a number of people here were also at the well-attended workshop, and I echo sort of Bobby's comments. Very good work. Thank you for the presentation. My couple comments are, one of the problems that we've had with sort of the tree philosophy around town is I'm not sure that it's bought into by everybody. And I think that we can't send out the police when people don't plant a tree or something like that, and we need to work some on getting people to buy into the fact that, you know, this place that we all like and love and live in is a village in a forest.
Yeah.
And I think we don't talk about that enough. And I think that, you know, when you write the master plan, you should think about what it is that, how we further that messaging so that people come to believe this in the bones and believe this in their bones. I know that some neighborhoods have different views. You know, I know that some neighborhoods have different views about trees in other neighborhoods, and I don't, without commenting on whether I think that's appropriate or not, I think that the master plan should put that to rest. Either we have different neighborhoods with different philosophies on trees, or we don't, and we all live by the same rules, because living by the same sort of set of rules or the same sort of philosophy is a lot easier for us than trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out. And one of the things that, you know, I remember is that the tree guidelines are 4 trees per lot, and that's just not realistic. And so as a result, the city doesn't really enforce the 4 trees per lot, and as a result, you know, when some people come to the planning commission with a thing, you know, they're required to plant 1 tree even though their lot is completely bare. You know, I see houses going up around town that have no trees except for like an olive tree in the front of their house. And so we need to sort of figure that out so that, you know, so that people buy in and we enforce those rules. And the other thing, you know, to your point, was that we talk a lot about safety, and once a year or twice a year or 3 times a year, and every February, everybody sees these pine trees swaying in the yard. And I agree, you know, with the comments that we live in a pine oak forest. Like, that's where we live, and that's sort of the DNA of our thing. But we need to figure out whether requiring trees to be 100% dead before we let people take them out is really the right philosophy for us, because it's those 90% dead trees that cause a lot of the consternation around town. It's not the 50-year-old pine trees that are generally fine. It's the 90-year-old trees that are next to a house that was planted, and, you know, a house that was planted after the tree was planted. And so we need to sort of work out these sort of structural things that are wrong, you know, that are not wrong, but that interfere with sort of everybody's acceptance, you know, everybody's sort of loving the urban forest master plan. And I hope that when you come out, when the plan comes out, that it will think about these issues and how we increase the amount of buy-in that we get from everybody in the community.
That's a huge part of it, and there's some goals and some guiding kind of documents, and one of them was a line I really like. It says, trees are essential infrastructure. They're not just, you know, you heard it at the meeting, and I really like that. They're not just there. They're part of, you know, the city.
I do think of proactively addressing the maintenance, though, concerns will help that. I think it will help restore the tree love that people have, because, you know, sitting through Forest and Beach, particularly through the winter, you know, when people come in with a tree that might not be dead yet, but, you know, the branch hit their house, or they're afraid their neighbor's tree is going to fall on their house, or they're frightened. They're truly, we've had people, you know, tremble kind of in fear sometimes, and I think, you know, it's not everybody, but I think being able to quell the concerns by catching up on the maintenance. And if you think at the number, you know, I think we have like 13,000 that were like city trees, and you can say, okay, well, on private property we probably have an equal amount, so there's probably 25,000 or 30,000 trees generally here, and we're talking about city property needing, we have 1,000 poor trees, but 490 that need to be removed. You know, it's a couple percent that need to come down that I think almost are getting outsized concern because of the fact that we need to catch that up so that we can replant, right? So that we can have these pines 40 years from now, the ones that are coming down.
I did want to say one other thing. AMBAG produced a Natural and Working Lands Climate Mitigation and Resiliency study just in the last few months. And these trees are also working for us because they are carbon sinks, and they are protecting the environment in other ways with regard to climate change. So they're not just pretty and part of our shade, but I have an extra copy for you so that you can utilize that. Carbon sinks are both above ground in trees, dead ones even have carbon in them, and it's also agricultural working lands. So this is an opportunity for a pretty good study to perhaps work into both the forest management plan and our climate change and resiliency plan.
Thank you.
I just have a quick comment. Thank you, first of all, for your presentation. And I just want to also thank the public because they have been so involved between the workshop, 65 people coming, and then the Forest and Beach meeting after that. And I would certainly encourage them to continue to come and make their voices heard. And I certainly also hope that what they are saying will be listened to and acknowledged and incorporated in all future documents and work.
Definitely.
Thank you.
So is there anybody in the public that would like to speak to this briefly? Come forward.
Is there, Andy Carr, is there an update as to the trees that are stumps that have electric wires attached to them?
No, we're still waiting for AT&T or Comcast to get the lines off.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, see anybody. We want to thank you for the presentation, most edifying. What do you got? That was almost. Hey, what do we got?
Okay, Ian Martin, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ian Martin. I'm a resident, a former planning commissioner. We're talking about trees, but I want to be very clear that we're specifically talking to, according to the general plan, we're talking about Monterey pines, coast live oaks, Monterey cypress, and redwoods, right? Especially Monterey pines, because when you look at the master plan is very clear about this, right? It says that that the city has conscientiously retained its residential village character in a forest setting dominated by Monterey pines. So it's very important that when we talk about trees, we're mainly talking about Monterey pines. And it is official city policy to preserve the Monterey pine forest. So if you look in the land use element of the general plan, it says, this is item, policy number 1-50, says establish landscaping standards to preserve the urbanized forests of the Monterey pines, Monterey cypress, redwoods, and coastal live oaks. Obviously pines are a very important part of Carmel-by-the-Sea's identity. So, Jack London writes about Monterey pines when he's in his 1913 book, Valley of the Moon, when he talks about Carmel. Our local newspaper is called the Pine Cone. Carmel-by-the-Sea's first hotel is called the Pine Inn. So pines, Monterey pines, are an essential part of our cultural identity. They say something about the essence. They are part of the essence that makes Carmel-by-the-Sea what it is, right? But it's also important to acknowledge that we're not talking about individual tree specimens. And I think that the survey, which revealed a lot of concern for maintenance of the trees, which is, of course, very important because we need to maintain our urbanized forest so we can live comfortably with it and not with fear. But one thing I think that the survey did not do well is really capture the idea that we're not talking about individual tree specimens. We're talking about an overall ecology, and that this ecology was here millions of years before we were. And we really ought to be approaching this forest with a sense of stewardship, with a sense of humility, and with a sense of concern for the future. And yes, climate change is coming, but the way we address climate change in Carmel-by-the-Sea with our forests is we should be planting strains of Monterey pines that have demonstrated themselves to be resistant to drought and disease. And those are saplings that can be had. So, I think that the survey resulted in some informative results, but I think it fell short when it came to being driven by science. And everything that the Forest and Beach Commission does, I believe, ought to be driven by the science of ecology first. Then we can say, okay, well, that's not practical because we're human beings living next to the trees, but really we need to be informed by science. And I really feel that that survey didn't really capture much of that, despite some of the very good information it did yield. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ian. Appreciate your testimony. Christy Reimers. Christy, you're next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. This is Christy Reimers. My family has been in Carmel since the 1920s, and in my lifetime, even I have seen Carmel's forest dwindle. Firstly, I want to say that doing a volunteer survey like this where people answer if they feel like it is a little how I see a Yelp review for a business. You get people who really love the business or are really upset with the business writing a review. This is not a scientific poll. What I'm seeing is that, especially in the last decade, we've started to see our trees like they're just trees in a town, instead of looking at the whole picture, which is that we are a town in a forest. Looking at our trees from the perspective that they are part of a forest and not just individual trees requires a completely different way of care, management, and planting choices. We can't just put any tree in the ground to fill a space. We need to choose trees that support the ecosystem of our forest. For instance, redwoods have shallow roots and need to be planted in groves so that underground their roots, in essence, hold hands and hold each other up. I've been recently introduced to a group called Archangel, whose mission is to propagate the world's most important old-growth trees before they are gone. They have been here a few years ago working with a local friend and employee of mine at Eco Carmel, Courtney Kramer, to propagate new saplings from one of our oldest Monterey pines on San Carlos and Santa Lucia. From what I have learned, old-growth trees are the ones that are made to withstand all hardships, drought, fire, and flooding. Old-growth trees are also excellent at sequestering carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen. They are essentially a global warming solution. Archangel has 200 saplings from this Monterey pine from San Carlos Street and 400 saplings from a Monterey cypress up in Pescadero that could be brought back here to nurture our forest. All saplings are 18 inches tall and ready for planting. I ask that this be considered. Not all saplings are created equal. We want to replace our trees with strong specimens that will withstand for 100+ years. From what I have learned, the saplings we are purchasing are not the healthiest and strong, and therefore have a short lifespan. In regards to our forest, I ask that we switch back to forest management instead of tree management. I ask that we create a program to help citizens know how to care for their trees so they aren't just planted and forgotten and allowed to die. And lastly, I ask that when it comes to choosing trees for our town's forest, that we choose someone who is a forest expert, not just a tree expert, and certainly not the public. I would really like to meet with the city about creating a relationship with Archangel so we can bring the saplings from our own old growth trees home. Thank you.
Thank you, Chrissy. Well done. Okay, Walter Wagner. Walter, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Walter Wagner. I was actually born in Carmel, but I've lived much of my life in Salinas and other parts of Monterey County. But I'm very interested in the activities in Carmel. I am appreciative of the efforts that are made to preserve the forest in Carmel. I note that it was discussed that you might want to increase diversity of California native trees other than the 4 main ones that were in the forest. And if that's done, I would like to see if it would be possible to make some kind of a walking tour map identifying where those trees are so that the tourists would have one extra thing to look at. I think that would increase interest in the forestry in Carmel, and it would also increase the opportunity for people who live in Carmel to see exactly what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Professor Beach is next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You know it's Victoria Beach. I want to just commend the 2 folks who spoke before me, Christy and Ian. I am in awe of their research and their ability to distill what it is that we need to be thinking about. I want to compliment the staff for a fantastic Forest and Beach Commission meeting last time, in which the scores of people who showed up for the workshop and then for that meeting's voices, I believe, were heard, which echoed some of the comments that I just complimented of Christie's and Ian's. However, I am going to critique, again, as I did at an earlier meeting, the reliance on this, even the naming of what we heard at the beginning of this item of survey data. There is no such thing as data that comes out of a voluntary survey. The type of survey that was conducted is something that they refer to in the parlance as a voodoo poll, meaning that it's used to influence direction and not to gather scientific data. the way you do a poll properly is a whole other science, and we did not do that here. So I just want to caution us against going backwards and complement instead the direction that was going at the last Forest and Beach Commission. I agree with the speakers who have said that the fears that are recorded in these opinion surveys are real, obviously. We are humans with the very right to respect our own emotions, and those are valid, and that all goes to what I think is the most agreed upon thing, and Kelly made this clear, which is the maintenance and safety of the trees we have. Others have touched on that. But everything else that we need to do to maintain our native forest is a scientific question. The location of the trees, the quantities of the trees, the species of the trees, all of these things work together as an ecosystem. The idea that I might have an opinion of wanting a particular tree near another tree is irrelevant. What's relevant is how these trees interact with one another. There was the example of the roots holding hands. We know from the study of ancient Monterey pine forest, which we are the mother forest for, and the only one of 3 on the mainland of the United States, all 3 in California, that pine trees are weakened when they are not planted, when they are not growing close to one another. They are weakened, the edges of the forest are weaker than the center of the forest. There's all sorts of stuff that we learn about this, and we are not the experts. Luckily, experts have been identified. Davy is not an expert on this. We were told at the last meeting that Davy would not be presenting an urbanized forest master plan, that we would be switching to somebody who has a scientific background on that for that. I hope we are continuing in that direction and not being veered off again by an opinion survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, the number ending in 837, you have the floor.
Hello, Brian. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, I'm Brian Rosen. I lived in Carmel some years ago. I love the trees. When I just recently went to Carmel, it seemed like 1 million cars everywhere, tourists. And, you know, on one hand, you know, global emissions and greenhouse gases and all of that affects the trees. And yet, on the other hand, we want all this tourism, which means promoting more people to come to Carmel with automobiles, which is very destructive to the trees, not to mention all the development the Board of Supervisors are trying to get through in Fort Ord, for example. They just want to keep growing and growing and growing, and this is really harming our trees, harming the bay and everything. You know, Dave Potter is on the TAMC board, and they're trying to get a surf project through, which I think is just all about development, really, and it's going to preclude the train. And I think that's what the Coastal Commission says. It would use up all development potential. So it's all so affected. So we need Dave Potter to get the train in and to really put some things on the agenda, like have people, you know, like a field trip, they go out there and they see there just isn't room for both uses. We need to bring this train in. We need to promote tourism on the train, on rail, and stop promoting, really have incentives, all these cars. I mean, we got one head doing one thing that's in contrast to the other head that's trying to do something else. And there's just so many cars everywhere. Is that why they call it Carmel? I mean, it really fits. So if you could please address, you know, not to mention the Roundup and everything going into the ground. So we need to get the rail in and to really have Mr. Potter, you know, maybe pass a resolution to the city that they send to the county to bring in a good rail system with an incentive to use it to get these cars out that are harming the trees. Too many cars everywhere. So that's my comment. If the city could speak strongly for alternative way for all these millions of cars and tourists coming and polluting the trees, that would be a wonderful thing to do. And thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Okay, Linda Smith, you have your hand up.
Yes, really great comments from people here. And I agree that the train needs to come back. The train was wonderful. In any event, I just wanted to commend to the council and to anybody in the audience that in our current forest management plan, there is a piece that was submitted by Dr. Deborah Rogers, conservation geneticist, founder of the Monterey Pine Ecology Cooperative. She gave a lot of input into our current land use plan, general plan, and our forest management plan. And her piece is in this plan. It's called Principles and Recommendations Concerning Conservation of the Amount, Structure, and Integrity of Genetic Diversity of Native Monterey Pines at Carmel-by-the-Sea and Environs. And she says, in Carmel and surrounding areas, Monterey pine grows in contrasting contexts, including native forests, transportation corridors, planted greenbelt areas, and natural and planted residential settings. Each of these uses has implications for the genetic and ecological well-being of the native forests, in addition to the value of the specific use. For example, planted Monterey pines in urban environments will influence the genetic composition of nearby native forests through pollen and seed movement. Depending on specific choices, planted trees can either complement or undermine the local adaptations and long-term viability of Monterey pine forests. And she goes on, it's quite an extensive piece. And I think that we all should look back on our current forest management plan, which really, all in all, is not bad, nor is our general plan and land use plan as currently written, and just to see how much science there actually is in our current LCP. I just wanted to commend this article to you. You can find it in the current forest management plan, and it's a really fascinating article telling about our genetic diversity in our Carmel urbanized forest. And she tells us how we should save seeds from the old trees that are taken down. Those cones should be saved, they should be labeled where they were developed, and the next generation of trees should be planted from the trees that are currently in our environment, because they hold adaptations that have been developed through the eons, basically, and is connected with the native forest that we are a part of. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate that. Okay, is there anybody else wishing to speak? I think David O'Neill may have something to say here.
Yeah, sorry about that. David O'Neill. I just wanted to say that the workshop was amazing. People were coming together from all different perspectives. I mean, people who normally disagree were agreeing. And what they were agreeing on was that we need to have a scientific plan, that it can't be done because of, what we want or wish and things like that, or from a landscaping perspective. They want the forest to be looked at from an ecological perspective. And I think Mr. Barron will agree with me on that. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, seeing nobody else coming forward, we'll close the comment on this. Received a presentation, move on then to announcements. City Administrator.
No announcements, Mr. Mayor.
City Council, City Attorney.
Yes, we had a closed session yesterday, and there's no reportable action.
Councilmember comments. Looking to my right, looking to my left.
Yes. I've got two. Go ahead.
Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two quick comments. I wanted to echo what Nancy Toomey said yesterday, just thanking everyone for the 4th of July festivities in the park, the concert, and wanted to give a special shout out to the volunteers from Carmel Cares who set up and then cleaned up the decorations and cleaned up the park. And then another item is I have heard from many residents concern about the beach stairs that need repair, and also the plywood barricades that are really unattractive, and people are going over them, and it's just actually creating more wear and tear as well, also on the sides. So I'm just asking, I know Bob Harari is on leave, but maybe if we could work with Mary Bilsey, who's the acting Public Works Director, if we can get some answers and get some solutions and get that fixed, because it really, the beach is just so beautiful, and it's just really an eyesore, and it's just really detracting from the beautiful scenery. Thank you.
I'd second that emotion.
Thanks.
Very good. Anybody else?
Yes. I serve on the Regen Board. For those of you who don't know, Regen is the newly branded name for our waste management district that is in Marina. And recently, a 60-year timeline of the district was presented to the board, which was very interesting. This was in part to celebrate the attorney for Regen, Rob Wellington, who lives in Carmel, not Carmel-by-the-Sea, but in Carmel, and has served as the counsel for Regen for 50 years and is doing a fine job. But I made copies of this timeline just to tell you a couple things that many of you probably don't know. But in 1900, at the turn of the 20th century, most of the trash from our peninsula and areas went into the ocean. It was just driven up to the edge of the sea and dumped. This went on for a period of years. And this took place in Sand City. So when you drive out there, imagine dump trucks full of garbage just pulling up to the side of the ocean and dumping. How we thought that was a good thing to do, I will never know. The great thing was, though, in 1961, the board agreed to purchase 570 acres in Marina and to create our regional waste management district. So rather than each city having to have their own dump site, the cities were wise enough to create a JPA and go together and create the wonderful facility that we have today. Many, many things happened over the last 50, 60 years, but we have a state-of-the-art facility in Marina that many of you have probably never visited, and you don't know what's going on there. And I encourage all of you to make a plan to visit when they have their open houses, get to see the MRF, that's where they recycle things, get to see some of the windrows of where all of our green waste is going now and being turned back into compost to go onto agricultural fields, and get to know what a great facility we have. The other thing to celebrate is that we probably have at least another 100 years of using that facility because of wise management and new technology. So it's really a wonderful facility. I enjoy serving on that board very much. Carrie Tice served on it for many years before me. And I just think that more of us should appreciate where all of our waste is going. And remember, it's really reduce first, recycle, and try to reuse things rather than continuing to buy so many plastics. But just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you, Karen. I appreciate that. Well said. Is there anybody else? All right, we'll move on then to public appearances. Council, you gave us caveats. Is there anybody wishing to speak today on a public comment?
On something not on the agenda.
Not on today's agenda.
Mr. Mayor, we had an ad hoc update.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. We do have ad hoc committee reports.
I've got a really quick one.
Okay.
In June 11th, we had a flock camera ad hoc committee, and we had a public meeting, listening session, and we had very good turnout. Really appreciate everyone who came and certainly learned more and shared their thoughts. And we hope to get back to the council sometime in the fall with recommendations how to move forward. Thank you.
Anybody else? The police ad hoc is coming up under discussion of the direction we gave previously, so we'll have that meeting discussion after a while. We move on then to public comments. An opportunity for any public comment on an item that is not on today's agenda. 3-minute limitation on the State your name for the record. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Rutzer. I'm with the Giant Kelp Restoration Project.
Could you move the microphone over just a little? You're very tall.
Is that better? Can you hear me
you.
now? Yeah. So it may surprise you to know, I know you guys really love your forests. I just heard that. And you may be surprised to know that there's another forest in Monterey that is over 80% disappeared. And that forest sequesters 20 times more carbon than trees. And that's our kelp forest in Monterey. I first learned to scuba dive in Monterey in 1985, and that's when I first fell in love with kelp forests. One of my favorite dive sites was the Carmel River beds of shale, called crabs, off of Carmel City Beach, where we removed heavy bags of golf balls. In 2009, I learned to identify and count fish and taught scientific protocols for Reef Check California. In October of 2013, we watched, sadly, as 22 species of sea stars were decimated by wasting disease that turned them to goo. The ocean was overheated by the blob, a warm water event that lasted through 2016. Kelp needs cold, nutrient-rich water and sunlight to grow. Without that, the urchins emerged from cracks and ate the kelp. Now urchin barrens dominate Carmel Bay and have spread down the Big Sur coast to Morro Bay. Urchin barrens last for decades. In 2021, we received a sport fishing rule amendment from the California Fish and Game Commission to call an unlimited number of sea urchins at Tankers Reef in Monterey. Volunteer scuba divers like myself learned at local dive shops how to safely call 750,000 urchins over 1,527 dives and grew an 11-acre kelp forest in a former urchin barren. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, California Ocean Protection Council, and Reef Check were our allies. But after 3 years, our amendment was allowed to sunset, and we no longer have a legal place to call urchins anywhere on the Central Coast and defend these kelp forests. We petitioned the Fish and Game Commission to allow volunteer divers to restore kelp forests at the best places, the marine protected areas around the Monterey Peninsula, which includes the submerged lands within Carmel city limits. Let's begin kelp restoration and ecotourism, where visitors garden in a regenerative fishery in Carmel Bay State Marine Conservation Area and protect it as a state marine reserve. Let's make restoration as common as fishing. I forwarded my petition to NOVA. You acknowledge that, and it's in your meeting materials. I hope you'll consider supporting our petition so we can get some work done and get this get this started with protecting the kelp forest right here in Carmel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate the testimony. Is there anybody else wishing to speak today?
Good evening. My name is Didier Diaz. I'm a Carmel-by-the-Sea resident. Tonight I'll be speaking on 30 or so of my fellow neighbors who live by the Forest Hill courts. We would like the council to address the issue caused by pickleball play at the tennis courts. Noise was never an issue when tennis was played there, but pickleball is very different. It creates a much louder noise with a much higher pitch. It is something that most people find annoying. It's a well-known issue. It has caused complaints and in some cases litigation wherever pickleball has been allowed in courts located in residential areas. Specifically to Carmel, we believe that pickleball and its noise at 70 dB is not in compliance with the noise resolution. To make the issues worse, pickleball noise is pretty constant from sunrise to sunset. And we believe there are 3 reasons for that. First, pickleball is extremely popular. Second, this court is beautiful. It's nice, it's shaded, it's protected from the wind. It's in Carmel. The third thing is that adjacent cities have created restrictions on pickleball play, responding to their residents' complaints. Pacific Grove, for instance, has instituted a pickleball play only 3 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, because of complaints such as the one I'm placing today. It is stated in the general plan that preserving Carmel's overall quiet environment is a goal in the noise element of the plan. That's pretty much gone for the neighborhood. Pickleball noise is becoming the signature. It's what you hear when you open a window. It's what you hear when you open the door in the morning, what you hear when you come back. If you go on a walk through the quiet streets of Carmel in my neighborhood, about 2 blocks from where I live, you start hearing pickleball. Not exactly what we would want to hear. Another issue, by the way, is that twice as many people can play pickleball on the 2 tennis courts. So that's 16 people. Because of the popularity, you can get 16 playing and as many waiting. That causes a whole lot of traffic, and let's call it creative parking on behalf of the people who play the game. So we would like to ask the council to act on this and bring back to the neighborhood the quiet that Carmel residents appreciate so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Parker Logan resurfacing again. Just a quick little excerpt from a Friday newsletter from March 20th, talking about beach stairs. He'd repaired a few. She goes some pictures of some public work guys fixing them. But then it says stairs at 9th Avenue, 10th Avenue North, and 12th Avenue will continue to be closed for the foreseeable future due to the need for engineering and construction drawings to be drafted. I mean, a lot of people in your room might have been here in 1997 when we had a super El Nino, which made these last couple winter storms look like child's play. They completely obliterated the 12th Street stairs to rubble, and they were rebuilt in about 20 days. It's been months and months and months and months. This is our greatest resource, our greatest attraction. No one even talks about it. Call you, leave a message, you don't call me back. I bring it up. Someone brought it up tonight, that was great. Why is this not done? Why am I watching people climb over these really awful looking barricades? Kids probably got hurt this weekend. I don't know if anyone reported it. They're going down the bluffs. You got little signs not to climb down the bluffs. Everyone's walking down the bluffs. I live there, I see it every day. And then looking back up at the stairs from Pebble Beach Golf Course or just on the beach, it's awful, it's atrocious. People come here for our beauty and our beautiful forest and of course our beautiful beach, which looks like shit. And it shouldn't be taking all this time for construction, engineering, and drawings. The stairs have been there, they just need some simple repairs. They don't need to be rebuilt. They didn't get completely ripped out like they did 25 years ago. There's a loose handrail on one and maybe a missing footstep. These should be done. And you guys need to answer to that. You know the beach is our greatest resource and biggest attraction. So why isn't it fixed? Ask yourselves that. It should be, immediately. It's summertime, for crying out loud. It's embarrassment for you guys.
Thank you, Parker. Thank you, Parker.
Hi, I'm John Kratchmer. I'm a resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea as well, and I'm here to support Mr. Diaz's comment on pickleball. I'm not anti-pickleball. I don't have anything against people who play pickleball. It's a great game. People are getting exercise. People are having fun with their friends and their family. I'm just anti-pickleball directly across the street from my house. So I live on the north end of Hoonip Road, directly across from Forest Hill Park. So, and like DDA said, everything we do outside, we can hear pickleball all day long. I actually can sit inside my house in my family room or living room or great room, whatever that's in the front of the house with all the doors and the windows closed, and I can hear pickleball all day long. So that's just not a conducive environment. So we've lived there for over 7 years. We never had any issues when it was just tennis. Tennis is great, so there was never any concerns. But tennis and pickleball are very, very different games. Pickleball is not conducive to be played in residential areas. Residential neighborhoods, it's just too loud. So it should be played outside of a residential neighborhood or indoors, which a lot of communities are doing. So we would just like the council to consider this, and I would be interested in any feedback from the council on how we move forward with this issue. So,
thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify tonight? We'll move on then to public comment on the Zoom world. Craig Rose, you have the floor.
This is a fun one tonight, guys. I'm protected under the Brown Act, so just so you know, nothing I say is hateful. So, Mayor, stay off the trigger there. We know what happened with Alec Baldwin there, so just listen to what I have to say. This city has a consciousness problem. There's some people that spoke tonight in the city that you're like, damn it, this is why you live here. This is why it attracts the greatest people. This is why the LA Times writes, why is a Monaco developer buying up land here? People want to be here. People that are connected to nature, people that are connected to spirit, people that are connected to the arts. There's another group of people that are connected to the rules and the ways things work. I grew up with Tony Hawk. Skateboarding is not a crime. Now pickleball is a crime. I mean, Agassi couldn't play Wimbledon if he didn't wear white. My parents grew up where if you were black, like, you could be owned. Like, these rules and these walls come down, but there's some gatekeepers here tonight that we've seen that clearly don't represent our city. They don't do our homework. Karen reads to us like I'm on Sesame Street reading me a 1970s campaign. It sounded more like Joe Biden and this looked like Jill Biden, you guys trying to defend yourselves. Where's Chip Rearing? Why is there no accountability for a man who punched me in the face? Why there's no accountability for making up a story, Karen, about a wall? There's conscious people that are there. There's Teresa, there's David O'Neill, there's Dale, and there's Parker. I know no one wants to be mayor and be in this city and be in those seats for these meetings, but guys, if we reverse it, this city, everyone's watching. There's movies about this city. It's a simulation what these guys that are unconscious are still living in. We gotta run and be on their side because they clearly don't get it. They don't get who lives here. Next month, August 6th, there's going to be an auction. All my stuff's in storage from our last gallery. We'll be holding an event before City Council, and I invite all the artists and disruptors to be at the City Council next month, August 6th. It's time to wake up. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Now, Michael McWalters, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Potter. I wanted to follow up my remarks yesterday about AB 413 because because of AB 413, we're going to lose over 400 parking spaces in the business district. And I calculated pardon me?
Go ahead. Michael?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I apologize. We're going to lose 400 parking spaces come January 1st of 25 in about 5 months or so. There's going to be a loss of revenue. I calculate each parking space, if it turns over twice a day, it results in a loss of $600 in business per space times over 400 parking spaces. That's a loss of $240,000 a day in sales for our businesses. And our sales tax is 2%. So that equals $1.7 million a year loss in sales tax. Of course, these are all guesstimates. But I was contemplating how, and listening to all these folks talking, especially about the beach and the stairway, and the stairwells, of course, the streets in town. We need another source of revenue. And I was picturing that little cabin on San Antonio when you're going into Pebble Beach. And I think they charge an entrance fee of $12 to drive the 17-mile drive, which is a beautiful drive. I would argue that our Carmel Beach is more compelling, more beautiful. I think it's the most beautiful beach in the entire world. And in a previous meeting, I think Chip told us that the city averaged about 7,000 vehicles a day. So if we charged each vehicle $10, and we're getting 7,000 vehicles a day, we would be getting $70,000 a day. And we'd have a little cabin on probably at the bottom of Ocean near Junipero, have another one over on Carpenter, have one on Rio Road. And it's going to result in over $25 million in new revenue to the city coffers. And we need that money. We need that money for the revetment to keep the bluffs where they are. We need new roads. I mean, it's a long list. So we need to start thinking about charging people a nominal fee to come and visit. I mean, let's face it, Carmel-by-the-Sea, you said it yourself, Mayor, whenever you're traveling wherever, and you say you're the mayor of Carmel-by-the-Sea, everybody knows what that is and where it is, and they just have this nostalgia that is just, it's just incredible. So that's what I'd like everyone to start thinking about is a nominal $10 for each car that comes into town, because we have a lot of uses for that money. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Cindy Warloyd.
Thank you, Mayor Potter, members of the council, city staff, and the general public. Today, the last of the medians on Ocean Avenue was planted up by Alan Wheat and his crew with all the California native plants. I think that It has made the drive down Ocean Avenue an absolute joy. At first, the boulders were causing some consternation amongst people, but what it has done is increase the interest. Rather than a flat landscape in the middle of Ocean Avenue, we now have some modulation with the boulders and the native plants being planted next to them and the different color varieties. It's absolutely lovely. It's absolutely wonderful. And since Alan finished the last planting today, I think it's wonderful if people would just take a drive down or walk by and see it and enjoy it. So Alan is to be congratulated for enhancing the beauty of Carmel, and I do think that Thomas Church would approve. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Walter Wagner.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A lot of interesting comments. I wished I had as much enthusiasm in my voice as some of the other speakers did. I did want to give a affirmative comment on the speaker who spoke about the sea urchin problem. I started diving in Monterey Bay in 1966, quite a long while back. I don't dive in the cold waters anymore, but I am very familiar with the kelp forests, intimately familiar. They are a treasure, and everything that is done to protect them and expand them back to where they were would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Appreciate it. Number 837, you have the floor.
Hello, Brian Rosen again. I just want to say that Santa Barbara has a wonderful bicycle rental program for electric bicycles. They're stationed all over town, and people just use their cell phones, and then they rent them, and they're wonderful for hills. I don't really approve of electric bicycles where it's level, but I think it would really help in Carmel maybe to get the tourists just riding around on a bicycle. Maybe you could consider such a program, getting electric bicycles stationed around town for the tourists, and try to reduce the emissions going into the bay. And as far as the surf project is concerned, we're looking at bypassing a few miles of traffic for an almost hour-long bus route between Salinas and Monterey. And there would be a new station in Fort Ord where it would have to go under the freeway. And I've been out there, and I've only counted 4 buses stalled in traffic, and it's really not such bad traffic. There's about 84,000 people on car trips on Highway 1 there, and the Santa Rosa 101 has 3 lanes also, and it's up to 169,000. So it seems that the MST representative, Jeff Barron, seems to be rubber stamping surf. It's a big developer thing, I think. I don't think anyone's going to use it. There's about 718 people on average on bus line 20, and surf is going to slow down most of them. But I guess we'll need surf or something if we get all this development everywhere on Fort Ord, and maybe that's what they're planning on doing. But to destroy all the sand acres and trees, sand dunes, 20 acres, you can't really mitigate coastal sand dune loss. Maybe they can try to mitigate it on the other side of the freeway, but it's not the same thing. It doesn't really work out. And we need Mr. Potter and Jeff Barron to do the right thing. Mr. Potter seems to be doing the right thing now and voting against selling the rail corridor back because Tampsey blew it because they didn't put a train in 10 years, and now they have to buy back the corridor from the state. But he seems to be doing the right thing, but we really need some powerful things on the agenda, and we need some, him maybe taking people out there and just showing them how it's going to destroy the rail. There's not room for both of them. And this surf project is going to be very, very destructive for the local area. And it just needs to be stopped by Mr. Potter and Mr. Barron. If Mr. Barron really wants the busway plowing over all those sand dunes, there's a wonderful berm already for the rail. The berm is in great shape. You just need new tracks and very little environmental impact. And I wish Carmel would really get behind that and really get their MST representative to work for protecting the environment instead of this horrible, horrible destruction of the environment that would occur with the surf project. And Mr. Potter seems to be a lot better right now, and I just hope he'll really address this and put it on the agenda because he's representing the city of Carmel.
Brian, thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, I think that closes the comments on this today. Let's go ahead then and say, do we want to go ahead and take on this one item before we got a break for dinner? We're going to take a dinner break tonight. Yeah, we got the consent calendar. Yeah, we got 5 items on the consent calendar. Is anybody on council wishing to pull an item? Is anybody in the public wishing to speak to an item on the consent calendar? I don't see anybody. Bring it back. Council, your directions.
I'll make a motion. We move the consent agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Give a second. Okay, roll call, please.
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeremoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, council, your preference, we can go ahead and take a half-hour lunch break now, or we could try to get through the police department report.
PD first.
What's that? Eat first?
I'm in favor of a break.
Okay. All right. We're going to take one break. We'll come back at 7 o'clock.
7:05.
That work? 7:05.
7:05, thank you.
7:05, half-hour lunch, dinner break. Jesus Christ. It is officially 7:05 by my watch. If we could get our seats back, that'd be great. It was fine. We have Councilmember Dramoff is out still.
I'm glad you're here. And you're here.
All right, we need a city manager, interim city manager Brandon back, and we need Alessandra.
Alessandra's in dog patrol.
Yeah, we'll just see if we can get him down. Thank you. Yep, there he is.
Now it's getting cold.
It is a bit nippy, isn't it? Give it a couple more minutes. Is that her?
Sorry, could you say that again?
What? There she is, all right. All righty. So we're going to now move on to item number 6, which is receive a report on the police building ad hoc committee report, and then provide direction to authorizing Indigo/Hammond plus Paley, architects to proceed with the schematic designs concept for the police building. So Jeff, do you want to just briefly say where we were?
Thank you. So yeah, I'm just going to give a brief introduction, really not much of an introduction past what's in the staff report. Dave and I have met a number of times over the course of the past months with the community and basically with the community to try to figure out, try to make a recommendation to the council on how to move forward, and where we have slightly different opinions, which is okay. And so tonight we're going to hear from the chief, who basically it's his project, and decide how to move forward.
Exactly, well done. Chief?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening I'll be presenting the police building project ad hoc report with a request from Council to provide direction on authorizing Indigo, Hammond, and Plale architects to proceed with the schematic design concepts for the police building project. We're going to start with a little bit of a background, not a lot, but a little. The background on this project began in 2017 and was shelved in 2020 due to the coronavirus pandemic. In December 2022, the police department ad hoc committee was developed to re-engage the police building project. In June 2023, Council awarded a professional services agreement with Indigo Architects for $300,000 to provide the following services. 1 was a condition assessment report. 2 was a space programming report. 3 were 2 design schematics. That's important to remember that number 2. And then 4 was a final report with cost estimates and schedules. In January 2024, the ad hoc committee presented the results of the conditions assessment and the police department programming effort and recommended the next steps to council, which was to proceed with the schematic designs. At this meeting, council elected to halt the project until more information could be provided to the public. So, during the past 6 months, the ad hoc has conducted multiple police building listening sessions. We've held 3 public tours of the police building to include Public Works, and had 1 public tour of the Salinas Police Department. At the June 6th meeting, the ad hoc and the community agreed that it is time for the council to decide our next steps. So at that June 6th listening session, the ad hoc was split in a recommended approach and is looking for council to make a decision on which approach to direct staff to proceed forward with. This only involves providing the schematic design concepts. That's all we're asking. Half the ad hoc recommended focusing on the existing building only. These are presented in the next slide, which are options 1 and 2. The other half of the ad hoc recommends option 3, which you will soon see. And that's preparing a schematic design concept at Vista Lobos in addition to either one or both of the options listed right here. So here are options that we're presenting council with and looking for some direction. One is rehabilitate and expand the existing building on site to accommodate the pragmatic functions of a contemporary police building. Option 2 is to demolish and rebuild the existing building, including the space used by Public Works, and rebuild a structure that can meet the needs of a contemporary police facility and accommodate the Public Works Department. And then 3 is explore the feasibility of building a police facility on a new site. Including this option would provide an additional cost analysis for comparison of the 3 options and help in the consideration of a final project. It's important to note that I mentioned that number 2, which we paid Indigo for 2 schematic designs. So if council decides on 3 schematic designs, all 3 options, we would need to budget an additional $50,000 for that schematic design. We only budgeted for 2 in our professional services agreement. So I leave you with the ad hoc is requesting direction from council on which of these options to proceed with. And I'll turn it over to the ad hoc.
Thank
the
you,
council.
Paul. Council, do you have any questions before I open it up to the public?
Yes. Would you clarify, I just want to make sure, we have paid for 2 schematic designs. That was budgeted originally.
Correct. In the professional services agreement of $300,000, that included 2 schematic designs. Correct.
Okay.
We have not done any of those.
That's right.
Okay.
So we have a choice of 1, 2, or 3, or 1, 3, or all 3, but if we did all 3, it would be an additional $50,000.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, just wanted to restate and ask that question for my clarification. Thank you.
Keep it under questions. Any questions, Paul? I don't see anybody. Open it up to the public. That's an opportunity for any public member of the public to speak on this item. 3-minute limitation on the testimony. If you'd state your name for the record, I'd appreciate it. Come right ahead.
You've heard of Harvard University, right, Jeff? You went there. Old building right down the street from MIT, another old building. Really high-tech laboratories, operating out of those old buildings. They didn't tear them down. They just made them awesome. We've got a police station. Let's give them everything they need to make it as awesome as possible. If they need additional space, then let's add an extra building on the Lobos lot. But no need to tear it down. It's probably historic anyway. But I bet you can fund it, since we've been talking about it for 12 years, and make it awesome. Whatever these guys need. If they want to tear it down, maybe do that. But I don't think they're pushing for that. But there can be repurposed areas of that police station that are underutilized to be regenerated for the purposes they need. Gut the whole thing and rebuild the inside. What do they need? But I don't think we need to tear it down. Do you? Would you want to tear down Harvard because it's old and dilapidated? I don't think you would. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Andy Carr. I'd like to ask a question before I make a statement. So the schematic designs, for which sites are they for? Is it for the existing police station? Is it if it takes down the existing police station? Or is it for Vista Lobos?
So Andy, why don't you go ahead and ask your questions, make your comments, then we'll take them all under submission when we get done with the public testimony.
Okay, so I want to know
Yep.
the answer to that.
Yep.
Okay. So I've been attending these meetings since January the 8th. And I stay for all the meetings, and I stay for a very long time. And I am annoyed that this council doesn't seem to be listening to the residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea. At most of these meetings, I don't hear people getting up and saying, oh, please, please, let's move the police station and build it somewhere else. I have heard most of the support to keep the station where it is and redo it, whether it means taking it down to the studs, whether it means just knocking out a few walls. I don't know what that means, but that's what I've heard. And since it's election time, a lot of you people are putting messages in the pine cone regarding that your platform is listening to the residents. So I don't see that. I want to see you listening to the residents. If this is what the residents want, this is who elected you, and this is what you're supposed to follow. And that is a major concern for me, that we are wasting time and money when you're not following the direction of the residents. And I sat at a meeting that was here in a round circle where a lot of residents were here, and they spoke about the police station. And at the end, Mayor Potter said, well, I'm going to take this back to the city council. And I said, oh, I don't think so. Let's take a vote here. Let's do something here, because I've seen when things are taken back to the city council, they don't exactly reflect what the audience of the meetings has said to you. So do you remember at that meeting, Mayor Potter, the consensus was that the residents wanted the police station to stay where it was, and they wanted it to either be rebuilt or taken down at that present location. So I don't want to waste any more time about it. I want to make sure that we move forward so that our police department gets a department that they can be proud of and that will adequately serve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Next speaker.
Hello, David O'Neill. I wanted to just approach this from a perspective of commercial construction again. You hear me talk about that. But one of the things is we have to look at location. If it's in a good location, that's one check mark. The other one is the building sound? Does it have a good foundation? That's the big part. Can it be modified to fulfill the needs of its current location? In all of these areas, this current location fits the needs. I have the wonderful privilege of volunteering with the police department, and I want them to have everything they need, and I know that we can do a great job of giving them everything they need by remodeling what we have here. I think it'll be great. I think they'll be very happy. And also another element is that when you displace an entire functioning unit and put them someplace else, that's a really hard thing to go through. And then to be put back, and in the meantime be, in an environment that's, tense or not tense, sorry. Trailers, thank you. But yeah, so I think it'll be much more convenient for them, and I think it'll be quicker, and it'll be a lot less expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Anybody in the building wishing to speak? Zoom world?
There's no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, bring it back. Let me just deal with Andy Carr's question here. Andy, you said that you didn't quite understand whether we were going to go ahead and do a rebuild or the rebuild or the demolish. That was why we came back here. We can't, what you have goes on in an ad hoc committee doesn't represent what's going to happen in real life. We can't make a decision in ad hoc. You've got to take it back to the council to go ahead and decide what we're going to do. The question before us is, are we going to go ahead and expand, do option 1, which is rehabilitate and expand, 2, demolish and rebuild, or 3, explore the feasibility of another site, a new site? I don't know. I mean, I'm still of the opinion that what was said at the meeting was the best. Ken White said it best. Ken White said, we don't build new buildings, we remodel. we go ahead, he talked about the Sunset Center, he talked about the City Hall, he talked about the library. We go ahead and remodel, I'd like to stay with that. That's where Jeff and I have a little bit of a rub. So, Jeff?
Yes, thank you. Unlike Mr. O'Neill, I don't feel like we know what the answer is and whether it will be easier to, excuse me, to rebuild. If we were to make the decision to keep it on the current site, I don't know whether it will be easier to rehabilitate and expand option one, or demolish and rebuild. What I do know, to David's anti-point, is that in both of those cases, we will need to move the police department out into temporary facility, probably on the Vista Lobos, seems like on the Vista Lobos site, and then move them back later. It seems not possible to me to rehabilitate and expand the current building on site and keep the police department resident in there at the same time. The reason that I think it's worth exploring the number three option, which is Vista Lobos, in addition to one or both of the current options, is that I think when we, I don't think that the amount of time it will take to run the three schematics parallel versus running two schematics parallel is any different. So I agree, we have been told that the cost is $50,000, and I'm willing to accept that as a as a possibility for a couple of reasons. One, the police station requirements that we have, that were shown at the last PD ad hoc meeting, include a number of requirements that I don't know whether they can be accommodated on the current site. I don't know. The big one is, the big one for me as I read the list is the notion of secured parking. It seems clear to me that rehabilitate and expand the current building on site will mean that we will not be able to accommodate the secured parking requirements of modern police stations. Like I don't see offhand, where that's going to go. The current parking, the current 3 or 4 or 5 parking spots, there's no way to accommodate secured parking there. It's possible that we could accommodate secured parking underneath, where Public Works is, but it seems like that would be a problem for Public Works, and then we've opened up that whole can of worms. So the parking requirements cause me to be really hesitant about option number one. The other point that I think is worth thinking about is that even if the chances of moving the site up to the Vista Lobos site, so even and this project will uncover the environmental documents that we need to produce, the zoning documents that we need to produce, what the procedure is, and we can decide not to do that, and that would be okay. But I think that looking at a completely different second project often informs the first project. And I think that when you build a house, sometimes it's worth it to start with 2 different houses, and not so that we're not going to build 2 houses, but to understand what the restrictions are on the sites, how the different sites act with respect to the 2 building, with the one set of functional requirements, whether one is easier, whether the traffic, for example, whether the parking is easier on one site than another to make a significant difference, what's going to happen with, we have the additional problem of what's going to happen with Public Works. And I think that this exploration, to happen concurrently is worth doing. Like that's my belief. And it doesn't mean that we are wedded to building it on Vista Lobos, but I think that doing that exploration would inform what we do. Again, I think Dave and I are both in agreement that doing something, I think we both hope that doing something, that we will come to a decision at this meeting to move forward, with hopefully with at least two of the options, if not all 3 of the options. And I think after this meeting, I'll be okay, as long as we sort of get to the point of moving forward. that will be completely fine. Like I don't have any personal interest in option 1 or 2 or 3, but I think that exploration at this point is the best way to determine, really flesh out what our requirements are, what we can live with, what we can live without, and how to move forward.
So if I could just go back again, not to get in an argument, but so one of the things that is important is that there seems to be a lot of angst about the development on the site, of the Vista Lobos site. Why do we want to go ahead and stir the community up, rile them up on that topic? Why don't we just go ahead and see if we can remodel the existing facility to accommodate? I've got a set of plans that the citizen put together for me that actually shows a way to go ahead and make it happen. It's an interesting concept. I'd like to flesh that out if we could.
Just number 1 and not 1 and 2?
Well, we could go ahead and put 1 and 2 in there if you want. But I don't think it's worth going ahead and riling up the community over the Vista Lobos site.
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. And here we just voted yesterday to take the city-owned sites off of the housing element, and I feel that there's those same concerns with the Vista Lobos site, and it would impact that neighborhood. And I would prefer for us to leave the city-owned sites alone and not develop on them. I support option number 1, rehabilitate and expand the existing building at the current site, and we can always explore if they need more space doing the area over the Public Works parking garage where the plaza is. As Ken White has stated many times, in Carmel, we have a history of fixing our historic buildings, whether it's the fire station or the Sunset Center. We don't tear them down, and I certainly think that we could rehabilitate and really fix this one up and give the officers what they need so they can have a first-class facility.
Okay. I think we would be penny-wise, pound-foolish to not do at least 2 of these. I have visited the police department enough that I don't believe it can be rehabilitated to meet the needs for the next 50 to 70 years. I just don't. And I think it's unconscionable to think that we could do this and keep our police department employees on site while they're doing that. I have lived in a construction project in the past, and it is not fun. It is dusty, it is dirty, it is not fun to live within that. And I just think our employees deserve a safe place to work, and I don't think being in the middle of a construction project provides them the safety. I think there is merit in looking at the other site. And while, yes, we gave the AHA group the opportunity to move ahead with possibly removing the sites, they are not removed at this point. So Vista Lobos is still a possibility for housing, and it should be still a possibility for a police facility if that is the best site for a police facility. When the ad hoc committee came in January, I made a mistake speaking out about, did you have anyone from the public on that ad hoc committee? I didn't understand. The ad hoc committee did the work they were supposed to do, and they were just coming for an informational. They had in the contract, the ability to do 2 schematics. They could have just done that. So I think we would be very foolish to just confine ourselves to number 1 when we've already paid for 2 schematics, and that we really need to have a facility that will last. It is embarrassing to know that some people have had to be interviewed out in front of the police station in a car after a traumatic event. That is embarrassing. That is not okay. And our policemen have, I'm sure, not enjoyed working under those circumstances where they would have to do that.
Men and women.
Yes, MIT, yes, Harvard. They're beautiful buildings. They were built, I think, a little differently with the materials they used. And this idea that we can make a silk purse out of this stinky pig is just not possible, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I think I voted on this probably more than anybody, I'm sure, and I'm going to appreciate what the ad hoc committee did. You guys, we tasked you with coming up with some different ideas to come back with some suggestions. And I kept an open mind with those suggestions, and I'm still going to go back to where I was 8 years ago, and that is option number 1, to rehabilitate that building. And I think, Paul, we've talked a lot about moving that EMC area, getting that mobile. So if we have a mobile EMC unit, then that frees up all kinds of real estate within that building. If we lose the shooting range, we free up a bunch more real estate. If we move the parking to Public Works and rearrange that, where we move the sand pits or whatever we have to do in Public Works, then we can have a secure parking area. If we put a lid or a ceiling and a second story above the current parking lot, we could gain more real estate. If we put a building in front of the building where there's already a pad poured, it's already ready to go, we could gain more real estate. So I think that we don't have to build a new building unless we want to finish off the one that's already been sort of started in the very front to the right. And we have to fix up the Public Works area so that that becomes a good, secured area for our police cars and bikes and whatever else electrical things that we need to get going in there. And I really like the idea of a mobile EMC unit. I think that would really benefit the city, and it would give us a lot more room in that building. So I'm really stuck on number 1. I have been for the past 9 years, and I hope that that's what we move forward with. But I do appreciate what the ad hoc committee did. They did what we asked them to do. It's find different alternatives, and I still think number 1's the best.
I would like to bring up, we've already paid for 2 schematics. Why not take the opportunity to compare 2 things to find out the real story? We've already paid for it.
I think for quickness, so that we can get this thing going and get it off the ground.
Well, maybe we should ask a timeline for the 2.
That's where I stand. I would like to see us go with number 1. I would like to see us look at the EMC mobile. I would like to see us lose the armory. I would like to see us possibly build that building in front and possibly enclose the current parking lot if we need extra office space.
And what do we do about Public Works, and where do we park the EMC?
The what?
The new
That would be within the EMC, within the Public Works area. I think there's a lot of, I don't want to say wasted space, but space that's used inefficiently in that Public Works area.
There's a lot of vehicles there.
Well, the question before us is very simple. Do we want to go with option 1 or 2 or 2 and 3? I say we go with 1. Option 1.
I'm with you, Mr. Mayor.
I second that.
Yeah. Any other discussion?
I want to be able to vote for this. I cannot vote for just 1. When we've paid for 2 and we need to see which is better, we need to ask Indigo and we need to ask our police department, once they've seen the schematics on what it would take to rehabilitate and expand or demolish and rebuild, then we will make an informed decision.
Yeah, I agree with Karen. I don't, even willing to accept keeping the police station where it is. My fear is that we're going to go down the road of option 1, and we're going to get a number, to accommodate a reduced set of functionality, like you're talking about, and the number is going to be $15 million, and we won't have the other number of the other project to compare it to. So all we will have is one number sort of sitting out in space, $15 million, 6 months from now or 4 months from now, however much it is. And we won't know, that first project will probably require the police department to be moved to Vista Lobos temporarily anyway. And we won't know 4 or 6 months from now whether that is the best thing that we could have done with our $15 million. Like maybe the cost of number 2 is going to be $15 million as well, but we won't know. We won't have an understanding of what of what we are getting and how what we are getting for our $15 million compares to what we could have gotten had we gone down the road of doing number 2. Same space, same time commitment. We have been told, I believe, that we can do the 2 options at the same time. So it's the same 4 months, to your point of moving the project along. 4 months from now, we will turn up with 2 options rather than 1 option. And we will have, as a council, a better idea of what's possible for this money. And I agreed, it's entirely possible that option 1 will be better. But how will we know? Like, how will we make the best decision that we can make 4 or 5 or 6 months from now if we don't have a comparable? Like, I don't see, the professional services agreement that we have signed with Indigo accounts for this already. They have told us that, that they can do this. And I don't understand why we wouldn't be better informed and make that decision.
Will it cost us $1 more to have this?
No.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the contract that we have, says we get 2 schematics out of it. Like, that's what the contract says.
We haven't paid for that yet.
Well, I guess we could renegotiate. We could go back and renegotiate the contract, which will take, some time, and renegotiate the contract down to $250,000. Yes, we could do that.
I understand what you're saying, Jeff, and I just, because I've been so involved with this for so many years, I just think number 1 is the option to go with. I'm sorry.
And we need to be cost effective too. I mean, we cannot get ourselves into some $30, $40 million project that we haven't even once discussed how we're even going to be paying for it. And we keep talking about finding new sources of revenue for all the other spending in the budget. I think it would be fiscally irresponsible to start getting a extravagant option here.
I know, but there's no understanding at this point that option 1 is any less expensive than option 2. There's no understanding of anything with regards to cost, because as we all think we know, the cost of renovating a facility and adding to a facility can be the same amount as increasing this, as tearing it down and building another one. So we don't know. And to your point, part of the recommendation back in January was, while this renovation work is going on, while this exploration work is going on with respect to the schematic designs of the project, staff was going to come back, staff was at the same time going to come back with a way that we are going to pay for it. So, the project's going to cost money, and we will have 1 or more options on how to pay for it. But.
Well, then I will say one more thing. As I have lived through a remodel, you always discover things you didn't know that turn out to be extremely expensive to patch and fix. And we have patched and fixed this existing police station beyond its reasonable life. When we hear stories that electric boxes have had to be moved out from the wall so water can go down behind them, that should be a clue that we have patched and fixed beyond what we should be doing. I'm very concerned with our staff and their safety.
Well,
and
I mean,
think
Karen, of course, everybody is.
I want 2 options explored, if possible, because we have already paid for it. It can be done parallel, and then we will know more, and we will have a definitive choice to make at that point based on more reality. Right now, we have, conjecture that it's easier to do this than it is to do that.
I mean, I don't want to argue for my point. It's just how I feel, and I'm probably one of the only people, I think, that really likes the building. I think it's a neat building. It reminds me of 1970s Brady Bunch. I think it's I like the building, and so, and I think other people must like it because it was in the TV shows, right? It's featured in the TV shows. I think it's a cool old building that's worth renovating. I hope maybe we can get some money back from this schematic.
So bringing this to a close, and I'm the only one here who actually does build things still. I've remodeled things endlessly. I still do it for the living. And I think that there's a possibility that this building can be renovated to the point where option one is the best way to go. I'd go with option one. I think I made a motion a while ago. I think I got a second on it tonight.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Councilmember Barron?
No.
Councilmember Jermoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right. No. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up, thumbs down, no applause. Okay, let's move on then to we got to go ahead and read the presentation on the exploration of street addresses to be discussed and provide direction to staff.
Yes. Yes, this is an ad hoc report, and Emily Gary is going to give our presentation, and then we will have discussion following that. Thank you, Emily. Emily has done a fantastic job of researching this over many months. I will mention before we get going that this has been on the docket since like 1921, 22, and a lot has happened during that time, but Emily has done an excellent job of research.
Emily, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Emily Garay. I'm the Administrative Analyst for the Administration Department. A little bit over 2 months, it's almost 2 years that this research has been going on into exploring street addresses.
Emily, I'm sorry, can you speak up into the microphone so people can hear? Thank you.
Okay, so at Council's, the presentation today will cover the critical questions identified by staff and the ad hoc throughout the exploration of street addresses. At Council's direction, staff has diligently pursued further research into the process and requirements of implementing a street address system. Since its formation in November 2023, the ad hoc has aligned its focus and research on addressing key questions posed by council members and the community regarding street addresses. The exploration is in its second year. Taking it step by step has been important to staff to not rush this topic, to make sure we hear the community, to make sure we take questions, to make sure that we research every element as thoroughly as we can. So the central questions that have been at the center of research for staff and the ad hoc has been, will street address implementation trigger at-home mail delivery? Can a hybrid system be implemented? Can the city definitively say that the downtown post office will never close? Does the California Fire Code compliance require the city to have street addresses? And 5, how does street address implementation enhance public safety for the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea? So to question 1, will street address implementation trigger at-home mail delivery? No. Street address implementation in itself will not compel mail delivery in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. And we reached this answer through communications and correspondence directly with the U.S. Postal Service. Councilmember Ferlito wrote to the U.S. Post Office on behalf of the ad hoc, asking these very specific questions, again, that were central to the research. Those questions included, will the local post office be required to close, and/or will the city's mail delivery system change? Second question is the USPS the deciding authority for street address implementation, incorporation into the street address management systems that are used for government address verification purposes? So those have been the issues that people have brought up when they call and there's somebody on the line and they need their address for whether it's set up utilities, for financial loans, what have you. And when they say our directional or geographic addresses, they don't pop up on the other side. So this question is whether the USPS has the highest authority for assigning addresses and being able to find those addresses. 3 is if the city develops and implements a street address system approved by the USPS, will USPS be the authority that relays that new address system for GPS findability? And here, just for demonstration, just so everybody can be familiar with it, this is the letter that Councilmember Ferlito wrote to the U.S. Post Office, and it is available in the online agenda. So the reply from the USPS Address Systems Manager assigned to District 3, which is the California District 3 that we belong to, Their answers were the local post office will not close, mail delivery system will remain as is. So the second question was, yes, USPS is the authority for street address systems. Other entities and mailers use our mailing products to determine valid addresses. 3, the USPS does not relay the new address for GPS findability, as we do not have any products with that data linked. But we are the authority for street address verification. Question 2, can a hybrid system be implemented? Yes, a hybrid system can be implemented. And part of staff's research and the ad hoc's research came to that conclusion from research that has been presented previously by staff in depth in November of last year. And to go briefly over it, this answer really was found through researching the USPS's own postal operations manual, reading through it, figuring out how they set up address systems and what the steps that are needed to implement or for a city to even ask to have addresses assigned to them. So the USPS has different modes of delivery, and this can be a combination of methods, and it's considered to provide regular and effective service to all residential and business sections of a community. So the preferred method for USPS, in their own words, for their policy manual, is centralized delivery. So that means, what you used to see where there was mailboxes at the end of a driveway by the sidewalk, those are not available anymore to any new delivery systems, and unless it's a very rare exception, and that's a quote from their manual, it's not going to happen. So the USPS will keep existing delivery infrastructure of centralized delivery in the city and continue delivering to PO boxes. So the current system is a central delivery system, and it has existing infrastructure that would require really no changes for the USPS. A little bit more information into the research that has gone into this. Staff reached out to the USPS address systems manager for California District 3, and they provided us with approved city addressing guidelines. So the guidelines that the city would have to follow in developing a street address system. And very briefly, the address conventions using the building number and street name format, that's what they call it. And that includes a primary address number, which means a numeric or alphanumeric part of an address that precedes a street name. The logical grammatical order of address elements is street number, pre-directional, primary street name, suffix, post, directional, and secondary number, if any. So an example of that very simply would be 100 West Main Street, Southeast, apartment 201. Part of those guidelines is also to avoid non-specific addresses, such as corner location addresses. An incorrect example of that would be Pico and 33rd, and a correct example would be 123 Pico Boulevard with a number in front of the street name. And these guidelines are also available on the online agenda. Question 3 is, can the city definitively say that the downtown post office will never close? No. The city cannot definitively state or guarantee that the downtown post office will never close. I don't think that has not been a guarantee that could be made. The federal post office operates, on their own volition. So the city has no control over that building. Does the California Fire Code compliance require the city to have street addresses? Yes. In order to be in compliance under the California Fire Code, the city shall have street addresses and street address numbers with visible house numbers and building numbers visible from the street. So the research that has gone into this has been through multi-departments meeting, including Chief Miller, Chief Tomasi, the Director of Planning and Building, and Building Inspector Lori, as well as staff from administration. So that research has concluded that a city, in its adoption of the California Fire Code into its building code, may amend the fire code regulations, but those amendments may only establish more restrictive building standards, including but not limited to green building standards reasonably necessary because of local climatic, geological, or topographical conditions. Question 5, how does street address implementation enhance public safety for the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea? A street address system could enhance emergency response personnel's ability to render aid as soon as possible. The California Fire Code and Building Code adopted by the city are codes that set foundational safety standards for communities. The Director of Public Safety, and also Chief Tomasi, dual title, has outlined that emergency responses and dispatch, so Monterey Fire, CAL FIRE, American Medical Response, which we know more as AMR, the private ambulance contractors, and Monterey County Office of Emergency Services. So those calls for those emergency services are dispatched through Monterey County dispatchers, not through our dispatch system. The current directional addresses and emergency response. So Monterey Fire Department puts a lot of time and energy into training. So through volume and regularity of call responses, Monterey Fire has a pretty good handle and recognition of the city's descriptive addresses. So when Monterey Fire Department responds to calls in the city, they have a pretty good idea of how to find folks. But other emergency response agencies, now this is how I mentioned before, AMR, CAL FIRE, Monterey County Office of Emergency Services, they respond to calls in the city less frequently. So these agencies do not have a full grasp of the city's addressing system due to intermittent dispatching in response to calls. The familiarity is just not the same as from our own department. AMR, American Medical Response Ambulances, respond to about 15 to 20% of medical emergencies in the city. A known possibility of delay or slow response by medical and ambulance personnel is a hindrance to public safety. For quick numbers, the city has about 700 to 750 calls that an ambulance is dispatched for. So that would be 15 to 20% of those calls are responded to by AMR. Emergency notification systems and Monterey County. So these systems are address-based, and alerts in the city, in our city currently, can only be sent to the zip code, to the entire population. Other cities have the ability to use neighborhood-specific alerts through their addresses. Current system creates challenges to zoning in on area-specific emergencies or alerts, such as missing adult alerts in the city. So that will just go out to the entire 93921 zip code instead of trying to hone in, is it at Scenic? Is it over by Forest Hill Park? It just goes out to everybody. So this is where we reach the point of the extent of accepted inconveniences in the city. So we've all heard lost packages, trouble setting up utilities, acquiring loans, financial verification, and to a certain extent has been accepted inconvenience among the city, and we've heard that. We've heard residents say that. And we've also heard and received emails and calls from residents where inconveniences have risen, and inconveniences may rise to a public health and safety issue. And that happens when they fall in the realm of prescribed medication delivery or delivery of essential medical equipment, get sent to the wrong house. We have had emails and calls about insulin or medication that is refrigerated or medical equipment, and it goes to the wrong house. They can't find it, or it's not located and it's reordered. So this is where we reach the ad hoc committee's recommendation. The ad hoc's recommendation is to move forward with the assignment of street addresses in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea, to create an implementation plan and return to City Council no later than September 2024. So at this point, staff is asking for consideration of the ad hoc's recommendation and direction to staff to be in the form of a red light, green light. So move forward with street addresses, system implementation, create an implementation plan, create a community engagement plan, and return to council with updates at a future meeting. Or option 2 is to conclude its research and maintain the status quo of not having a standard street addressing system in the city. And staff will answer any questions that has been covered through the research to this point.
Are there any questions, Emily, now by council members?
Thank you, Emily. I have a few questions of our staff. Chief Miller, would you speak to the issue of the requirements of the California Fire Code bylaw?
Certainly, Mayor, members of council. California Fire Code states that buildings, homes, and businesses shall have addresses that are identified in a certain specification. And I think the city attorney has also looked into that to conclude that that is correct. It's also the Uniform Building Code as well. We don't really have a choice when it's shall, even though that's the way the city's been operating all this time. But as a fire chief, if you're asking my opinion, we should enforce the fire code and we should enforce the building code. But it's up to this body to make that decision.
And would that help your employees, the first responders?
I believe I've been a professional firefighter for over 37 years and a lot of experience in emergency response, that the question is it more advantageous to have building numbers identified? Yes, absolutely. It's the system we use now, can we do it? Yes, we can do it. Are the response times in Carmel exceptional? Yes, they are. They're exceptional today. Could they be better? They could be a little bit better.
Thank you very much. And Chief Tomasi, are you still here?
Yes.
Chief Tomasi, would you please, for like the 10th time, explain to us about the dispatch system a little bit so that people have a greater understanding that not everything is dispatched from up at the police station?
Sure. We are a 911 dispatch center. So if you call 911 in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea, your call goes to our dispatch. If you have an emergency, it's going to our dispatch. If it's a police emergency, we can dispatch immediately police officers to that emergency. If it's a medical or fire emergency, we take the initial information and we transfer the call to Monterey County Dispatch, who asks the same information of the caller and tries to determine where they live. The reason we take that initial call is to try to determine where the person lives so we can tell Monterey County Dispatch. So if you have a medical emergency or a fire and you need that service, you're essentially calling 911 twice, which slows a response.
So if we implemented addresses, those addresses would go to the dispatch center and they would directly be able to find that address.
It would be much quicker with the process we have. We would have an address that we could immediately give Monterey County and they would immediately be able to dispatch personnel to that call.
Thank you.
It speeds up, yes.
And City Attorney Pierrick, would you please give us the information about what we can and cannot do as far as amending the code?
Well, let me first say I agree with the fire chief that the California Fire Code does require addresses. That's in section 505.1, which is quoted in the agenda packet in the staff report. There are amendments that are allowed to the fire code, but under the health and safety code, those amendments may only establish more restrictive standards. And a description of a parcel location relative to the nearest cross-street intersection that is in use today would likely be considered to be less restrictive than the fire code.
Thank you very much. At this time, unless any of you have questions, I think we could open it to the public.
Is there anybody any questions by any of the council members? Okay.
Make a comment that, Emily, that was a really great presentation. That was really thorough. So you and your ad hoc committee of one, good job.
Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. The members of the public. Yep, come on forward.
Hello. My name's Deanna Dickman.
Can you speak up, Deanna, into the microphone?
My name's Deanna Dickman. Hello. I was looking forward to coming up here and sharing a story or two, but on my way home, I watched a KSBW interview while I was walking home to have some dinner, and I have to say, I was very kind of offended by that interview. I was very biased about addresses in Carmel-by-the-Sea. I was upset by the comment that nobody's going to die if we don't have addresses. I was really upset by that because God help us if we hope nobody really does. But there are safety issues here, and I can share a story with you about myself and my wife, many of you know, Diana. She's on a medication, it's a biologic shot she has to get, and it has to be refrigerated. It has to be mailed, and if she can't get it mailed, she has to go to the infusion center and sit with all the cancer patients at CHOMP to get it every 30 days so she can breathe. Well, we can't have it mailed because when we have things mailed, like when I was on a medication that was refrigerated, it was tossed over a fence a block away and left there, and the person only comes once a month, and it was destroyed. And I had to, in the future, have medications mailed to my parents' house in Salinas so they could stick it in the refrigerator and we could get it. And then we changed to the post office address, you and the address where you can sign a paper and use that address. And that doesn't work either, because if they come in on a Friday, it sits there till a Monday, and the refrigeration only lasts about 24 hours. So there's more safety issues than just fire or an ambulance, which is important, very important. There's actually issues about getting the things you need. Besides, I can't, not be able to get credit cards, hard to get a real ID. Those are inconveniences and they're annoying. But this is, a life and death situation in my life and my family. And I want a street address that people can find it on GPS and get there. And my wife can get the medication she needs and make it easy for her. And the other thing is, times have changed. I decided to do some reconnaissance. And I talked to the UPS driver that drives around our route, because you get the same one most of the time. And I talked to FedEx, and I went to 2 different Amazon trucks and talked to them. This was in the last 3 months. The UPS driver says they're down by 1/3 of packages because Amazon's taken over, as you see the gray trucks with a swoop. And then FedEx said the same. And I asked the Amazon drivers, are you like UPS, where you make a career out of it and you learn the route? Because UPS and FedEx said it takes a year to a year and a half to learn the houses here to properly deliver. They said, no, we basically come and go. Amazon's not a career. We drive for a couple weeks and someone else comes. He says that's why packages don't get to the right place. And it's all about speed. It's not really about accuracy, because we regularly get packages at our house that are for people that aren't even on our street or blocks and blocks away. So it's getting worse because Amazon's getting bigger and they don't have the same schematics as UPS and support. And I really, really think it's time. It's time for us to do the right thing, but it's also the law, and we need to do it because the liability is huge on the city, and I hate to see that. But I do thank you for everything you guys do.
Thank you, Deanna. Next speaker.
Andy Carr. So first of all, I have a question. So have we been out of compliance all these years?
Yes.
Okay, and it's just continued on. So there's been no ramifications from being out of compliance?
I'm not engaging in question and answer.
Okay. Carmel-by-the-Sea is known all over the world. It's posted everywhere. Cute, quaint little town with no postal addresses. At the houses, that they go to the post office, get their mail, very social, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I understand, like the gal before me who has medical issues, but for the most part, the people who live here enjoy the way the town is set up now, and I think this is a very big issue that needs to be decided by the community and not by the city council, if it comes to a vote for that. I would hate to see that the character of this town, what it's known for, would change.
Thank you, Andy. Next speaker.
I'm Susan Bier. I live on Crespi Avenue, somewhere. And you all heard probably nearly all my reasons, and they're the same as everybody else, that I really believe it's important that we get street addresses. We live in a connected world. The internet is what connects us, and it's a different environment than it was even 10 or 20 years ago. I'm not trying to make online shopping easier. I personally am happy to go to the post office, and I was really pleased to read that addresses won't endanger our local post office. But life's too short to have to spend hours trying to set up utilities accounts, dealing with government paperwork requirements for physical addresses, or being unable to schedule appliance and other repairs because our address isn't recognized. I have another example of a medical issue that arose because the people who were supposed to deliver the oxygen when he got home from the hospital had no idea how to find us. After many calls, I said, look, I'll be in the street. I will wave you down. And I've had to do that other times, but that's the one that really sticks in my mind because it was so important. And recently I learned of another impact of our address system. A local Pilates instructor had ordered new equipment for her studio. And of course the shipping was a fairly substantial amount, but $200 was added to the shipping cost simply because she didn't have an address they recognized. I doubt she's the only person in town who's had that kind of penalty imposed on their activities. And this is going to sound really snarky, but I think people who oppose instituting an address system don't realize how inconsiderate they are to everyone else. Everyone I've met who opposes street addresses has lived here since before we relied on the internet. They haven't suffered the loss of valuable time and the inconvenience the rest of us have. And frankly, I wonder why an address like 7 south of 10th is more charming than a number like 17. I'm confident our village will remain charming even if we shorten our addresses.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, City Council and staff, for all of what you do for all of us. On behalf of the CRA Board, I am just calling to your attention that we believe that this is not a priority right now, given other items such as housing element, police station that we just spoke to, and others. So we advise that this be postponed to a later time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Betty Koulis. I live on the north end of Monteverde Street. When I heard that there was going to be discussion tonight at the council meeting about house numbers, my first reaction was, I have nothing left to say. I have given you so many examples from my own personal experience why I believe having a house number is important from a safety measure and would make our homes much more findable in an emergency, to first responders, to guests, and for deliveries. But last night, my husband and I watched the local news, and KSBW did a fairly significant segment on tonight's meeting and the whole issue of house numbers. And it was so biased and so misleading that I really felt that I had to say something tonight, because this is what the people in our town listened to last night, and it is totally inaccurate. First of all, KSBW interviewed several Carmel residents seeking their opinions concerning house numbers. The only ones that were presented on TV were the people who did not want house numbers. There was absolutely no comment from anyone who supported and advocated for house numbers. They even included our mayor, Mr. Potter, who emphatically said, we don't need house numbers in Carmel. We are fine the way we are. We need to put this issue to bed. Number two, KSBW focused on issues of mail delivery, cluttering our streets with mailboxes, shutting down our iconic post office, and locals losing their place to meet their best friends. This is totally misleading and perpetuates the myth that having a house number means that we have to have mail delivery, ugly mailboxes, and closing the post office. And I really commend the ad hoc committee they put together all the facts. And I get a sense that no one wants to be confused by the facts here. I have spoken at most of the meetings that address house numbers over the past few years, and not once has anyone who advocates for house numbers said that they cared about home mail delivery. And that is the issue that gets the residents the most upset. It is the very essence of why so many of the locals are against what we are doing, because they think they're going to lose their post office and not be able to go there anymore. Third, KSBW said that they had spoken with fire and police authorities in town, and that they felt that they were trained to find us. I have had 2 personal incidents in the last 2 years where fire and police came to my house by mistake. Both times, the young men were very nice, and they admitted that they had counted from the corner and were in fact at the wrong house. On the newscast last night, Mr. Potter said, we have our own ambulance and 2 to 3 minute response times. No one is going to die because of our ambulance. Well, you guys might be able to respond to a house in 3 minutes, but what if it isn't the right house? That is one of my biggest concerns. In my past life in Connecticut, I was a senior executive for one of the largest insurance companies in the country, but I was also a volunteer EMT on our local town ambulance service. I did a 5 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift one night a week, and our town required house numbers. I can still recall the terror that we felt when we got a 2 a.m. call that there was a 4-year-old unresponsive or a 50-year-old male with CPR in progress.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
We couldn't find the house. I have one more sentence.
Yes, you do. That's it.
The last thing I want is to be waiting here for help while the responders are outside counting house numbers and trying to decide which direction the house on the corner faces.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Alice Corey, and I am the great-granddaughter of Charles Sumner Green. Our family moved here in 1916 from Pasadena, and the reason the Greens left Pasadena was because it was very snobbish and the people were very uptight, and they moved to Carmel. He was a very famous architect, and he loved Carmel because of the quaintness, because of all the artists, because of the freedom. The kids were known as the Wild Greens. Betty Green had a stable. Everybody knew Betty Green's stable. Everybody's rode horses at Betty Green's stable. I just feel that this city is quaint and has been part of everybody's history for so long, and she has functioned as a unit, a togetherness. Charles, as he got older, started wandering. They had a house on Lincoln. It's still there. He would start wandering the streets. Oh, Mr. Green, we know where you live, and they would take him home. Isn't that the whole point of what Carmel is? The police know where everybody is. The fire can get to them. We're a very small community with so many streets. Let's keep it that way, and let's keep the sweetness of this little town, because people know Carmel for a reason, and we come here for a reason. And I would hate to see everything that our founding fathers, I mean, they moved here in 1916, fought for to keep this, a community of artists. And I just feel that putting addresses will just make us another town along the coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Connie Irish Hess. I live on Torres Street, and I've been a full-time resident of Carmel for 30 years. Addresses are more than just numbers on a street. They are vital for our safety and the efficiency of essential services. Imagine in an emergency if our first responders had difficulty finding the right location. Every second counts, and a clear, well-structured address system ensures that police, fire, and medical services can reach those in need without delay. Proper addresses save lives and comply with the California fire and building codes. Our daily lives depend on reliable deliveries, whether it's groceries or packages that contain prescriptions that need refrigeration. Accurate addresses guarantee that goods arrive promptly and at the right place. I have had countless conversations with online vendors trying to convince them that the address won't verify in their system, but it is correct. And countless packages have been delivered to random houses nearby. It turns out that addresses exist for a reason. Several years ago, I received a 2-page list of directions on proper ways to address packages in Carmel. This list is still on the Carmel Residents Association Voice website, dated October 2022. It shouldn't take 2 pages of instructions to figure out how to tell someone your address. In the past, I have had trouble getting my car license plates when I purchased a new car. I have been denied a Kohl's credit card specifically because I didn't have a proper address. And sometimes my trips to the airport have been delayed when a driver who was to pick me up couldn't find me. There have been some comments that addresses will change the character of our town. In the past, our community leaders have made thoughtful decisions that balance progress with preserving our town's character. The introduction of electricity and water delivery systems was done in a way that complemented our existing infrastructure and community layout. If past generations had not pursued these updates due to a concern about changing the character of Carmel, I'm not sure where we would be today. In conclusion, By supporting a standardized and clear address system, we prioritize our safety and comply with the California Fire and Building Codes. Let's work together to make sure every address in our town is precise and easily identifiable. It may save a life. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Next speaker.
Mayor, Council, I'm Carolyn Hardy. First, I want to say that I think staff's done an excellent job of doing the exploration and research to get us to this point. And to me, this proposal sounds like a real win-win for the community, because we can have our cake and eat it too. We can have numbered addresses, we can keep our chosen names for our houses, and we can still pick up our mail at the post office and run into old acquaintances. The added benefit is the city would now come into compliance with the California Fire Code on address identification and would be addressing the public safety issues involved. Perhaps Chief Miller or Chief Tomasi might expound on the response times, and wondering if the effect on response times changes with numbered addresses, or they might expand on what some of the other staff has presented tonight. I think it's time that people that have opposed the idea for so long understand that it's a much more complex world. And the old system and the old way of doing things has become a real problem for many of our fellow neighbors. Recently, I've been avoiding the use of the local post office for most deliveries because I have the luxury of using other addresses outside of Carmel, but many don't have that convenience. I have, however, had issues with postal service delivering mail to my box, such as getting my vote by mail ballot after an election, and getting a Christmas invitation in January that was mailed in November. But I digress here. The other incident I've had is PG&E closed my account, and luckily they didn't shut off my electricity and gas. I found a couple weeks after it was done, PG&E in my neighborhood looking at the remodel house across the street wanting to reconnect service, and that's when I found out mine had been discontinued, and I had to reestablish my account. And it is because PG&E didn't have anything but a location address according to their system, and they got it wrong. So I think we elected you to do the heavy lifting. It's time to compromise and give up selfish reasons for not wanting numbered addresses just because it's quaint and unique. It's time to support our neighbors who do need numbered addresses for a variety of very good and valid reasons. And I fully support coming into the 20th century with the proposal, specifically for the public safety aspects. And I'm also against bringing back horse and buggy carriages.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Council, staff, Carol Hall. This is like a bad penny to me. It just keeps coming back at us like paid parking does. It might not surprise you that I would be for the status quo, Carmel preservation, of course. And I know that there are problems. I admit there are problems. I wouldn't mind having a number out there assigned to my house, but I don't want a number on my house, and I don't know how that works. But that's another option. And I'm sure there's a grid somewhere that defines each house and could have numbers assigned to each house out there in the iCloud somewhere. But this is, this is like if you read Chuck Najarian's letter in the Pine Cone and the letters to the editor this last week. He said, bit by bit, we're losing the uniqueness and the charm of Carmel. This is one of those bits. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Hi, David O'Neill, and I just wanted to say that I come from a house divided, very much like this community, and we all have different reasons for the things that we care about here. I love the idea of a hybrid sort of situation where we can have the identification so that we can use it digitally or filling out forms and stuff like that, but not have to have it on the house. Something like that would be really nice. So I really do appreciate the work that staff has done. and hope that we can work in that direction. And I wanted to say that, you know, I really do care a lot about safety and the people who need medication and stuff, and I'm very concerned about liability. If we're out of compliance, you know, what does that do for our liability? But I want to dispel anybody's concern about the emergency services, because last year my husband had a heart attack. At the same time, my neighbor fell and broke her ankle. So we had like 2 ambulances at the same time dealing with all this stuff, and it worked out great. Thankfully, everybody's okay. But the response times are fantastic, so I don't think that that's something we need to worry about. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Yes, Harvey Billy, a resident for the last 35 years here in Carmel. And so there's some things that haven't really been discussed here, and I'd like to bring those to the pair. If we all of a sudden have addresses, where's UPS going to go? To the house? Are they going to, if you happen to be on vacation, is it going to sit out in front of your house? Things get stolen. Okay, that doesn't sound like a very good idea to me. And so what the ramifications are also, many post offices are being closed around the country, hundreds of them. And if you're not aware of that, small communities are especially affected because it's expensive for the postal service to maintain enough staff, et cetera. So here's a situation where why wouldn't they change the location of the post office to the larger post office that's just in Crossroads? So I think that you have to look at the bigger picture here, and I think that it's no real, their service is excellent, it's very safe, your mail is safe. Now, if this extends, if they decide to put post office boxes out there, which they can do once the addresses are there, guess what? There's a high level of theft that goes on. Many things are stolen from these. There's been a greater than 100% increase in the number of thefts out of existing post office boxes because people can alter checks, do various things. So this is a priority item for now. I can say that there's all these issues. I have a corporation, I deal with that, I deal with insurances, and deal with all kinds of things that all handle very, very well through the post office. I also use the internet, don't we all? And it works fine. So I would encourage you to just table this, forget about doing that, because I think you're going to bring on problems that are not addressed by this study at all. I see nothing. I see no information from the UPS about where they're going to make deliveries, because remember, they make deliveries all over here for non-residents that just have to be on the edge of Carmel. We are lucky to have the luxury of having safe storage for supplies. And in fact, many people here are gone and take a lot of vacations, or they work out in the community for a while. Everything is safely held at the post office. They go on vacation, their mail is saved there. The boxes, the things from UPS are there. The things from, we're very blessed. So why do we want to mess with it? I think you're absolutely stupid to go that direction and end up with the resulting problems. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Harvey.
Hi, I'm Joe DiNucci, resident for 4 years, owner for 41 years. I've been a solid no about house numbers since I first heard about the idea, and I had my reasons. Recently, I did a survey of 14 neighbors, including me. The response were 12 no, 2 yes, including my wife, so we were a house divided, mixed marriage. I'm pivoting for several reasons. I believe I had my own nightmare experience with a service provider that it took a day and a half to solve the problem, to get them to accept where I lived and what I was trying to get on record with. And I've been dealing with computers and selling them since 1972, so I know my way around that block. It is a hassle. I like what someone spoke about earlier, that even if it isn't a problem for you, not having street addresses, it is obviously a problem for some people. And so I don't believe that the quaintness of Carmel is dependent on whether or not we have numbers on our houses. I think the quaintness of Carmel is also compassion, it's camaraderie, it's citizenship, it's fellowship. All of us that are privileged to live here, to extend ourselves for each other. If the proposition is I have to have a mailbox on my house, I'm still an absolute no. Absolutely, positively no. I don't see any reason why putting a number on my house means I can't have exactly the same mail and package delivery options I have right now.
I don't see that that changes. So I'm now moving from the solid no to I think it's a good idea. I think it is 2024. That's not the reason to change it, but there are legitimate reasons to change it. And I think they outweigh the reasons to not change it. So I support the plan.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening there, Mayor Potter and members of the council. My name is Todd Muck. I've been a resident for 10 years. And I really like the hybrid approach that the ad hoc committee recommended. It's been untold hours that I've spent trying to get various utilities and services and things worked out so that we can get them delivered to our house or service provided at our house. As someone who works on a regular weekday work schedule, even though the post office is a little difficult to get packages, I still find it quaint and quirky, and I'm happy to go down and get my packages and get our mail, and even have to take off time when I find one of those yellow cards in the mailbox and I have to reschedule to come back during work hours to get my package. That's all good. There are other things that have been big community issues, the lack of, or the question about cell towers. And we have poor cell service in our area. I often am walking down the street trying to get a connection. It makes it very difficult to work from home. Very difficult just to have regular conversations on our cell phones at home. We cannot use our Wi-Fi enabled phone calls to our cell service because we don't have a street address. And that's an FCC requirement for those utility providers in order to allow us to make Wi-Fi enabled calls. And that simple addition of a street address, whether we have it on our wall in on our house or not, would allow us to make crystal clear calls from our house. And that would make my life so much easier just working from home and just day-to-day life. And that in itself would be enough for me, but really other things like the modern finance requirements now with 9/11 and the requirements for actual addresses for many businesses and banks and other financial institutions. I've had difficulty getting car loans. I've had to fib and use my in-laws' addresses and just all sorts of things working around those modern requirements. And I don't think this is the issue that we should die on our sword over the quaintness of Carmel. I love Carmel. I think it'll be quaint after we have street addresses, and whether we need to have them on our houses or not, I don't really care, but I think just having them for all the modern reasons that they're needed is important. So please, I support the recommendation of the ad hoc committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Good evening, Mayor Potter and council members. My name's Kimberly Cole. I want to encourage you to make a decision on this topic and to support the ad hoc committee's recommendation for a couple reasons, and I'll share some stories with you. I think we're all aware that you need a real ID now. I just want to share my experience in trying to obtain that document. I was able to go to the DMV. I brought my jury summons. I could bring my mortgage payment. I could bring my property tax bill. But because my husband had set up all the utility accounts in his name, which was really nice at the time, I don't have a utility bill in my name. And you need a couple different forms of identification to get a real ID. So I had to go multiple times to the DMV, resolve various issues, and take off work to try to resolve an issue that would have been simple enough with an address. In addition, as my husband mentioned, there's been multiple issues obtaining financing for car loans and different types of things that we really just shouldn't have to deal with. And then the third issue I want to share with you, we were a family of 4 during COVID. We had a child sent home from high school, a child sent home from university. My husband and I both were lucky enough to still have jobs. But when you try to have 4 family members try to do normal work and school activities at the same time, our internet system isn't even really able to handle one in our household sufficiently for the type of video meetings we need. And I realize COVID is over, but I want to share with you times have changed. Families need the ability to access the internet, and we can do that. We understand Carmel doesn't want additional cell towers, but we need additional access through the wire opportunities that we have. So I encourage you to support addresses. I don't really care if it's on my house. And I'm also okay to take off work. I regularly do take off work to go get my mail, to go down and get packages, but I'm just asking for some accommodations on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Muck.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Ole Petersen. I live Torres 4 southeast of 8. I wish I could say 48 Torres, because that would make it a lot easier for other people to find me, deliver my packages, and perhaps one day get the ambulance to me when I'm lying on the floor. I would like to age in my home in Carmel safely, and I don't feel that without house numbers we can do that. Leave the mail alone for this decision, that could be another issue, but aging safely in Carmel is so important. And staying in your home as long as you can is the vast preference of most people. All the stories that have been told here tonight, I can only repeat from my own experience. I call a plumber, I have to go out and wave him in. I call an Uber, a Lyft, or a taxi for that matter. I have to call on the cell phone and say, I'm over here on Torres and 8. I would recommend, and I commend you, Council Member Ferlito, for the great work you have done. I would recommend that the council adopts an address system with house numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Neil Cruz. First of all, I'd like to underline Nancy Toomey's remarks, which are obvious. We have got so much to do in this village. We are so far behind, and people keep coming to, oh, you need to change your address. You need to change this. You need to update that. Would you wait for the residents to please come forward and ask you to do those things? Why are you coming up with the suggestions? And then I am talking to more and more residents all the time that say, why are we at odds with our city government? Why are we always having to fight them? What we went through with the telecommunications business, okay? So there's something wrong here. This city is not being driven by the will of the residents. There's some other mess, there's some other drive going on here. A resident talked to me just today and said, Neil, I drove in and I saw this house on Carpenter, and she said, you know, you're losing it. That house doesn't belong in Carmel. There are 3 council people that showed today they are listening to the residents, and that was Bobby, Mayor Potter, and Alessandra Dramoff. And they said, well, we hear a clear message from the residents. We want to remodel the existing police department. And they said, that's what we're going to do. That's the kind of council we want. You know, I remember when we were working on Forge in the Forest with Dan Glosser, who sadly has passed. And Dan was talking to me about maybe we could put some stone paving in the dirt sidewalk alongside the street, Neil, where the redwood trees alongside 5th Avenue, and you know, because it's just a dirt walkway. And Jim Cullum, who was with Public Works, see, in those days, we were all friends. The guy who ran Public Works was our personal friend. The guy who ran the fire department was our personal friend. We were all friends. And so Jim Cullum comes over and he says, Dan, there's something you don't know about that little sidewalk there. He said, that's the last dirt sidewalk in the downtown area that has not been paved over. And Dan said, I am so glad you told me that, because that is the last thing I want to do. Well, you go there now and it's paved over. And it's one more knife in the heart of the spirit of Carmel. And we are losing this place day by day and week by week from people who want to modernize us, who want to take us to a new level, when we want to stay where we are. Thank you.
Yeah.
David Gomez. I'm a year-round resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea. Here's the voice of one resident. Please implement street addresses. I spent 4 days of my life in May trying to prove to 5 different insurance companies that I really have a house and it exists here in the city of Carmel, but it was just impossible for them to find it until I had to nudge them with all sorts of prompts. So please implement this very sensible suggestion. I'm strongly in favor of it. I'm a resident, and that's my will.
Thank you, sir.
Parker Logan. Carmel-by-the-Sea has survived 2 world wars without addresses and a global pandemic. It says right there on the wall, the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea is hereby determined to be primarily a residential city. A lot of mixed emotions about this. Why don't we leave it to the residents? I agree with this gentleman. Why do you guys keep bringing things to our attention that we should be doing? We're coming to you with what we want. So why don't you let us vote on it? We're the residents. How about that? It's not a bad idea.
It's the law.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? I don't know. Come on.
Mayor Potter, members of the City Council, my name is Mike Brown. I usually like to speak extemporaneously, but I thought I better have some notes, put together some notes. First, let me just share, I've spent years studying this issue and discovered many facts that show our numbering of our houses will lead to the loss of our postal service as we know it today. As we know it today. We met a number of years ago, and at the time I shared with you what I knew as far as who's running the whole show and everything. But along then came the pandemic, and with that, time was lost being able to meet with postal people. So I found I had to research this and look into it by phone. And it's a long trail to learn who does what, but in the end, it became really clear to me. Decisions are made out of San Jose and San Carmelo postal authorities as to what will happen. One can go to the post office public relations departments in LA, you can go to all kinds of different postal spokesmen, but in the end, it's Sacramento and it's San Jose that make the decision. It'll come down. One of the gentlemen I was speaking with, I remember he was sort of in a middle management position, and that's what I consider the Sacramento, San Jose area. These are middle management positions, making the decisions. If you go to, as I mentioned, if you recall, Martinez as the person to be speaking to, well, it got taken away from him, and he was out of San Luis Obispo, and it went to a lady down in Los Angeles that's handling what's going to happen here. Anyways, I was talking to this gentleman at San Jose office. He asked me, and I wrote it down, why would you want to change a very safe system? Well, I'm not sure we want to have to change a very safe system as we have today. But then, ironically enough, a few days later in the paper, I see these articles. Here's one. Pair skip bail after arrest in ID theft. Stealing people's mail from their homes. This guy got caught. Panetta has introduced a bill to help fight mail theft. And then even in the police log, I have to put on my glasses for this one. Carmel Valley, stolen mail found on Miramonte Road. Victims were 72 years old and 2 females, ages 57 and 32. Well, let me say, it's only going to be a matter of time before GPSs are at a technological stage far superior than using the postal service. I spoke with a gentleman who worked for a large digital company in the Midwest who said great strides are being made in his industry, along with lines on houses numbering and all other issues.
Mike, your time's up.
Oh, yes, that's the one I'm scared of, the red one. Once our houses are numbered and post office closed, there's no going back. There is enough on staff's plate right now. You put enough on their plate yesterday, now you're putting more things on their plate today.
Thank you.
God, yesterday's meeting added to an already too long list of priority items. Post office has survived over 100 years with excellent service. So this issue should be put at the bottom of a priority.
Thank you,
and
Mike.
let the future digital age, okay, I better stop. Okay, thank you for
Appreciate
your
it.
time.
Okay, is there anybody else in the room who wishes to speak before I go to the crowded Zoom world? Yeah, let's go to Zoom. Melanie. All right, we'll wait for Melanie to come up.
I can't resist.
I know.
How long is this going to go on? I mean, those of us who've been here quite a while keep seeing this issue pop up over and over again. And I have to agree with the mayor and with Mike and with Andy and a plethora of others who really don't think that this is a necessary thing for us to be worrying about when we have so many other issues on the agenda. Look at this agenda tonight. I mean, it's ridiculous with all of these, important items, and it seems like yesterday was equally as busy. And what is the point of all of this? Some of the things that these people have mentioned are not things that even the post office or addresses can totally deal with. First of all, and I don't mean to be selfish, but I have never had a problem with getting my insurance, getting the loan for my car, or having any problem with our address. And we've been here over 35 years. I commiserate with those people with medicine and those type of things. I have no answer for that. I really don't know. And I haven't heard a good answer tonight either. And as far as ambulance service, we have exceptional ambulance service. I have never seen anyone with a problem in our area of town. And I know some people who've been very, very sick on a repeated basis and have had to have ambulance service. And it's been extraordinary. I think sometimes we make an issue out of being exceptional as a community. And I would hate to see us starting to move in the direction which will inevitably happen, because the post office can send you a letter and say, everything's fine, we'll give it to you today. And 6 months later, they have the ability to turn around and say, excuse me, we're under a different program right now, and we see our budget escalating, and guess what, by the way, you're just a dinky little place, and you just move over to Vianona Marie. Well, that is what's going to happen eventually if we start moving down this road. And banked boxes are not appropriate for Carmel, but they can tell us that's what we have to have. So I think we ought to be very, very cautious. And there's something to be said for keeping tradition until we are absolutely forced to do something else. Thanks a million. I don't envy you this.
All right, we're going to go to the Zoom world.
Shirley Moon, go ahead.
Am I unmuted?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. There are many challenges to living in Carmel-by-the-Sea. Lack of square footage, lack of parking, lack of storage, lack of privacy, lack of fiber optics, and yet people are flocking here. They're highly motivated to live here. I hate seeing a death by paper cuts of what makes Carmel unique. And that's why people are wanting to be here. We're on a path to become every other city, and that makes me very sad. If that also makes me selfish, so be it. Our municipal code even talks about house numbering. The city has no house numbering system, so residents often place signs outside their homes for identification. These residential and business signs create a unique village environment, which encourages exploration and discovery. I have a few questions. Will the business district also be forced to put 4-inch numbers on the front of their buildings? It's amazing that they have been receiving deliveries and handling emergencies, opening banking accounts, and turning on their utilities, all without addresses. The report states the USPS database is one of the most widely used databases from which other parties and companies gather public address information. So my question is, if we have assigned addresses without mail delivery, and those addresses are sold to all these entities, where does all that junk mail go? Are we hoping no one will be interested in a database for Carmel-by-the-Sea? The report also states that, quote, to be in compliance under the California Fire Code, the city shall have street addresses visible from the street. What is the penalty for non-compliance? Have we been paying a fine for all these years? Since City Council is being asked for guidance on whether to move forward with street addresses or whether to maintain the status quo, does that mean it's optional? If the push for addresses is increasing safety, is to increase the safety, where is the summary of the Code 3 emergency call times for our village for over a year? The report from May states 38 Code 3 calls had a response time of 3.15 minutes. I'm not sure that can be improved very much. In the last paragraph of the report, it states there is the possible consideration of implementing street addresses solely for purpose of being findable on a map or GPS device without exterior display of house numbers.
Shirley, your time is up.
Kevin, go ahead.
Yep. Hello, can you hear us okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. First, just to mention, my wife and I are both here participating in this call. We would both like to speak. I'm Kevin Roos. I live at what's sometimes known as Santa Fe and First. I wanted to address the council in person, but the family matter necessitates my being elsewhere. I would like to thank the council for putting this on the agenda and thank the city staff who researched and wrote the report. A number of people have mentioned that nobody is asking for this. That is categorically false. I reside in Carmel. I've been asking for this for years. So I would like the council to take that into account, that there are many people who do really want addresses. And this is an absolutely valid use of the city council's time. There is much demand. So addresses are primarily a conversation about health and safety for everyone. I encourage the city to maintain this framing along with the issue of complying with state fire code, and avoid the temptation to think of this as a discussion about mail delivery, quaintness, or uniqueness of our city or anything else. When I first moved here, this was 7 years ago, I walked by the police department and asked them how I should describe my address in the event I had to call 911. Along with the usual suggestion that someone stand out in the street, the officer suggested I give my block and lot number. I had to research this to find those numbers, and they're not related to the APN on your tax bill. So I would ask everybody there to raise your hand if you know your block and house number. Do you? Maybe I'm not there. Maybe someone can tell me now how many hands are being raised. Okay, one. Excellent, thank you. So many have commented how every so often the perennial issue of addresses come up again and again. The reason something comes up again and again is obvious. It's because we need something that the city has not provided. I want to again formally request the council and city administrator to bring the city into compliance with state fire code and increase the health and safety by helping first responses arrive faster. Please give us numbered street addresses. It's fine if you don't put it on your house. You know, I grew up in a house in a different city that had a name right in front of the house. We also had our number there. No big deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Sorry, I am the wife, I'm Maria Roos, and I would also like to address the council because, first of all, I would commend for the report. The report is very well put, and I like it because it's factual. It gives us all the details. But in some ways, as comprehensive as telling as it is, the focus should be health and safety, is my opinion. And of course, following the California Fire Code, because we are currently not following the rules. We're breaking the rules. I had a very difficult situation with a neighbor. She will call me when she fell. She could not stand up. She did try to call 911. She couldn't get up to her phone. She was screaming. I went over to see her. I had to call 911, but at the same time, I had to call my husband to wave them down so that they can find where we were. This happened multiple occasions. Now, my former neighbor has passed away, but needless to say, health and safety is a required item. It's not a decision for me. I am probably younger than many of you, but at the same time, we have a population that needs us. We are a community. We're about fellowship. We're about taking care of each other. And it's not about me, what makes me feel better. It's about what is safer and healthier for those in need. And we've heard a lot of stories. So I would plead that even quaint and beautiful, we can continue to be quaint and beautiful and exciting as we are. If we even have addresses, it doesn't take anything away from us, and it makes us a healthy and safety place. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Next speaker.
Betty, go ahead. Betty Marudo.
Hi, my name is Betty Marudo. I live at the northeast corner of Mountain View and Guadalupe. And first of all, I'd like to thank Karen Folito and Emily for their tenacious and commitment and perseverance for over this 2-year period that we've been looking at the concept of adding addresses. Personally, I strongly support the implementation of assigning physical addresses and within the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I've lived here for over 11 years and struggled with the issues that so many people have addressed before, and I won't go through those again. You've heard them all. But I ask those people that are saying that we're going to lose our quaintness or safety to look at the big picture of this, that we are not changing a safe system. We're only enhancing it by giving people options. You can still have your mail delivered to the post office, which will not change even with an address. You can still go to the post office and have that safety if that's what you care to have. But having the address gives us the other options to deal with bank issues, insurance, finding the emergency vehicles, finding us when necessary, and all the other issues. And I highly advise that the council listen to Carolyn Hardy's and Kevin Roos's comments that they made. I won't repeat all that because they said it so very well. We need to have addresses, and we will not change the quaintness of our city by hanging a number underneath my sign that says Casa Marudo. Makes it very simple. If I may, I also have a comment from Linda Calafiore, who lives on Vizcano. Is that all right to go ahead and share her comment? She's not able to be here tonight.
You can finish it any time.
Okay. Linda just also says that over the last 20 years, I've heard many discussions about the problems resulting from not having legal addresses in our village. And my neighbors have experienced some of these difficulties personally. Over the years, some have suggested that merely posting on each house some kind of a uniform destination would solve the problem. I don't see how this solves the legal challenges our residents face to not having legal addresses for emergencies present and future global positioning systems that many visitors and organizations rely on, and the difficulties and the absurdities that now exist to acquire credit cards and other important documents that are not allowed to be mailed to the P.O. boxes. My comments about the situation of minor inconvenience, and it only pertains to the delivery of Amazon packages, do not recognize the scope of the problem. Often our residents are not present for one reason or another and cannot assist in the speedy redirection of important deliveries and house recognitions that are necessary in normal life. Thank you very much for listening to my comments.
Well done, Betty. Thank you. Next speaker.
Wanda, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Potter, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and fellow residents. My name is Wanda Vollmer, and I've lived here in Carmel for 25 years. Since 2019, I've served our village as captain of the Carmel CERT team, which stands for the Community Emergency Response Team, where I work side by side with Carmel PD, Monterey Fire, and all of our CERT team members. I do want to speak on this issue of addresses. From a public safety perspective, the absence of standardized addresses creates serious concerns. First responders, including police, fire, emergency medical services, and city volunteers, depend on precise and easily identifiable locations to respond swiftly in an emergency. In situations where every second counts, the time lost trying to locate a home using our current address system could be the difference between life and death. Furthermore, health-related issues arise from our current system. For residents with chronic illnesses or those in need of regular medication deliveries, the inability to receive these directly at home is a significant obstacle, as you've heard tonight. For many years, I personally had to experience countless frustrations to receive necessary medication for myself that needed to be refrigerated. Therefore, I'm here to advocate and ask the Council for implementation of a standardized address system in Carmel. This change would not only enhance our quality of life, but also improve our safety, health, and accessibility for all residents. Thank you for your time and attention. Together we can make Carmel an even better and safer place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Next speaker.
John Levy.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yep.
Okay. John Levy, live on San Carlos, about 6 houses from the dead flamingo. I don't care about my being inconvenienced. We've been here 36 years. We've been inconvenienced. I don't want mail delivery at home. I've put up with the difficulty with mortgages and credit cards. That's all fine. My concern is the health and safety aspect. I heard, I read the Dave Potter and David Miradai interviews on KSBW. It was deeply disturbing. About a year ago, the house, 2 houses from us, basically burned. It was a total loss. When my wife was speaking to one of the firemen, chatting, and she's happy to go in and say this under oath, he said, quote, "I've never seen this street before," unquote. The fire station's 3 blocks from here. He's never seen the street. What disturbs me, and I love Dave Potter, and I'm gonna vote for Dave, and I love you guys, but I have to say that no one on council and the mayor are not experts in this. There are some experts. Our police chief is an expert who says that it would greatly enhance response time. Our police chief is an expert. And the law is California Fire Code. We're not following the law. So here's what's going to happen. And I've been an expert witness, not about fire or safety, for many years in federal court. And I know how attorneys work. And I can promise you this. And I feel, by the way, that the decision on this really, you need to talk to the city attorney, because I know he'll bear this out. The first person here, a tourist, let's say, when responds, whether it's police or medical emergency, and they get there a minute or 2 late, and it causes more damage or greater criminal harm, the city's going to get sued. For me, if I needed and I'm a heart patient, we're in our 70s. If an ambulance showed up because it couldn't find a place, and our place is hard to find, and if it showed up a minute late, it could cost myself or my wife literally their health or our life. I would sue the city. Any visitor to town would sue the city if they can't get immediate response. And I'll say this, because I've been in court a lot. We think it's charming won't be a defense. Whoever sues because of this is going to end up owning the city.
John, your time is up.
We have no excuse. I'm sorry, am I out of time?
Yes, you are. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. Next speaker.
Phone number ending in 941.
941.
Christy Hollenbeck.
Yep.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, Christy Hollenbeck. I just was wondering if people have considered, if we did change our addresses, how time-consuming and difficult it would be to change all of your bills, your passports, your registration on your car, all of that stuff, how time-consuming that would be and how difficult that would be for all the people that live here. And I also think that maybe we should consider a compromise where we post directional addresses, and I also think that maybe we should put it to a vote, the community. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Smith. Linda Marie.
Hi, I live on Dolores at 2nd Street, and I have been so thrilled with what Neil had to say, Melanie, Parker, Carol, because I really feel that Carmel has been losing its uniqueness, and I see it all the time. My husband and I have lived here for almost 20 years. I don't want a house address. I know of no one in my neighborhood who wants a house address. I've never had problems with packages. I've never had problems with my medication to arrive, and I'm on chemo drugs. I agree with Christy just said about how difficult it would be to change all my credit cards, my passport, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is a big issue. And I think the bottom line is we need to put it on the ballot in November so that all the residents in Carmel can have a say in how they feel about this. This is not something that should be decided this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Linda Smith. Go ahead.
Yes, I would just, I hear all the concerns of everybody, have experienced most of them myself. But I agree with the prior speaker. I think this is too big an issue to deal with tonight and really should be considered. There are a lot of aspects to it that I think need to be considered. One of them is the danger that we might lose our post office and it might move to the valley, to the mouth of the valley, and then we all have to hop in our cars and spew CO2 into the air to go get our mail. I'm a little worried about some of these aspects. And so I would say, it really ought to go to a vote, and we ought to think a little bit more carefully about it. But I agree that we do have a bit of a problem, and we do need to figure something out.
Thank you, Linda. Next speaker. Christy.
Christy, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Christy Ramers. I had a whole speech written here, but I just really want to echo what the last three speakers said. This really is what makes Carmel, and we are doing a little bit of a death by paper cut thing here. There is a lot of difficulty. I didn't think about that until Christy brought that up of changing everything to the new address. And I really do believe that there should be a vote for this, and I'm not convinced at all that we won't lose our post office, and that's really what makes us a residential community. It would be a violation of that Ordinance 96 that's there behind you there, that we're primarily a residential community. A post office is essential for that. And I would like to see a better poll of the residents. And I would also like to see a more accurate data on where we've had delays in emergency services so that we can make a really informed decision. I'd really like to see this continued to a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? I don't see anybody. All righty. Let's bring it back to council then.
As the ad hoc person, I have some other things to say. I have received piles of emails from residents. I think it's insulting for some people to say that people who want addresses don't count and that residents count. They are residents that have responded. They are residents just like you and just like me. And many of them have had very difficult times not having an address. Do we need to wait for someone to die in order to decide that this is the right thing to do? It is the law. It is the California Fire Code. It is the California Building Code. Our fire chief and our police chief have said it's time. I'm going to read just a couple things. Advanced emergency service features, including Wi-Fi, cannot happen without an address. Mobile phones and wearables, ride sharing, food deliveries, those are conveniences, yes. But safety issues, someone who is asking about calls, safety calls, and I have that here in front of me in just a second. There have been several times that an address could not be located with code 3 calls. Those are life-threatening calls, and the reason was could not find the address. Okay, that's important. 5-minute calls, 6-minute calls. We know that every second counts if someone is dying of a stroke, asphyxiation, whatever. We have many people who live alone in their homes. How are they supposed to go out and flag down an emergency vehicle? If you don't want to put a number on your house, that's probably your choice. If you don't want to be found easily, don't put the number on. But people want the numbers and deserve to have that feeling of safety in their homes. If we're saying we will lose our quaintness because we have an address, I think that's a false narrative. This is more than quaintness. This is life emergencies. Emergency vehicles can respond better when they know where they're going. I'm concerned about the inability for emergency vehicles to navigate the system. No amount of character is worth someone potentially missing life-saving medical attention because street addresses aren't available or marked. Having a street address, this is another mail that we received. Having a street address will do nothing to change the character of the city and could save a life. Keep postal delivery out, but charm at the expense of a life by inhibiting first responders to quickly address those in need is an easy decision to make. Let those who don't want to display addresses to maintain their charm do so, but I choose safety for myself and my loved ones. How many times must citizens of the central part of Carmel stand out in the street to wave down emergency personnel, service persons, home health workers, etc.? This person was having surgery. They were going to have 6 weeks of having to have meal delivery and so on, and they were having trouble setting that up. We have seen, I was telling you a second ago about, people spending hours getting utility connections. These are working people who don't have 3 hours to spend in the middle of the day talking to Cal-Am in New Jersey or whatever and trying to explain that they have an APN number, and that person's saying, what are you talking about? That's a problem. You heard from someone who had their services disconnected. I too almost had my electricity disconnected because they sent my bill to end of 12th, 3 east of Junipero, and it never got there. I didn't pay my bill, and I get a shut-off notice. I went to open a money market fund, and it said, no P.O. boxes, physical addresses only. But my primary concern in being very dogged about this is this has been going on way too long. It is the law. This is not something you put up to a vote. We cannot decide that we're going to drop out of the California Fire Code. We cannot decide to drop out of the California building codes. Those codes were developed for safe practices. They weren't to bother us or to make us less quaint. They weren't about us. They were in general about safety and health. And I think it's the recommendation from the ad hoc committee is to pursue this. For those of you who say we're too busy, I agreed last night to put on our city docket the alternative house sites. That jumped the shark as far as I'm concerned. That wasn't on our strategic planning. This has been on our strategic planning for 3 years almost. It shouldn't be that because we're too busy, we shouldn't pursue something that is a health and safety issue at this time. And I ask my fellow council members to vote for health and safety, to vote for aging in place safely, to vote for the better ability to find our homes in the dark. We cannot spell out letters and numbers. It doesn't show up as well. Let's just follow the health and safety codes that are our state law. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Bobby?
Yeah, I will be voting to give this a green light, Karen, for maybe different reasons, but one reason I have, or what I'm not wrestling with, but how could numbers on houses be part of the equation that would close a post office down when we're not going to get mail delivery? What would close that post office down is if the landlord doesn't get along with USPS. That's what would close that post office down. They wouldn't close it down because we're not going to have mailboxes. The post office, and it was at the League of Cities in DC that we talked to the postmaster, and they will not give any more mailboxes out. No, every new community that you go into, if you want to take a drive over to the old Fort Ord and look around, they're all gang mailboxes. That's what they put up. They don't put mailboxes in front of your house. So maybe what we should be doing is writing some sort of a zoning code or ordinance saying that the city of Carmel will not allow any post offices on a corner or something like that, so that if they come to us and try to do that, if the owner of that building and the post office don't get along, then we would have something to stand on. I don't know if that's even possible. But I don't think that's going to change the character of our village to have whoever wants a number put a number on your house. The character of our village is our people, is our politeness, our kindness, our civility. It's talking to one another, being friendly with one another, agreeing or disagreeing, but doing it politely. It's the white sand, it's the blue ocean, it's the green trees. This is what makes our community charming. It's not just bickering and fighting and accusing, and the stuff that's going on right now is not very charming or quaint in our village. And I don't see how. Like me personally, I will not put numbers on my house. My house is named. It's named after the gentleman that I bought the house from, and it's going to stay that way. I don't want to put a number on it. I don't need a number on it. But if somebody does, and it helps them, and it's safer for them, and they feel good about it, why does that bother the neighbors? It's not like they're going to put it in neon. If we can come up with good rules around the numbers and how they look and the size of them and where they're placed, I think that would be more proactive to solve this problem and a good compromise for everybody. But to be clear, we are not getting mailboxes in front of our houses, and our post office is not closing because we have street numbers. The only reason our post office would close is if the USPS decides to shut it down and not do business with those landlords anymore. So I will be giving this a green light. Thank you.
Alessandra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our current fire code says directional addresses based on intersection. I just want to read that out loud to everyone. Fire code in Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code, section 505.1, address identification. Buildings and parcels shall be identified by a description of parcel location relative to the nearest cross-street intersection as determined by the Community Planning and Building Department. So we have a solution here that's a compromise solution that could be implemented right now, which is that we could put up the directional addresses, and that would take care of the public safety issues and the concerns that people have. This is a very divisive issue, and I don't like the way this is dividing the community, and that concerns me very much. I would like us to find at least a temporary compromise right now. This does not, as I said yesterday, I think our two priorities right now are the housing element and the police station. This will take a tremendous amount of staff time to work this out and figure out a way to do this. At least we could do the compromise with the directional addresses right now. It would address the public safety concern. And frankly, I do want to know what the majority of the public wants, and I would like to have a vote on this. Thank you.
I would like to correct something that you said. That was a cut and paste correction that was done probably by our previous city attorney who was going to fix the Muni code, and it does not meet the fire code of the state to spell out the addresses or to describe them by directions.
But it's in our current, that's what it is right now.
It's in our Muni code.
Guys.
To city.
Okay, Jeff, you were gonna go.
Yes, thank you. I think when I came in here tonight, I've spoken about addresses before, so, certainly I agree with Bobby. I agree with Bobby and Karen. When I was thinking about what I was going to say here, it's a battle. It's a battle between the quaintness of the community and the convenience that people place. But I think convenience of living here. I think that Joe DiNucci, said it best when he said the quaintness of Carmel is not dependent on street addresses. And I think Bobby Bobby stole my words. The quaintness of Carmel bad word. The quaintness of Carmel is going to the beach, and the quaintness of Carmel is all the people in this room, or most of the people in this room. And the quaintness of Carmel is taking my dog. Taking my dog out at 6:30 in the morning when it's quiet, and looking at the houses and looking at the forest. And these are things that, in my house that we get up to do. We get up to surf, and we get up to go eat restaurants, and I get up to have a gin and tonic at Chris's house. And, these are the things that I like about living here. And addresses, are really not very high on my list. Of things that I think about when I think about things that I think about make Carmel quaint. But I was happy, when Todd came up, and thank you for not speaking about pickleball. I really appreciate that, because I know we're going to see you again when that comes up. But when Todd comes up and he talks about the difficulty of working from home, or when people come up and they talk about the difficulty of getting medicine, or the difficulty of reading x-rays. We have a doctor in town who can't read x-rays because he can't get a good line in to his house. Or when, these things that seem like conveniences. Like, I know that to a lot of people, there are conveniences, and some of them are life or death conveniences, and some of them are not, but they act as little interrupters. It's not that they're little interrupters that make all of us, that make me, for example, when I went through this, the pain in the butt that Kim talked about, going to the DMV, and the trick is to bring a marriage license, if you didn't already know, which that's the trick. They act as little interrupters to doing all the things that we like doing. Like, I can't take my dog out this morning because I have to spend an hour and a half waiting for the plumber who does, the plumber to come root my drain, because he doesn't, he's a new plumber and he doesn't understand these things. And yeah, these things don't happen very often. But the DMV was a real pain. Getting Comcast to come install a cable modem line during the pandemic, when my DSL line didn't work anymore, That took days and days and days for me to do, during the pandemic. And I know that these are my experiences, but when I hear people, that reminds me of that my experiences are not everybody else's experiences, and that everybody else has an experience. And we need to be really careful, in this debate and in others about telling people that their experiences are not valid. These experiences that we hear, I know that there are a lot of people that have never had problems having medicine delivered or packages delivered or something like that. I know that that's the case. I know that there are people, and I believe those people when they say that they've never had a problem with these deliveries. But there are people that really have. And we can't minimize the experiences of some people to maintain our vision of quaintness when someone else's vision of quaintness or someone else's idea of why they live here, what it is that makes it living here quaint. Like, we all live here for different reasons, and they all involve quaintness, and they all involve quality of life, and we've all paid exorbitant amounts of money to live here, and everybody matters. And I think in this case, I agree with Bobby's comments, and I agree with someone else's comments. I'm sorry, I don't have your name. I don't remember who it was that said this. You don't have to put a number on your house. Like, if you want to be anonymous, just don't put the 16 on your house. Like, and it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. And someone made the funny comment that 16 is certainly a better number than 9 northeast of 4th Street or 13 northeast of 4th Street, whatever it is. I agree with that too. And so I think we have a solution. I think the solution doesn't affect the quaintness of the community, and I think we should move forward with this.
So I'd like to get an answer to Alessandra's question.
About the city's municipal code? Mm-hmm. Yeah, your city's municipal code says that you can use directional addresses, which is contrary to what the fire code requirement is. Mm-hmm. And as I indicated in my previous remarks, that you can make an exception to the fire code if you make it more restrictive, but that using directional addresses, I believe, is less restrictive than the fire code. So to add to that, if the direction of the council is to move to street addresses, there would be a need to return to you with an ordinance to amend your existing code.
Well, for me, I'm concerned about the fact that we're kind of losing our character, our community along the way here. These little bits of, I guess, Jeff, you said these were little inconveniences. I guess I don't really see it as an inconvenience. I see it as more part of our character. I'm just disappointed to see us come to these kind of battles in this community over these things. I wish we didn't have to go this way, but it's just the nature of the community. I guess we're going to fight over the little things. So I'm concerned that we're going to get change. I guess it's my concern here. I guess I'll side with Alessandra and say no.
Well, Dave, isn't it interesting? I think you have an address in Monterey, don't you?
I do.
You do, aren't you lucky?
So what?
Well,
doesn't help me. I don't get any special consideration for ambulance services or anything.
No, but I bet you get deliveries on time. Anyway, I would like to make a motion that we move forward with street address implementation and whatever it takes to do that, whether it's an ordinance to come back with, and do this post haste, because we have a duty and an obligation to consider all of our residents in this town, not just people who are worried about our post office closing. We have done the best we can. The post office stayed open despite it being crashed into. There was intent to keep it open.
With your motion, let's back to your motion. Okay. Is it required that we put numbers on our houses with your motion?
The fire code requires numbers on your house. Whether that would be fully enforced could be another question.
But I have a house in Monterey that doesn't have an address on it.
Right. There are people who don't put them on.
Right.
So it could be your choice. And if you want to put Miss Pitty Pat's porch on your house under the number,
But I just want to get back to your
too.
motion.
Yeah,
It doesn't require us to have, we should, but it's not required.
I probably need to speak up here. This is in your staff report, quoting from the Fire Code Section 505.1, and it says, "New and existing buildings shall be provided with approved address identification. The address shall be legible and placed in a position that is visible from the street or road fronting the property." So to answer your question, if the city were to adopt an ordinance to amend your municipal code to make it compliant with the fire code, I believe that the addresses would need to be placed in a place that's visible from the street as the fire code requires.
No, I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
I'm really not. With no offense to Mr. Pierik, I mean, I think the section of code should just be stricken out of local municipal code. We should just leave it as it is.
Yeah.
And the people that are responsible for enforcing the fire code, which is not us, can come do what it is that they want to do.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like,
I would agree with Councilman Barron.
I have no interest in enforcing, we don't enforce, and you and I differ on this. I mean, we don't enforce the way people label their houses now. Like, I have earth on my house, and no one came and told me that the letters were too big or too small or too this or too that. I think we have a community that cares about aesthetics, and I don't think we're going to have any cases of people putting, 16 and big giant letters on their fence, and I think we just leave it alone. And, let whoever it is that enforces the fire code come enforce the fire code. Like, okay, you have a house in Monterey, so if they come talk to me about not having from my house, I'm going to send them to you.
Well,
I'm going to send them to you in Monterey. Like, go to Bobby's house in Monterey and talk to him. Like, he's been in violation.
I just don't want to be forced. I just don't want to be forced to put numbers on his house.
That's the reason that I raised the issue, and if that's your direction, then the ordinance will provide accordingly.
Okay.
But I just wanted you to be aware of what the fire code says, and that's why I made the comment.
Should that be in Karen's motion?
That's a question, I guess, for
Well, I think that the
Councilmember Polito.
motion should just say, we should just, like, if we have a piece of code that is in conflict with the fire code, we should just remove the code. Part of the motion should just be come back with the amendment to the code. Like, let's just take it out.
Yes,
like, we don't need to.
Staff will have to come back to you with it.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about what's in, I don't think we need to talk about what's in the code. Like, we can have staff come back next month with a section to remove the code. And if we really need to have that discussion next month, I mean, we can have it next month.
Okay.
And come back with another first reading.
I do have the answer to your suggestion. Yes, you can do that. If the direction is for the ordinance to strike the municipal code, which provides, as I believe Councilmember Dramoff mentioned, for directional addresses, yes, we can do that.
And Brandon, I've got a...
So I just want to get further clarification on the motion, if I might. So the staff says if staff is directed to move forward, staff will return to council with a roadmap and timeline for community engagement and community outreach for the process. Sounds kind of redundant. I thought we already did the community engagement outreach.
Yes, we've done the community outreach. However, the follow-up outreach would be when the staff comes back with the plan for implementation, how they're going to assign the numbers, and the steps then that the numbers are submitted to the post office, and the post office agrees that they are correctly done. Then the staff would outreach to how we adapt at our own homes as far as notifying utility companies or whatever. I think that would be part of it, to be helpful.
And Brandon, I'm wondering if I can ask you, who in the planning department would be doing this, and what kind of manpower hours are we talking about to get something like this done?
It would be a combined effort with not only the planning and building department, so it would be the building official. We'd have a planner work on it to some extent, but we'll also engage the fire department and the police department. So it'll be a joint effort. There'll be more than just one person working on it in the planning department.
And how much, roughly 2 months, 3 months? How much time would something like this take?
Well, I think what I'm hearing, and I think this would be our recommendation, is to come back to you sort of with the program. We're not, I don't think that we would want to, and it wouldn't be right for the staff to just go away and draw the map of addresses and do it all on our own in a vacuum. So we would propose coming back to you with a program and that, sometime in the next 2 to 3 months with sort of next steps roadmap, as the mayor said, of how to get there. But tonight's direction, I think what the ad hoc was looking for, it sounds like, is that red light, green light decision that we get from you oftentimes of whether or not to continue to pursue and implement this program. So if we got that direction from the majority of the council to implement this program, we would then work with the ad hoc committee also and come back with the roadmap plan. And I think there were some very fair questions tonight that were asked by members of the community on both sides of the position that I've been taking very copious notes. We'll want to make sure we come back with those answers too, as part of that roadmap program.
I appreciate that. I'm just worried about overloading the staff because everyone has so much on their plate right now.
I appreciate that. I do, truly. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And I too was concerned with overloading the staff. We do have a lot of issues, but we are a big town. We are a talented town. I mean, we're a small town, but a talented town. And I trust that our staff can do this.
Given, Mayor, if I could, given the fact that there's been some discussion since that motion was made, perhaps, and there were some questions about what the motion did or didn't include, it might be helpful if Councilmember Ferlito restated the motion so that everybody's on the same page.
Let's see, I want to get this right. I make a motion that the staff return with an implementation plan for assigning address numbers throughout the city. And that includes bringing our Muni Code into conformance with the California Fire Code and the Building Code.
No later than September 2024.
Yes, no later than September 2024.
Does that have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeremoff?
No.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay. Now we'll move on to the meat of the evening.
We have a 10
You want
minutes.
to take a break? Yeah, you want to take a 5-minute break? Yeah. All right, let's get on to this now.
I thought we were going to have a dessert break.
I'm sorry. So I'd like to note that Councilwoman Dramov has gone home. She's ill. So we can dispense with her comments. Okay, we'll move on then to a consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission decision. Approval of the design review application DR 24059 Hospice House, associated lot line adjustments and coastal development permit. So let me see the appellant. So we're going to go to the appellant first. We're going to do a staff presentation.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I'm asking Nova to elevate one of our attorneys to a panelist. I'm going to do a brief introduction. Everyone's probably very tired, so I'm going to wake everyone up with an exciting primer on CEQA. Nothing is more exciting at 9:45 at night than a little bit of a primer on CEQA. So just really briefly, and then Marnie's going to take over here, because I think it is important for us to understand CEQA. That's the general gist of this appeal tonight. So CEQA, I'm going to give you an overview of the process and the purpose. The purpose of CEQA is to inform government decision makers like you, like your planning commission, and the public about potential environmental impacts of a project. If there are impacts, CEQA's other purpose is to identify those and how to avoid or significantly reduce them. That's the purpose of CEQA in a nutshell. We can go on for hours about that, but that's the general gist of it. The process is broken down into 3 basic steps. The first step, and there are all more sub-steps to all of these, but the first step is determining, is it a project? And the word project is important. Is it a project under CEQA? It's almost always a project, because the definition of a project really relies on whether there's a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. So any new house, anything is a project under CEQA. That's the definition of a project. So step 1, is it a project? If it's a project, you move on to step 2. If it's not a project, then it just falls out of CEQA altogether. You don't even do CEQA. So not a project. Most things are a project. Certainly tonight's item is a project. So then the next question, step 2, is you determine, is it exempt? And there are two types of exemptions. There are statutory exemptions, which have been created by the state for certain things that, even though they may have environmental impacts, the state, in their infinite quote-unquote wisdom, has determined that they want to say, don't worry about those environmental impacts. We are going to statutorily exempt those. A good example of a statutorily exempt thing is the Olympics. The Olympics are statutorily exempted, even though you can imagine an Olympics has a lot of environmental impacts. So statutory exemptions. Categorical exemptions, there's 33 of them. And those are what we deal with more often in the city. So each of those 33 classes has very specific criteria related to that exemption. And you look at those criteria to determine if it meets those criteria, then the project is exempted from going further in CEQA. At this point, you've already done CEQA, so there's nothing, we heard maybe tonight some people say the city didn't do CEQA or doesn't do CEQA. When you make that determination of exemption, you're doing CEQA. And in fact, it's not the staff that does CEQA like on this project, it was your planning commission that did CEQA and made the determination that the project was exempt. The discretionary decision body is the one that makes the determination. They're the lead agency in CEQA. They're the ones that make that determination. For this project and for every other project, we don't skip CEQA. We don't go straight to EIRs. This project was analyzed, and you'll hear from Ms. Waffle tonight about that. So that's step 2. Is it exempt, yes or no? If it is not exempt, if you can't exempt it, then you have to go on to step 3, which is where a lot of people talk about oftentimes. That's the impact analysis. And there's one of 3 ways you do an impact analysis. You do an initial study, which yields a negative declaration, which sounds bad, but a negative declaration means you don't have to mitigate any of the impacts. That's an initial study with a negative declaration. Number 2 is an initial study with a mitigated negative declaration, meaning that you have to mitigate impacts down below a level where they're going to cause an impact and they're significant. And the third one, the grand poobah of all impact analyses, is the EIR. That's the one that everyone knows the most about because they're the biggest involvement, they're the most expensive, but that's way down the road in CEQA. That's the biggest, most thorough thing you can do for impact analysis. But where we're at in the process and what was done for this project we're about to see tonight and what most of our projects in town do is an exemption. One of those 33, and it can be multiple, but one of those 33 categorical exemptions where there's specific criteria of how a project is exempt. So I could go on for 3 hours about this because I love this stuff and I get really nerdy about CEQA, but I won't. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Waffle to give you a presentation on the project itself, but I thought that a primer on CEQA was appropriate tonight.
Good, helps. Thank you. Marnie, welcome.
Thank you. That was an excellent primer.
Thank you. Switch the screen somehow.
No, it's not reacting.
It's tired.
Needs a street address.
Slides.
It'll be brief.
My introduction was too much. Just couldn't handle it.
Ta-da. All right. So before you this evening is an appeal of the Hofsa's House Hotel project. It is an appeal of a Planning Commission approval, which occurred in April, so just a couple months ago. So by way of some background, in October, or January and October of 2023, the applicant, Carrie Tice, hosted community meetings to present the project to the community and solicit feedback. This was not a city-involved meeting. This was something that she initiated on her own. Then in May of 2023, she also made a presentation to the Carmel Chamber of Commerce. In December of 2023 is when a conceptual review of the project came before the Planning Commission, and feedback was given by both the community and the Planning Commission at that time. That feedback was then incorporated into the project and presented to the Planning Commission in April. The entitlements for the project, which is the demolition of the existing hotel and construction of a new hotel, includes a design review permit, a lot line adjustment, and a coastal development permit. The project also requires a use permit for the operations, which includes converting a portion of the single-family residence on the property for hotel uses. So again, the project is the demolition and reconstruction of the existing 38-room hotel. There's no increase in hotel units proposed. On April 24th, the city received an appeal from Neil Cruz on behalf of the Carmel Preservation Association. And the appeal points stated that there was a failure to adequately assess the environmental impacts of the project. Also, the appeal challenges the use of one of the categorical exemptions under CEQA for infill development. Also, that the project may have significant traffic noise and air quality impacts, and specifically a concern regarding asbestos release into the air was mentioned. And then the appeal goes on to assert that the project presents some unusual circumstances which should disqualify it from being categorically exempt from CEQA. And some of those unusual circumstances include that the project is surrounded by residential dwellings, that truck traffic and associated noise, traffic impacts, and air quality impacts would result from the project, that there would be a loss of the historic facade along San Carlos, that there are incomplete plan views, and the assessment of height needed to be further evaluated. Also concerns with the increase in glass on the west elevation and the potential for reflective glare. Parking impacts during the demolition and construction phases of the project, as well as traffic and circulation impacts from construction vehicles. So Brandon gave a great overview of CEQA. I just have 3 points here. CEQA basically requires that local agencies inform our decision makers as well as the public about potential environmental impacts related to projects, and if impacts are identified, to reduce those to the extent feasible. As Brandon mentioned earlier, there are 33 classes of exemptions that it has just been determined that if you fall within these categories, that you will not have an impact on the environment, and therefore you can adopt a categorical exemption and you don't have to go further in that CEQA review process. So during the Planning Commission's review of the project, they reviewed one categorical exemption, which is Class 32, which is the infill development exemption. And they found that the project did meet the criteria for that exemption. This evening, we're going to talk about a total of 4 categorical exemptions that the project actually qualifies under. So in addition to Class 32, there are 3 other classes of exemptions that you could find the project falls under. So the first class of projects is Class 2, the first class of exemptions, which is replacement and reconstruction. And under this category, projects proposing the replacement or reconstruction of an existing structure where the new structure will be on the same site, will have substantially the same purpose and capacity, can be found exempt from further CEQA review. So the project is the replacement of the existing hotel with a new hotel. It is on the same site and it has the same purpose. It's a 38-room hotel. So the project does meet the criteria for a Class 2 exemption. The Class 3 exemption deals with conversion of small structures, and this really only relates to the conversion of the single-family residence that's on the property. So conversion of existing small structures from one use to another. In this case, the single-family home will be converted into a 2-family dwelling with accessory hotel uses. So you can find that the project qualifies under the Class 3 exemption. The Class 31 exemption deals with preservation of historical resources. Again, this exemption is limited to the single-family dwelling. It is a listed historic resource. And so this exemption consists of projects that are limited to rehabilitation and preservation in a manner consistent with the Secretary's standards. So no exterior modifications are proposed to the home at this time. So the project can be found consistent with the Secretary's standards and qualify under this exemption. So Class 32 is the more substantial of the categorical exemptions because there's more criteria that need to be met in order for a project to qualify. So Class 32 focuses specifically on infill development projects that meet conditions A through E. So I've listed what those are here on the slide. I'm going to focus in my presentation on A and D only because that was primarily what was raised in the appeal. However, a complete analysis of all 5 of these is in the staff report. There just wasn't anything in the appeal that disputed B, C, and E. So we're going to focus on A and D. And A is whether or not the project is consistent with applicable general plan designation and all applicable general plan policies, as well as the applicable zoning designation and regulations. So under the general plan, the land use designation is commercial/residential, and visitor accommodations are allowed within this general plan land use. Some of the policies that come out of the general plan land use element that are applicable to the project include preserving the development pattern that's been established in the commercial area with a central core of retail and service activities surrounded by a less intensive buffer of residential and motels. Another applicable policy is prohibiting the creation of additional motel units within the city. And then the third one here on this slide is preserving the existing land use pattern, which is kind of similar to policy 1-5. So with respect to these 3 policies, the project is consistent. It's located in a zoning district or in a land use designation that allows for hotels and motels. The project does not increase the number of hotel units within the city. And it is located in this transitional area. When preparing for the hearing, we did receive some additional public comment about other general plan policies that were applicable to the project. So I wanted to address a couple of those that were brought to our attention. The first one these come out of our noise element chapter of the general plan. And the first one, policy 9-8, states to apply the noise and land use compatibility standards as shown in table 9.2. So I just want to note that this particular table looks at noise exposure levels by land use. And what it really does is it establishes thresholds for noise exposure post-construction. So a new development that's being, built by a very heavily traveled roadway that's very noisy would possibly have to incorporate some sound mitigation as far as, extra window ratings and different things so that the occupants of that building post-construction aren't exposed to ongoing long-term noise levels. So that doesn't really apply in this circumstance as far as construction noise. It really would only apply to the patrons of the hotel post-construction. Policy 9-9 talks about requiring acoustical reports for projects that would substantially increase noise. And so this policy deals with operational characteristics of a project, again, post-construction. And we didn't find that, the rebuilding of the hotel and the continued operations would have a significant noise impact. A couple other general plan policies from the noise element include policy 9-10 to develop standard noise mitigation measures, 9-11 about, just making sure we don't preclude creative solutions to address noise. And then 9-12 to protect residential areas from excessive noise from traffic. Again, none of these policies really speak to construction-related noise. It focuses more on the hotel operations. So the second aspect of this category A is whether or not the project is consistent with the zoning. So the zoning designation for the property is residential and limited commercial, which we often refer to as the RC district. This district is an appropriate location for both permanent and transient residential uses. It's also referred to as a transitional zone between the more intense activities of the commercial core and the lesser intense activities of the residential areas. So the project is consistent with the current zoning designation. Regarding the specifics of the project, being consistent with zoning regulations, those are all detailed in the Planning Commission staff report. So I'm not going to go through the specifics of the project in that regard, but I am available to answer any questions you might have about the project, as well as the project team. So the next category under infill development, so I mentioned we were going to talk about A and D, so I'm going to transition into D right now. And this one states that approval of the project would not result in significant effects, and it specifically calls out traffic, noise, air quality, and water quality. So we need to look at all four of those and assess whether the project falls within this category to be exempt from further CEQA review. So with regards to traffic, there's post-construction traffic and then there's construction-related traffic. So the applicant did commission a study from Hexagon Transportation Consultants. They conducted a vehicle miles traveled analysis as well as a parking assessment. And their conclusion was that the screening threshold for projects that generate fewer than 110 trips per day results in a less than significant impact on the environment, and that this project would generate less than 110 trips per day. So we found there would be no environmental impact post-construction from the project. For traffic related to construction, this is managed through a construction management plan. And these plans are a standard condition on all development projects. So when a project is approved and it moves into the building permit stage of review, a construction management plan must be submitted to the city, and it addresses things like construction staging, truck haul routes, traffic control measures for material deliveries, where contractors are going to park, what the project schedule is, what the construction hours are, where they're going to store materials on site, how they're going to manage erosion, and other construction best management practices. So in evaluating the project, staff believes that the construction management plan addresses the considerations for traffic, and that you could still find it exempt from CEQA through the application of this construction management plan. This is an example. This is not for the project. This is just an example of what a portion of a construction management plan might look like. It identifies where the employees will be parking during construction. It has a construction fencing detail for the perimeter of the site. It details the number of truck trips that would be generated, how many employees are expected to be on site at any given time, what the hours of construction are, and what the schedule for construction is. On the left-hand side, there are notes for how they're going to manage staging of materials, what their truck haul route will be, and then how they will manage material deliveries. The next category after traffic is noise. And so General Plan Policy 9-4 specifically now addresses construction activities, and it states to ensure that they are managed in a way to minimize overall impacts on surrounding land uses. And the primary way that this is done is through limiting the hours of construction. So in our municipal code, we have adopted standard hours of construction. They are 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Our code also goes further to classify different types of noise, and Class B noise includes noise related to construction, and it prohibits that type of noise between 6:30 p.m. and 8 a.m. the following day. So staff believes that incorporating these requirements that are already codified in the municipal code would be sufficient to address noise during construction, and you could find the project meets this categorical exemption under noise. The next one is air quality. So air quality is actually regulated through the Monterey Bay Air Resources District. So they are the agency that is responsible for stationary sources of air emissions. They have also adopted a set of CEQA air quality guidelines, which establishes certain thresholds to evaluate projects against. Their screening threshold is any grading or excavation of more than 2.2 acres per day. So if a project falls under that screening threshold, then it's assumed that it will not have a significant impact on air quality. So this project site is less than 1 acre. It's also been disturbed by previous grading activities, which will reduce the total grading had the original grade still been in place. So staff does find that between the regulations for the Monterey Bay Air Resources District as well as their CEQA guidelines sufficiently address air quality for this project. In the appeal, there were specific references or concerns raised about asbestos. And again, the Monterey Bay Air Resources District is the agency that is responsible for overseeing the identification and removal of hazardous materials. They have a whole set of regulations in place requiring third-party inspections and surveys to identify whether hazardous materials are present prior to commencing work. The results of those surveys do need to be submitted to our building department before we will issue a demolition permit. And if hazardous materials are identified, the contractor does need to follow the procedures set forth by the Air Resources District for how that's going to be removed in a very safe manner. And then below, I just list a couple of the regulatory agencies and their code sections that deal with the handling of hazardous materials. The last category under Class 32 is water quality. The city's municipal code does include a water quality protection ordinance. We also have our Phase 2 permit, which has requirements that we have to comply with on all projects. The code also requires erosion and drainage control plans, and these are things that are incorporated into every development project, and they are included with the construction management plan. So this is, again, just another example of what that kind of looks like in a construction management plan. I know the text is really small, but at the top there are erosion and sediment control measures there that the contractor will follow. There are also regular inspections done by the city to make sure that those measures remain in place throughout construction. And then our best management practices, as you see below, this is usually a full-size sheet in every development project that we issue building permits for. So the next topic that I'm going to discuss is referred to as exceptions to the categorical exemptions. And I think this is probably best explained as a two-part test for whether a project is exempt. So you run through the exemptions, we just talked about 4 of them, to see if a project qualifies. But the second part of that test is whether there's something unique or unusual about this particular project that might disqualify it from being exempt. So you can see the list here of categories. There's location, cumulative impact, significant effect, scenic highways. So these are all situations where if a project falls within one of these categories, it could get kicked out of that categorical exemption and additional CEQA review would need to be done. Significant effect is the only exception that was raised in the appeal. So again, I'm going to focus on that one in the presentation. However, there is a complete analysis in the staff report for each one of these exceptions. So significant effect is, it states that a categorical exemption shall not be used for an activity where there is a reasonable possibility that the activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. So we evaluated the project to see if there was anything unusual about it. The appeal raised the issue of the proximity to residential dwellings and the impact that construction activities would have on them. So when staff, further looked at this, the hotel is in the RC zoning district where hotels are an allowed use. They're also deemed to be an acceptable transitional use between commercial and residential. So we didn't find that that particularly the location created an unusual circumstance in that regard. There are also 2 other hotels located adjacent to the project. So again, that just kind of further demonstrates that a hotel in this location adjacent to residential really is not unusual. Further, the Carmel Municipal Code does allow for non-conforming hotels that are actually located in the R1 district to be reconstructed. And so when we look at these regulations, to us it says that our zoning and our standards have indicated that hotels in proximity to residential neighborhoods is part of our established development pattern. It's consistent with our zoning. So that in and of itself is not an unusual circumstance. That being said, we do recognize that construction is both inconvenient and disruptive to those who are living and working in the vicinity. And this is why the city has chosen to require construction management plans for all development projects. So the goal here is to minimize the disruption to the greatest extent possible. And that's whether the project is a small addition to a single family dwelling, or in this case, the reconstruction of the hotels. We do strictly regulate our hours of construction. And so we make sure that contractors are adhering to that. Again, the hours are from 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. While they are allowed to work that late, they may choose shorter hours. And I think the applicant can speak to what their anticipated hours are. I do believe it is less than what is allowed. We also recognize that there is a lack of parking throughout the village, and that's challenging for any construction project. So again, we use that construction management plan as a tool to manage that to the greatest degree possible. The applicant has indicated that one of the benefits of this project is that once the underground parking is built, that can be used for off-site parking as well as material deliveries. So that will minimize the duration of any potential parking impacts, having that available on site. And then lastly, we also require traffic control plans for all construction projects. Again, part of the construction management plan. And this is really to ensure that neighbors are notified if there's going to be street closures, that safety measures are in place to direct traffic. So all of these things taken together, we do still believe that the project meets the requirements for a categorical exemption. And so staff's recommendation is that you adopt a resolution denying the appeal, making a determination that the project is exempt from CEQA, and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of the project. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Marnie, great presentation, amazing. Is there any questions by council members?
Marnie, you said the hours for the construction and the days are just Monday through Saturday, correct?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, see no other questions. Then let's go to the appellant. The appellant is the one we're going to go first. So Neil, you'll go first. Then we'll follow by the applicant. right?
I believe it's a de novo hearing, isn't it, Mr. Keurig? So I think it's a...
The appellant goes first here.
Yeah. Yeah, so Neil, how much time are you going to need for your presentation?
We're going to need 20 minutes, Mayor.
20 minutes, okay. You want to
And 5 minutes,
save some
for
time for
rebuttal,
rebuttal? How much time do you want to save for rebuttal?
7 minutes for rebuttal?
7 out of the 20 or 7 total? So 27 total.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
We
27
just
minutes.
listened to a 15-minute staff report.
Fine, fine. Okay, so you got 20 minutes.
Thank you. Are we okay? Oh. Pass these out. Pass those around. And there's some left. I recommend any of you come up here and get these, take them home, copy them, and share them with your neighbors. Hofs's House project. What is the project? It is demolition of Hofs's House. It is construction of new Legacy Hotel. And it's the operation of the Legacy Hotel after it's built, all on the same challenging site. The setting is residential neighborhoods surround the site. They're very close to it. We just looked at an EIR that happened in Monterey. The closest house to the project was 65 feet away. On this one, it's 30 feet. Stevenson School, less than 1/4 mile away from the project. We live in a compact, small village with narrow streets. That is not typical. Highly sloped topography on the site. Other projects proposed within blocks of Hofs's. Hofs's House was approved on April 10th, 2024 by the Planning Commission, exempt from CEQA as infill project. You just heard that in the presentation by Marnie. No CEQA review and analysis was conducted. Incorrectly assumed no potential for adverse impacts. We are saying that there is potential for adverse impacts. Hofs's is not an infill project. Because an infill project is an unused or underutilized land. Now, staff claims it's also exempt as a replacement or construction project. Well, what's wrong with the infill one? Why didn't you just use that? You had to add one to it. It is not an infill project. The scope of our presentation: direct and indirect impacts of the project, cumulative impacts related to other projects. The focus will be the demolition phase of Hofs's and the construction phase of the new Legacy Hotel. Potential significant adverse impacts: toxic substances exposure, air pollutants, noise, truck traffic, truck routes, worker traffic, and parking. Toxic substances included asbestos from pre-1970 buildings, insulation and other materials, paint before 1978, a lot of lead in it. It's all over that building, almost certainly. Mercury, thermostats, fluorescent fixtures, regulators, boiling heating systems. Toxic substances also include mold. We have a lot of mold. I've had to deal with it many times in my profession. Polychlorinated biphenyl, PCBs, pre-1977 building caulking, chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, insulation, foam, refrigerator units, AC units, air pollutants. How about the diesel truck and tractor emissions that are going into the air? Airborne toxic substances, truck transport of demolition materials. I heard from a mayor that when they were doing the Sunset Center, they had to spray down all the hazardous materials to keep the dust contained because there was so much of it. This is a huge project. On-site noise, tractors, trucks, demolition activities, truck noises, truck routes, noise. Residential lined narrow streets, unlimited access and egress. 10-foot wide trucks, 10 cubic yard trucks. Imagine that going past your house on a regular basis all day long. Truck traffic impacts by material hauling trucks, concrete mixer trucks, dump trucks, crane trucks on neighborhoods and hotels on narrow roads. We've got 3-4 hotels immediately adjacent to the construction site. Road degradation from all of that traffic. The roads are going to have to be taken care of afterwards. And then the safety of all that traffic. worker, traffic impacts, traffic circulation, parking restrictions. Now here we get to the interesting part. Cumulative impacts is a part of CEQA. And so let's look at all the projects that are going on around this project. We have the pit, which we also call Ulrica, the J.D. Pastor building, which is going to be heard tomorrow at 7th and Dolores, the California housing element, the installation of 349 houses in the village of Carmel, and that will probably begin at around the end of 2025, because we've just heard that we're probably going to have enough water to do all the development we want. Svensgaard Inn full remodel is being planned. Multiple single-family housing projects already underway, many of them on Dolores. The impacts from Hofsys are multiplied as a result. Cumulative impacts analysis is required, but it wasn't done. Now, this is a map of Carmel. The red line that you see going from left to right is Dolores. The ocean view is at the top of the map, and you can see Junipero at the bottom, so Highway 1 is at the bottom. Now we look at the red squares. H is Hofsys, and that is the project that I'm appealing today. S is Svensgaard, which is a full remodel. U for Ulrica, which is the pit as we otherwise know it, and being heard tomorrow, J.D. Pastor. What do you notice about all of those projects? They all touch on the same street, that street being Dolores. Now, we have several sites that have been selected by the California housing coordination efforts for places where new residents will be built. I'm going to add that to this map right here. Take a deep breath. Now you see the red squares there? They're smaller now, but the red line is Dolores. You're seeing the Hofsys house on the right, Svensgaard. The one red square that's above Dolores is the pit. And then the other red square that you're seeing down there by 7th and Dolores is J.D. Pastor building. Now, not all of those purple squares are going to be built on at the same time. But as soon as water becomes available, they are possible construction sites in the village of Carmel. Look at that map. That is construction. I mean, it looks like we just survived a World War II bombing. So that is what is coming to this village. Are the residents by any concern want to know what they're going to be going through? This is going to be the biggest construction project in the history of Carmel. And I think the residents have a right to get a look at what's going to happen before it starts. Here is a chart showing the schedules. I've assigned roughly 2 years to these, some a little less, some a little more. Here you see them in line from year 2025, 2026 to 2027. And then you've got the 4 buildings on the right, California housing on the bottom. So if you look now at the very bottom part here, I don't know how this works. Okay, you see here, during this period of time, just after 2025 to halfway through 2026, 4 major construction projects underway simultaneously with the California housing beginning to be built because we now have water available. And then after this forward mark, the California housing.
Excuse me, Mr. Cruz, I'm going to interrupt you. I have a concern with that laser beam just going over the head of Mr. Swanson there. So can you use your words to describe what you're talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Slide 14, CEQA is not done after project approval. It's done beforehand to inform decision makers and the residents. CEQA is not based on assurances after the fact. CEQA is not based on promises. It is not based on generic requirements. CEQA is not left to non-permitting agencies, but the pit was. It was also exempted. How'd that work out? Both neighboring properties have been impacted. Will we have another pit at Hofsys? Are construction and other bonds relevant? What happens if the contractor defaults? Do we have another hole in the ground till God knows when? We ask that you grant our appeal. Stop the disturbing pattern of ignoring CEQA. Stop depriving the public of its role in helping to shape the scope of the analysis, assessing adverse impacts, developing mitigation measures as needed. What about sound walls for some of the residents? Require an environmental impact. Do a service to the residents of this community. Don't welcome them into this construction storm without getting some advanced knowledge about what they're about to go through. And now I turn this over to Chuck Najarian.
So I thought I'd start off by saying that I spent 30 years preparing and reviewing environmental documentation, identifying and assessing adverse environmental impacts, monitoring adopted mitigation measures, managing teams of over 20 experts in industrial permitting processes, facilitating public participation, testifying in adjudicatory hearings, resolving power plant compliance issues, and enforcing permit conditions, all pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. And that's why I know the city is misusing the permitting process, erroneously exempting projects from CEQA to avoid preparing environmental impact reports. Essentially, not playing by the rules. You did that with the Hofstas House, and you're doing that with other projects too. And that's where my main concern is, the total amount of projects involved and the CEQA review that wasn't conducted. You shouldn't be exempting projects from CEQA that have potential for significant adverse impacts. That's not what the legislature or the Secretary of Resources intended for how categorical exemptions should be applied. Mr. Lombardo claims the appellant provided no evidence of adverse impacts. But that's not the appellant's role. What Mr. Cruz did was identify the potential for significant adverse impacts, and I think he did so in spades. And the potential for significant adverse impacts triggers an environmental impact report and the in-depth analysis that it affords. The CEQA guidelines, section 15300.2, articulates the exceptions to projects that otherwise appear to qualify for categorical exemptions. Mr. Lombardo claims that there are no exceptions for exempting Hofstas House from CEQA. But he's wrong. There are at least two exceptions. First exception that applies is 15300.2.2b, cumulative impact. All categorical exemptions are inappropriate when the cumulative impacts of successive projects of the same type in the same place over time are significant. As Mr. Cruz showed, there certainly is potential for adverse cumulative impacts when you consider the construction of successive projects of the same type in the same place over time. I'm referring to the pit, the J.D. Pasteur building, the Svensgaard Inn, and all that housing element development. CEQA is clear on cumulative impacts. Incremental and collective effects of past, present, and reasonably foreseeable future projects should be analyzed. The second exception is 15300.2c, significant effect. A categorical exemption shall not be used for an activity where there is a reasonable possibility the activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. There is definitely a reasonable possibility that demolition and construction of the Hofstas project will have significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. For example, we have a large 4-story structure that's 70 years old and containing toxic substances on a site with a steep slope in a very small and compact village with residents and inns surrounding the project in very close proximity with very limited parking for the workforce, accessed by narrow roads lined with homes, and an elementary school less than a quarter mile away. And all those other commercial developments that Mr. Cruz identified that will be built within a couple of blocks of the Hofstas House also qualify as a exception. The Hofstas House is not the same as an old single-family home being demolished and rebuilt. The scope and magnitude of work dwarfs any single-family home. You shouldn't exempt and permit Hofstas as you would a single-family residence. But that didn't stop the Planning Commission from doing so. There's supposed to be two opposing sides to a permitting process: the project applicant and the permitting agency, which is the city in this case. Mr. Lombardo represents the applicants. You, the city council, are supposed to represent the residents. You haven't done that, and now Mr. Cruz has taken up your role, and he's not getting paid or compensated to do so. In fact, you charged him over $2,000 just to file the appeal. I have to say, it really seems that the separation between project developers and the city is disappearing. People notice this, and it raises serious questions. CEQA makes the permitting process more protective of the public and the environment. It informs and shapes the decisions. It's done before any permit is issued. You can't replace it with assurances, promises, and best practices after the permit. You shouldn't seek to avoid, ignore, or defy it. So it's troubling that the city exempted Hofstas House from CEQA. It's troubling that the city exempted the debacle known as the Pit. I just hope you're not planning to exempt the J.D. Pasteur building. I'd also like to point out the very questionable CEQA negative declaration you adopted for the housing element, concluding there's no potential for significant adverse effects. What about the adverse effects of removing all the parking lots? What about the cumulative impacts of all the identified housing sites in relation to the Hofstas House, the Pit, the J.D. Pasteur building, and the Svensgaard Inn? You should have done an EIR. Your resistance to CEQA is relatively new. Historically, the city implemented CEQA correctly. In fact, Mr. Cruz determined that the city required environmental impact reports for very similar projects in the past. At that time, the city understood large projects in a small village should not be exempted. I urge you to review Chapter 17.60 of the Carmel Municipal Codes. It incorporates CEQA by reference, and it states, quote, "This code provides project applicants and the public with procedures to be used administering the CEQA's responsibility, the city's responsibility under CEQA. The procedures are intended to protect and assure that citizens of the community contribute to the preservation and the enhancement of the environment." I think the Carmel Municipal Code is your CEQA guide. When you fail to represent the public's interest, you breach the public's trust. You have a chance here, though, to right a wrong, to break the disturbing pattern of CEQA mismanagement, to actually play by the rules, and to change course. You should uphold the appeal and consider an environmental impact report. Thank you.
All right. So now we'll go ahead to Mr. Lombardo. You can go ahead for your presentation. How long do you need? And this is for your entire team.
Yes, I would say the same amount of time. We should be able to do it in less than that, but
Okay, that'll include the architect and everybody else.
How long did they take?
23 minutes, I think it's.
Okay.
What was it? Oh, 23 left.
Okay.
Okay. If you can hang on one sec. Bring up that yeah. Since you're the wizard. Oh, there we go. Okay, can we bring up the whole page? One more. Stretch it out. It's still cutting off the bottom. The smaller, I think. 'Cause there you go. Well, you can go. Oop. Yeah. I think. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Anthony Lombardo on behalf of Carrie Tice and the Hofstas project. I think the appellant's comment at the Planning Commission is the most telling regarding this appeal. It was quoted in the Carmel Pinecone, "We do not want progress." And that's exactly what this appeal is about, stopping progress and stopping this property from being redeveloped. At the risk of adding to the agony of description of CEQA and how it works, there are a couple of important additional details regarding categorical exemptions that I think the council would benefit from explanation of. The legislature empowered this California Secretary of Resources to adopt these categorical exemptions. So those are done by virtue of statutory authority provided to the executive branch, and the Secretary of Secretary of Resources promulgates them, and then they get incorporated into the CEQA guidelines, which was about this thick when I started practicing, and now it's this thick. So the issue about what is an unusual circumstance has come up in the past, and we're fortunate that the California Supreme Court in 2015 really answered the question once and for all, because you heard from the appellants that there's a potential for an impact, therefore it doesn't qualify for an exemption. The fact that I believe there could be asbestos in the building means it's an unusual circumstance, which means it doesn't qualify for a categorical exemption, on and on. Well, the Supreme Court addressed that issue head on in a case that came out of Berkeley, where someone was going to build a very large home on a very steep lot that had a lot of grading and tree removal and issues that the plaintiffs in the case said were unusual circumstances and potentially significant effects that took it out of the categorical exemption category. Well, the Supreme Court gave good direction to us all in that decision, and I've pulled up a couple of quotes out of the case. One, beginning at page 1108, the court recognized that the attempt that many people use CEQA for an instrument of oppression and delay, clearly what is being sought in this case, to stop the project, require an unnecessary EIR, and delay the project a year or more from the unanimous approval by the Planning Commission. The court went on to say that the appellants in that case, the opponents' interpretation would do precisely, misspelled, that in my presentation, by requiring environmental review of projects that could be argued might have a significant effect, but the resources secretary exercising the statutory authority has determined they do not have an effect. And that's important here, because it's not a matter of saying, well, could there be mold? Could there be asbestos? Could there be traffic? Because the Secretary of Resources, through his statutory authority, has said these are the kind of projects, of course building a new house is going to cause traffic. I had to dig a basement for my house. Of course it caused dump trucks to be on the street. Of course, replacing an existing structure with a like-size structure, exactly what this project is going to cause noise and emissions from diesel trucks. But the statute gives the Secretary of Resources the authority to say, we're not going to have to analyze those unless there's unusual circumstances, because those are uses and impacts the state of California will accept without the necessity of preparing a negative declaration or an EIR. So we get to the then meat of it, where the court gave instructions which completely eviscerate the appellant's arguments in this case. On page 1113, it said, when the appellant in that case argues that this facility is located on an extremely sensitive location in terms of public usage and traffic and will create health and safety hazards. Appellant is asking us to adopt an improper standard of review. So in other words, the fact that there are potential environmental effects doesn't equate to the fact that a categorical exemption is not appropriate, because the Secretary of Resources has determined that in certain cases it is. And in this case, for example, we have the asbestos allegation, and you had a letter from Richard Stedman, the Executive Director of the Air Board, saying we have standard protocols, which the staff described, that will preclude anyone from having any health effects or exposed to any hazards as a result of the demolition of this building. The court went on page, the next one, you can put up the next one. On page 1115, the court's description becomes even clearer, where it says, circumstances do not become unusual merely because you can make an argument that there might be a significant environmental effect. And this is important. Evidence that a project may have an effect is not alone enough to remove it from the class consisting of similar projects the Secretary has found not to have a significant effect. Meaning that because, and you saw the allegations earlier, the list of terribles that may occur or could occur from the demolition of this building, even although I would argue none of them have any basis in reality, that's not enough. You have to prove there's something unusual about those impacts in that location, and the appellant has produced no evidence whatsoever to support any kind of a conclusion that there is something unusual because there might be an environmental impact associated with the development or redevelopment of this site if for some reason someone ignores all of the city's regulations and all of the state's regulations in the construction. So the court, in my final quotation on page 1119, says, we agree with respondents, which was the city of Berkeley in that case, that a finding of environmental impacts must be based on the proposed project as approved and not based on unapproved activities the opponents assert will be necessary. In other words, you don't look at what could happen, what might happen, or what might be done. If you look at what the project you're approving will do or not do. And in this case, as staff has pointed out in great detail, the project incorporates all of the required protections in the city code and will do so in its construction management plan. It is categorically exempt without doubt. There are no unusual circumstances that would take it out of the categorical exemption for either Class 2 or Class 32. And the Planning Commission and your staff made the correct decision in approving this project based on that exemption. It's a 38-room hotel with 2 residential units in it now. It will be a 38-room hotel with 2 residential units afterwards. The one change will be that it will be at least 1 story lower than it is today. You don't have to analyze cumulative impacts for projects that are speculative. I couldn't read the chart up there, but it looks like there's an assumption that every site that you propose in your housing element to contain housing will suddenly be developed for housing instantaneously upon the adoption of the housing element. Clearly, that's an absurd conclusion and not likely to happen. In fact, I would say impossible to happen. With that, Carrie would like to address you. Our architect is here. He has the video representation of the project if you'd like to see it. As that, if you feel you know enough about it, we don't need to show you that. But thank you very much for your time. The Planning Commission's unanimous approval was correct. The virtual unanimous support from the community was correct, and it's unfortunate that, as you saw from a couple of the letters that were received, or emails received by the council from individuals who obviously had been misled into thinking that the project would be grinding asbestos and spewing it into the air in the city, which of course, as staff described, could be nothing from the truth. It's unfortunate when people have to resort to scare tactics and fear mongering instead of the facts. Carrie?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Miller. I'm the architect on the project. We can show the video of the project if you'd like, if anyone wants to see it.
How long is it?
It's just 5 minutes max.
As long as it doesn't run over your time.
Do you want to see it?
Well, it's going to run over your time. I don't know how much time is left, Mo.
We don't have to show.
7 minutes?
Under 4, there you go. But while she's getting that ready, I want to point out that Mr. Cruz said that there's a house 30 feet within the project distance. There's nothing closer than 80 feet. It's on the north side on 3rd Street. It's also like 30 feet lower. So I just don't see where a house anywhere there is 30 feet away. So, but you saw that at the site visit today, so. So the video is what we presented to Planning Commission, and this is a journey down San Carlos, and we're going from the R1 district on the north, and we're in RC, and of course it transitions into central commercial. So we have transitional spaces, and when you see the video, you'll see that we start very low, and the building rises to the porte cochere where the restaurant is. So one can see and identify the building and where you park on the site. And I think it's consistent with what an RC zone is supposed to be. RC zones are designed to be a buffer between residential and commercial. So they had limited use, and our hotel is consistent with the limited use allowed in the RC zone. And I think it's going to go. And so also down in Dolores, the only real change we're making is, in fact, we're making almost none, because we left the historic house down there, and there's a house, a residential house to the north of that. And those the folks in that house are fine with the project, and then after that, it's the hotel. So the only houses that are even close, and like I said, within 80 feet, are on the north side. Because to the south, it's RC, it's the Svensgaard Hotel, and across the street, it's RC. So we're really not impacting very many homes at all. It's easier to play this on my phone. Okay. So here we're going down San Carlos. That's the porte cochere, and above is the restaurant. At the site today, you saw the maximum height is lower than the existing hotel. And as we go down the street, you'll see the reduction in scale towards the R1. So here's the first part of the hotel. This is building number 2. And you see how it further reduces in height when you get to building number 1, which is the next building.
Did you gain parking?
Yes, we did gain parking. We gained, I think it's 71 spots, but we did gain parking. So this is going the other direction towards the central commercial. You can see how it starts low, and at 2.5 miles an hour, it's going to be a lovely building to look at. I think the quality of the finishes of the materials are going to be consistent with what anyone would hope to see in high-end development. You see how the porte cochere really clearly identifies itself. And of course, the lobby is right below that. So we're going to go into the building. We're trying to make an interesting architectural statement that fits within the city. It's really designed to be more craftsman, sort of a contemporary craftsman building. You see the reception area here. And I think the interesting part about this project is how we used the roof of the lower building to be the roof deck for this level. So the lower level of this building is the roof of the building directly behind it. And this is in the center of the entire property, so nobody will see this or have any impact from this at all, because this is literally in the middle of the property. And you saw the netting today. So we think we're going to get lovely views from this location. So this is coming from the lower lobby. And again, the whole idea is that we have a smooth transition from interior to exterior. You know, we're talking to local artists about sculpture, and this is the lower lobby here. So again, the reception area, the elevator's on the right. So guest elevator services both the lower floor and the middle floor, and of course it accesses all the other buildings. So again, the roof deck is exterior space that's connected to the lobby, and we segregated the swimming pool and spa area so we could have more of a hot tub and pool area separated from the main pool deck. So you can see here, this is really the pool and hot tub. So that's the elevator that accesses. So this is the lower level on Dolores. You can see that's the same entrance. We're leaving Carrie's existing house with really no changes. And very little is going to happen on this side. I know one of the letters came from someone across the street from this house, but they'll see no construction really. And that's my presentation. So, any questions?
Yeah. I don't see any. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Carrie, are you going to speak?
I'm going to wait for your rebuttal. But Peter would like to speak.
Okay, you're starting to run out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, just a few more. If you haven't heard enough about CEQA tonight, you'll all be experts by the time we're done. But just a few additional legal points, if I might. There was a suggestion made that the infill exemption applies only if a site is unused or underutilized. That's not what the exemption says. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's building something in an existing built environment, and that's exactly what this project does. There's a lot of talk about cumulative impacts. When you read what the categorical exemption talks about, it's projects of the same type in the same place. The staff report addresses this issue well, but I just wanted that point to not be lost on all of you. This is not building, multiple hotels on the same site. This is a project to build one hotel in this one location. The cumulative impacts exception does not apply. Ultimately, as Mr. Lombardo said, this is replacing one 38-unit hotel with another 38-unit hotel. It's reducing the height from 4 stories to 2 or 3. Unlike the project in Monterey that was referred to, which was increasing from 2 to 4 and increasing the number of hotel rooms in that hotel. That was not categorically exempt. This one is. Thank you.
All right. You know what the blinking red light means?
No, I'm good right now.
Yeah. All right. Open it up for public comment then. Is there anybody? What's this one?
Do I get a rebut?
No, not till well, you can rebut now. I'd wait until the rest of the public's spoken if I were you, though. So,
Can I ask a question to staff, or should I wait?
sure, you can go ask a question now.
So there was a comment made about cumulative impact in the 4 large projects, 15.3.0.0.2.d. Could you explain to us how, can the exceptions to the significant effect exception, the cumulative impact exception, can that be made based on different projects by different owners on different pieces of land?
So cumulative impact, the exception to the exemption is pretty narrow in this case, meaning that the test really is there a possibility of significant impacts of successive projects of the same type in the same place. That's the
What does same
test.
place mean?
You know, the same project site in proximity to, you know, same types of projects. So it's basically disqualified right away as an exception in our opinion, because the Ulrika Plaza, the JB Pastor project, the housing element, those are all different types of projects from the Hofstas House and not in the same place. We do have our CEQA attorney online if you'd like a more detailed explanation, but that's the gist of it, is that the
Do I need a more detailed
cumulative impact, if you don't like my response, you would need more. But the cumulative impact exception is narrow, and it's about the possibility of significant impacts of successive projects in the same place of the same type.
So to use the example that they brought up with this Svensgaards project next door, would there be a cumulative impact if that project started while this project was going on? Like those are
there is
next door to one another. And I understand that this project is first, and so there's no project next door. I understand that.
That is the answer, actually. There is no project next door because there is no application for a project. The property just sold. There's no project next door right now.
So it'd be premature to ask whether...
That's correct. We don't know if there will be a project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll open up to public comment now. So, a member of the public want to talk on this project?
Carol Hall, council, staff. I would like to address the cumulative impact, no matter how it's defined. I live on Dolores, so I'm a neighbor. I pass by the Hofstas house on the lower street every day. And I am speaking for several neighbors on my street, so imagine they're here. If it wasn't midnight, they might be here. Kay and Randy Morris, Kathy Gordon, Despina and John Svenzi, Linda Marie and Mamel Rossier, and Sherry and Robin Hamlin, to name a few. These are all people north of Hofstas house on Dolores Street. First, all trucks will continue down the Carpenter exit to the project. They're not going to be going Ocean. They're not going to be coming in from Pebble Beach. They're not going to be coming in from the Mission. The lower entrance to the Hofstas property is on Dolores and will be heavily used and accessed by 4th and 1st Streets, both narrow streets. 1st Street is the corner of the Lower Stevenson School, where soccer moms in their SUVs roar down Dolores both in the mornings and the afternoons during the school year. A large parcel of vacant land will be building several houses just above the school on Dolores. One pre-existing house is currently being substantially remodeled on that site. That's county, that's not city, so you aren't necessarily aware of that, but it's happening. The vacant lot just north of the large parcel has been divided and will have 2 development projects. One of them will be accessed on Pescadero, which means the trucks will be going down First Avenue to reach that construction project. Within my block, between First and Second, several projects are planned or in process. Across the street, a cottage will be adding an ADU and deck. Now, none of these were shown on this map. I'm talking north here, where a lot of the trucks have to come through. The cottage will be adding an ADU and a deck. The house, and they have their permit for that. The house directly next door is completing work on a supposedly simple project, Track 1. It was deemed, never went to the Planning Commission, that has resulted in a total gut of the house and several trucks every day on Dolores for 2.5 years. And there was another one there this morning in spite of the fact that it's now for sale. A house is being built from scratch on First and San Carlos, 1 block east, and the one next to it is having the roof totally rebuilt because of a tree falling. Back on Dolores, a home between First and Second is having the garage totally rebuilt. Between Second and Third, another home is having its roof replaced. These are only the residential projects of which I am aware. Nor does this touch on the commercial projects mentioned by Mr. Cruz. Nor does it consider the road repairs on Dolores scheduled for this next year, or the housing element and ADU projects that are sure to crop up. Are you getting the picture? An ERR should be completed for the Hofstas Legacy Project, taking into account all these projects. Bit by bit, we are losing our village in the forest by the sea.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Arlene Etienne. I'm a resident of Carmel who lives near Hoff's house, and I'm also speaking as a former attorney who practiced in environmental law and am familiar with CEQA and its guidelines. Excuse me, my voice is failing. I am concerned about the city's truncated permitting process. It's truncated, as I understand it, by the fact that the city staff has tried to shoehorn this project into at least 2 categorical exemptions. And the categorical exemptions don't quite fit. It's important also to know that, as has been discussed, there's another section, there's a guideline that does have a list of 6 exceptions, any one of which, thank you, Randy, very much. Anyway, 6 exceptions, any one of which would serve to disqualify this project from any of the 33 categorical exemptions. I am surprised and disappointed that there is not an environmental impact review done of this project, of this magnitude, with this complexity, including the demolition and the construction of a brand new project. If we look at the exceptions, the first one that I think, there are at least 2 that apply. I think the first one is environmental impacts. Now, I have heard the explanation that environmental impacts for purposes of the exception is defined very narrowly. To me, that's unreasonable. These categorical exemptions have been identified by the Secretary of Resources as authorized by the legislature to identify classes of projects that typically have no effect on the environment. If we take into account Hoff's house with its 77-year-old hotel, built during the time that it was, is foreseeably expected to have toxic substances, as the appellant, Neil Cruz, pointed out. That does not come across as a typical project in the class that would not have a significant impact on the environment. If we look at cumulative impacts, typically cumulative impacts under CEQA, if you were to do an environmental review, include projects that are past, present, and reasonably foreseeable that are expected to be developed in the vicinity or in the area. We're talking here about a 1 square mile of a village, and in fact, 1 street in that 1 square mile. So within a few blocks of each other, there are several projects that are planning to be constructed on Dolores Street.
Thank you.
I think it's reasonable to consider all of those projects and their cumulative impacts.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Don't hesitate to come forward.
Members of the council, I'll be brief. As I introduced myself before, David Gomez is my name. I'm a year-round resident. I live about 100 or so yards away from Hoff's house on San Carlos. I'm north of the hotel. I reviewed the staff report. I was very impressed with it. As a lawyer by profession, I know good work when I see it. I was very impressed with Mr. Lombardo's contributions as well. And as far as I can see, the project is categorically exempt without exceptions under CEQA. I know about daily noise, traffic, heavy machinery, and inconvenience from construction because where I live, and for a 3-year period, I was in the midst of a construction zone because the house next to me was being totally renovated. A delay of 3 years because of COVID and the delay of the various crew schedules that had to be reassessed and so forth, rescheduled. But the result of that project made me very happy, despite all the inconvenience, because of the enrichment of the neighborhood, because of the increase in property values, and because of just the pride in home ownership that all of us had. Now, the Hofstas project is obviously not a residential project, but on a scale, just going from that experience, the scale is going to be much greater, but the benefits to the city, to the people of the city, are going to be much greater as well, and that's why I strongly endorse it. So I think the project will bring value to our community. It will bring value to my neighborhood, despite all of the problems that I'm going to have living about 100 yards away from this project. But again, I strongly recommend that you proceed with the staff recommendation and approve the project and deny the appeal.
Thank you, David. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Don't hesitate to come forward. Last call.
Going once, going twice. My name's Carolyn Hardy. Where do I start? I'm not sure what the driving force is for filing an appeal that I believe has no merit, whether it's ego-driven or malicious intent for losing the skirmish over the hotel's classification as non-historic. But I do know that the appellant's draconian attempt to use CEQA as a weapon against a project that they publicly stated they just don't like is punitive. The requirement of an EIR can often kill a project. It's time-consuming, extremely costly, and would put an onerous and unnecessary financial burden on the Hofstas House Hotel project. But maybe that's their intent here. I believe that it's incumbent on an appellant to prove his case. And in attempting to, trigger an EIR review, the appellant can't make the case for unusual circumstances without substantial evidence. And that exists exactly what's missing here. They haven't proven their case, and it's incumbent on them to do so. Circumstances, I'm going to repeat something here in a simpler term. Circumstances do not become unusual because they might have an effect on the environment. And one person was trying to use general plan noise element to control this project when really the element generally relates to land uses and not so much construction. And I think Marnie clarified that quite well. This project is no different than any other demolition and construction project in town. And in my 38 years here, I can't think of an area in Carmel that hasn't been having construction going on. Except for in this case, the buildings are sitting on crumbling concrete foundations in poor condition, and many of the hotel's deficits cannot be remedied without a rebuild. Issues that the appellants are claiming as unusual circumstances are part of the customary permitting process that covers typical activities from the construction management plan to demolition, building, and grading permits. And these issues were already covered and considered in the conditions of approval that were adopted by the commissioners. In conclusion, some of us who value preservation of community character are losing respect for this group and are dismayed at their tactics of using misleading information and ginning up fear over this project to push for opposition to undermine it, which is a much needed project. And one last matter. I find it appalling with the attacks and accusations these appellants have been leveling at city staff, claiming preferential treatment and the like. I'm going to defend staff here. They work hard, they do their job very professionally and thoroughly, and don't deserve the ugly slings and arrows. And I have to commend Marnie particularly on the incredible job she's doing. And Brandon, thank you for your contributions. And so
Thank you, Karen.
I don't think there's any doubt here that I'd like you to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Carolyn. Next speaker. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Anybody on Zoom?
Dale Byrne, go ahead.
Yeah. Dale.
You
Dale
can unmute
Byrne.
yourself.
Dale, unmute yourself.
Dale, can you unmute yourself
asleep.
and then you can talk?
Maybe we're all asleep.
Should I
Melanie, why don't you start working your way up here? Just start working your way up here.
Okay.
See if Dale wakes up.
He's gone to bed.
I think I wouldn't blame him. Yeah, here she goes.
Melanie Billig.
Yep, go ahead, Melanie. Literally Rosen after you.
There's just so much to say about this evening. I mean, I don't think anyone should be talking about anyone being negative in this room or at this meeting. I think everyone wants a good project. Everyone wants good input from the council and from the public. And I think that's what we're trying to do tonight. To cast aspersion on people's motivations is really uncalled for and not typical of Carmel at all. And I can understand the passion and the friendship and the support, but I don't think we need to go in a really negative vein. My biggest concern about this is not the design, like I said earlier this evening, of the project at all. It's not the concern about who the applicant is. It's a concern about how the CEQA process is going forward in this community. I sat on the Carmel Planning Commission. I sat on a previous planning commission. I was a mayor. I was a city council person. And so I've had about a 40-year history of looking at projects and dealing with the CEQA process. And my feeling is that somehow that process is slipping away from us. I can understand why the applicant does not want to go through the process, the CEQA process, but the applicant is doing a huge project, an enormous project for a tiny village of 1 mile by 1 mile. And so everything's in fairly close proximity. So I can understand why people would be concerned. My issue is that I believe in CEQA because it informs the public about what a project really is, the impacts of it. All we need under CEQA is the potential, the reasonable potential for effects. And on a project of this size, I cannot imagine why the city did not give at least a mitigated negative deck, do something, but an outright categorical exemption because of these potential impacts. We're dealing with an old building, and bless her, Carrie wants to improve that. And I can't imagine how you would look at this project and not see all the cumulative impacts that are right here in front of your face. You can't pass off information that should be given at the beginning of a project by saying, oh, well, you know, it's in our general plan or it's in our code. That just doesn't work. And so I really criticize the city for putting us in this position
Thank you.
and not really looking at these huge projects more carefully.
Thank you, Melanie. Lee Rose in the Zoom.
Walter Wagner.
Walter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Perfect. So I want to talk about not the last speaker, but the two prior to that. I agree with both of them wholeheartedly. I also want to recognize Mr. Miller as an exceptionally talented architect. I've seen his video, and it was very well put together, and it looks to me like it's a beautiful building to replace a less than beautiful building. Swapping out a new one of the same size for actually slightly smaller in height for the old one. I happen to have the CEQA Title 14 up on my computer screen, 15332 infill development projects. Under the section discussion, it reads, this section is intended to promote infill development within urbanized areas. The class consists of environmentally benign infill projects which are consistent with local general plan and zoning. So I consider this to be an environmentally benign project. It's taking out the old hotel and putting in a new one that will be much better. And yes, there will be some, construction difficulties, I suppose you might say, where you have some noise, some congestion from traffic during the construction course. But that's true with every project you ever do. You'll always have that. And that is not part of the environment. The environment is what it's going to be like when it's finished. So I think that the appellant's appeal should be denied and the project should be allowed to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Somebody come over here.
Mr. Mayor, Council, the staff, I'm Dan Silveri, President Silcon Constructors. I wanted to thank the staff for doing such a good job with her presentation with regard to the construction issues. We're lifelong people here in Carmel. I went to Carmel High, and my son's Carmel High School graduates, and now my grandkids are in school here. We're built all over the western United States, and we've been home for quite a few years now. We won an award for Trevitt Court with Eric Miller Architects. Our most recent projects completed we've been in over almost 2.5 years in Sand City, doing all that demolition and rebuilding there, and removed hundreds of thousands of feet of commercial buildings, and under the auspices of the state of California. Every day the state was there watching us do our work. There's a term that's really kind of silly, but SOP, Standard Operating Procedures. This project really fits all of those categories with regard to noise, air quality control, the demolition. The folks that are appealing this are trying to give you a little scare tactics with the environmental issues. We have to do a complete environmental study. There'll be a whole requirement for asbestos removal, for the lead paint removals. Those will all be done by a specialty contractor and a watchful eye of the state. Air quality is going to be with the Monterey Bay Air Resources District. They keep a very tight eye on what we're doing, how we're mitigating things, how we're working through all the processes, noise abatement. I sent you a packet out that has a little bit of the sound abatement. We now we plan on using a very sophisticated portable acoustical panels that we can put up to abate a lot of the sound, and we can even wrap those for our generators and compressors. On-site parking, we can do a lot of for the workers. We have a traffic plan designed that will work very similarly to the way we did at Trevitt Court, and it will work. We have to go through that with the planning department. We have to go through that with Public Works and with the police department, and have all the emails so we can let everybody know on heavy impact days what we're going to do. We may put a mini crane in on this site so that we can remove supplies as they come in. Once the garage is completed, we'll have excessive amounts of parking area. We don't have any problem whatsoever with any parking. Lots of issues to deal with. It's not an easy job, but it's a job we're well qualified for, and we're looking forward to doing this project, and thankful for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Thanks, Dave.
I'm Leslie, I was here earlier. So I'm the closest house to the north side, and my concern has mostly to do with noise. I think this gentleman just referred to noise panels, which I was really happy to hear about. Am I correct that there's going to be a wall of any kind, like a sound barrier? Because
we can answer the questions. You just make your
Okay.
statements. We'll get to that.
Well, I'll get my answer somewhere. That is a big concern. It ties in with my other question, which is, so an exemption has to comply with all of the, losing my general plan policies, and one of those is Table 9, I think, the sound limits. So is there going to be imposed a noise limit? You know, I think it's 80 decibels. Those two things concern me, because if there's no limit, then there's going to be no control. So how do I get answers to that?
We'll answer the questions at the end.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else?
Not in the room. Should I go back to
We got
Zoom?
Zoom.
Okay. Mark Watson, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I want to express my support for my neighbor and colleague, Carrie Tice, and the Hofstas House project, and to urge you to deny the recent appeal against its approval. This project enjoyed near unanimous public support at the approval hearing, with the sole dissenting voice being the filer of the appeal. The appeal filed despite this overwhelming endorsement seems obstructive and counterproductive. This project has undergone extensive community consultation, including 2 community meetings, hearings before the Planning Commission and Historic Resources Board in December of 2023, and the Planning Commission hearing on April 10th, 2024, where it received unanimous approval. The Hofstas House team actively engaged with neighbors and concerned residents throughout these consultations, incorporating their feedback into the project design. Many initial critics have since become supporters upon realizing the project's smaller than expected scope. The staff report addresses the concerns raised in the appeal, such as potential impacts on traffic, parking, noise, and air quality during the demolition and construction. These impacts will be mitigated in accordance with the applicable laws, ensuring that the project proceeds responsibly and with minimal disruption. Given the significant revisions made in response to community feedback and the strong support demonstrated at every stage, I urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision and deny the appeal. The Hofstas House project represents a thoughtful, well-considered development that will benefit Carmel by enhancing its aesthetic, preserving its heritage, and improving the parking infrastructure. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mark.
Dale Byrne, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Go, you gotta unmute yourself. Dale. There you go.
Go ahead.
I didn't put my hand up, so I'm sorry. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, okay.
There you go. I'm good.
Thank you.
Victoria Beach.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, just wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I wanted to support that. I believe that the staff and Attorney Lombardo have very likely properly categorize all the construction, noise, pollution, and traffic issues as being able to be handled by all sorts of city procedures and legal construction standards. I think that is, that's why they're there. I don't like the idea of using CEQA to delay projects, and I've always supported Carrie's desire to renovate this hotel. I believe it might have been a staff mention or somebody else today, but I do feel compelled to bring up one point, which is that CEQA guideline 15300.2F, as in Frank, states that a categorical exemption shall not be used for a project which may cause a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historical resource. Hadn't thought of that just until this meeting, but the house behind the hotel, Carrie's house, is eligible if not already listed on the historic registry. And because this matter has been appealed with a lawyer involved and the item may go to a court of law, I just believe it is incumbent on us to understand that that is an applicable aspect of this, even though the appellant has not raised it and the staff has not addressed it because the appellant did not raise it. So I don't know what to make of that, but I wanted to make sure that was on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Anybody else?
Lee Rosen, go ahead. Lee Rosen, you can unmute.
Lee, you gotta unmute yourself.
Should I just move on?
Yeah.
Okay. Christy, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
I want to say that I support the need for an environmental impact report for any large project for Carmel. For instance, if we had done one for the pit project, we wouldn't, for instance, have the Carmel Art Association with the damaged foundation at the moment. I'm not against the project. I attended Carrie's public viewing of the proposal, and I support her vision. I am against our city not protecting the residents and our historic resources with a requirement of an EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Is there anybody else?
Should I give Lee one more chance?
Lee, last chance.
Okay. Lee Rosen, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, now we can.
Excellent. Thank you very much. My name is Lee Rosen, and members of the council and Mayor Potter, I'd just like to speak very briefly since the hour is so late. I'm not going to comment on the construction activity, but rather I'd like the council to think about after the project is built. We built our home in 1970, directly across Carrie's home, the Donna Hoff's house on Dolores. And the concern that we have is that the current hotel main entrance and the access to parking has been on the San Carlos streets. Very little of the traffic comes into the Hoff's house property alley that is adjacent to Carrie's house and the Dolores Street side. But as I understand the plan with valet parking, et cetera, and the necessity to only use the Dolores Street entrance for that 4th Street between San Carlos and Dolores already is very heavily congested, as most everyone knows, with cars going to the post office parking lot from San Carlos, as well as other along Dolores Street, has 2 steep hills on either side of the Optus House driveway. And so my concern, Mr. Mayor and City Council, is that there needs to be some additional work done on the traffic mitigation once the project is complete. And the traffic that is on Dolores Street and the access, since it is a mixed-use location with properties being both residential as well as the hotels and that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee. Appreciate it. All right, is there anybody else in the Zoom? Okay. Carrie, did you want a chance to say something?
I'll make it brief in deference to us hanging in there, all of us. You know, I learned a lot from Marnie's presentation, and I wish people who were here would also learn a lot from it. I think CEQA is very complicated. It takes lawyers to figure it out. It takes staff to put it in a way that people understand it. I believe my project, the reason I didn't ask for anything, I didn't ask for more rooms to make more money, because I knew I didn't want to push the envelope. I wanted to do everything in the box. And I don't appreciate that people don't understand that, and that I did this for a reason. I did the project with the help of my team and Eric Miller. You know, it was a hard project to design because of the property. You know, if I was tearing down this pink hotel, that some of the buildings are in the 40s, some were built in the 50s, some were built in the 60s, and I was creating a dog hotel, then we'd need CEQA, because that's a different use. And then there would be some noise considerations after it was built. But I'm not doing that. It's the same use. And I appreciate people trying to understand that and understanding the complexity of CEQA and the difference between CEQA and what a construction management plan is. And we shouldn't get the two mixed up. Thank you. And of course, we're going to abide by all the rules, the California regulations, the building codes, and my neighbors should know that I'm very respectful of them, and I work with them on other issues we've had with the hotel, and I will continue to work with them. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, I believe you have 7 minutes for rebuttal.
So we've heard a lot of legal arguments, and I think there's stuff going both ways, if I recall. The idea that all of those projects that we were looking at a minute ago does not constitute a potential for a negative adverse impact. Let me just say this. We are about to go into a period of construction hell. The largest project since the plaza in Carmel is the Hofstas project. Since that, we've never done anything this size. On top of that, 3 more projects are going to be done. Do you all remember when residents came up here and said, we're complaining because we can't drive down our streets anymore. We've got too many trucks doing the work on houses and remodels. Now we've got the tree guys out there, and they're telling me it's even worse. But that's not, no, we're not going to worry about that. That's not a negative adverse impact. It's not going to get any worse with all the carpenters, with all the trucks, with all the cement trucks. So what I want the residents of Carmel to remember is what this council decides tonight. When we go into this period of absolute construction hell, I want you to remember what they did and what they said about the EIR. And that will tell you what they feel about what the residents need to know about what is coming. And as far as the project itself, we never saw the front elevation, the entire front elevation of the building. It's buried under 13 feet of San Carlos Road. Nobody's ever seen it, including me. Nobody's ever seen a complete comprehensive west elevation of the building. It's blocked by the modern house. If the categorical exemption of infill was sufficient and is right, then why did they add a new category for this meeting? Why not just stay with what you had in the first place? And what's with the rendering show and the video? What has that got to do with a CEQA process? So is that more of, hey, let's just show everybody how beautiful it's going to be, and then the residents who can't follow the legal arguments will go with us? So all I can say is when you have this much construction coming into Carmel, and this will be a hell, and this is going to affect your tourism to a large extent. There are probably going to be businesses along Dolores that are going to end their leases because of the car traffic and the dust. And now I just want the residents of Carmel to remember tonight and the decision you make, and that is what they are telling the residents. That's how much they care about informing them about the complete transformation of this village and the biggest period of construction we have ever seen in the history of Carmel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. All right, bring it back. Brandon, what?
Can we have one more time?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
4 minutes left.
Yeah, you get 4 minutes left.
Just make a quick point here. It's been an interesting discussion. A lot of things have been thrown out. I just would ask that, based on what Mr. Lombardo and others are saying, Carmel will exempt every conceivable project from the California Environmental Quality Act in town. It won't matter how many other projects are being developed in town in the same time frame. And essentially, you'll create a CEQA-free zone. You could just continue to exempt projects. I think it's significant, just the sheer number of projects that were on the map earlier. How does that play with the California Environmental Quality Act? It's clear they're foreseeable, or they're already in process in the queue. They're ready to go, some further out than others, but that's where CEQA comes in. And it is an unusual village itself. The roads, the size, how it's compact it is, all that plays into your decision making. But if you continue to exempt projects, which you have for a while, not just Hofstas, but other projects, and I'm going to guess that that's what you're going to do tomorrow night, not you, but the Planning Commission. And that's the concern. That's what alarmed me, is just the sheer number of projects, and yes, and the dependence on code and so on after the fact. You had some people who were actually asking questions about the sound wall, because one developer indicated, or a constructor, that we imply noise sound walls for residents. But see, that's the thing that comes out in the environmental review. That allows the public, just what you saw when the woman asked that, I believe her name was Leslie, is that going to happen? Well, the public can engage that in an environmental quality, in the CEQA process, with an EIR in particular. But the first step is an initial study. That's the first analysis. Exemptions aren't really an analysis. They're just basically enough to claim that it doesn't apply. So I just wanted to make that point. I don't think that whole thing is consistent with the municipal code that I referenced earlier in terms of public participation in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe that closes their presentation. Brandon, you had some answers to questions posed.
Yeah, and I'll speak to the one that Mr. Najarian mentioned first, because I did want to answer Mrs. Dunn's question. So she asked one question about, the sound limit policies in the general plan. Marnie did talk about that in her presentation. Those policies relate to basically the completed project. The general plan zoning code, they do control noise of construction, but they do that through the hours of construction. So the general plan sets the policies about noise, and then the zoning code implements them. So we do have rules about noise relative to construction. The way that's controlled is through the hours and the days that it's allowed to happen. A construction project, any construction project, whether it's a house or whatever, would never be able to meet the decibel levels in our code relative to other noise provisions. So that's why their construction is treated a little bit differently. Mr. Silveri did get up and talk about sound panels. That's not something that was part of the project that was proposed. It's not something that in our analysis of the exemption was required for it to be exempt. However, if the contractor and the project team want to include that as part of their construction management plan, we welcome helping that incorporate that into the construction management plan. That's a document that gets developed as a condition of approval, but it's not required by the city. That would be a mitigation if we required it, and we're not requiring it. So I just want to answer that, but it certainly we would allow it and welcome it. I think it's a good idea and a good token to the neighbors to do something like that, but not required based on our analysis for the exemption. A couple other points to just clear up. I did hear some. I might have been in Mr. Cruz's presentation. He cited the terms unused or underutilized in order to qualify for an infill exemption under Section 15.332 of Article 19. Marnie put up the requirements of 15.332, and it's at 32. That's where they get the class 32. Those terms, unused or unutilized, are not a requirement. Just want to clarify that. I talked about the cumulative impact thing already. There was a comment made that CEQA was done after the project was approved. That's not true. CEQA was done during the project analysis. That's one of the things that the Planning Commission did, was found the project exempt. So it was done at the same time as the project being approved. CEQA does allow for multiple exemptions. There's no rules against that. The Class 32 exemption still stands on the project, but there's been others offered up for the City Council to consider that also are appropriate. I think there's another comment that, the CEQA process was not done, or that it was skipped. That's just not true. The CEQA process was done, as I mentioned in my very exciting primer almost 2 hours ago. We did CEQA. This, exempting a project, doing the analysis to exempt it is the CEQA process. So CEQA was not skipped in doing this, and I think that answered all the questions and comments that I picked up, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Brandon. Okay, council, your discussion, deliberations, decisions.
Everybody looks at me.
I'll be glad to kick it off.
Yes, thank you everybody for coming. I agree, Brandon talked about the CEQA process, and I think, at the very beginning, he talked about, and I'll call this, and Brandon won't like it, but I'll call it sort of a truncated CEQA process. Staff found that the project was exempt from the CEQA requirement based on this Class 32 exemption. Do I have this right? And that was the CEQA process.
Sorry to jump in on you, but the Planning Commission found the project was exempt. Yeah, it was not a staff decision.
Staff suggested, the Planning Commission found that the project was exempt on this Class 32 exemption. And, the burden of the appellant, I think, is to show us, the reviewing body, and we can certainly overturn the Planning Commission, that either that mistake wasn't, that was an error, that one of those things that's listed, that Marnie talked about, the many qualifications at the very beginning of the project, that one of those things was an error. And I didn't hear anything that said, that any of these things that Marnie listed, I just didn't hear that there was a problem with claiming that exemption. I heard that people don't like it, and that is valid, but I didn't hear that there's an that the qualification as the exemption was improper. And then there's the exceptions to the exemption. That's all really difficult to say. And we talked about that: location, cumulative impact, significant impact, scenic highways, hazardous waste sites, and historical resources. And Marnie talked about the significant effect exception to the exemption at the beginning, and why that exception to the exemption didn't apply. And then there was the appellant brought up the cumulative impact exception to the exemption, and I quizzed staff about that, after that, and I don't think that applies. And so we're left with sort of, no exception, no valid exceptions to the categorical exemption, and no faults in the sort of acceptance of that categorical exemption. So we're left with nothing. So we're left with no valid reasons to say yes to the appeal. I hear the concerns. I've talked about this before. Construction management plans. I think that there is work that we could do to tighten up. If this is a concern to the residents, I think that there is work that the council could do, that staff and the bodies could do, to figure out how to control development in town. We talked about that a little bit when we talked about the pit. I've talked about it a lot, in terms of construction trucks on the streets and all, but we haven't really gotten any traction on that. And I would hate, I don't think it would be proper to apply, I speak about this a lot. We are a city of rules and laws, and this is how we judge projects. And sometimes that's good and sometimes that's bad, and I won't say what I think here. It's just, this is where we are. And we should work to change that if that's important. A lot of people that have spoken about the project, have also spoken about how overburdened staff is. And that's a result of the wants and needs of the residents of this community, the overburdening of staff. So I don't know where construction impacts would be prioritized if we as the council or whatever, whoever was making that decision decided to do that. But we haven't done that. And this is where we are. And so I would deny the appeal. I don't think the case has been made here. I hear the grousing, and to some extent I agree with that. But I don't think the case has been made here, and by the law, I think we need to deny the appeal.
Sounds like a motion. You have a second?
Let me just interject on that. The recommended action is to
sure
is to adopt the resolution. So there's more to it than just denying the appeal.
Yeah. So I would,
you could just say move the recommended action.
I would make the motion to adopt resolution 2024-061 as indicated in the agenda item staff report.
I'll second it. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? I think for me, there's a significant improvement here in the project. And for one thing, it's a reduction of bulk and mass. The height's less. I think it's better that way. I also think that there's been a lot of input from the public in the process. I think if we had seen other developers go through the process that Carrie went through, we might have had a better project in the town. Maybe other people wouldn't be quite so frustrated. She went out and listened to the community first and then came in. I think that makes a big difference. So congratulations on going through the process the hard way. Not easy, but you got it done. We have a motion with second.
Yeah, can I just add? I just would like to say I agree with Jeff. I can't approve this appeal because I don't see what the planning commission and staff did wrong, and that's what I would be doing is finding something that they did wrong. So that's all I wanted to say.
Aaron?
I think you guys have said it all. I think this will be a great addition to the city when it's finished. As I see more and more luxury hotels being built in the peninsula, I think this is a much-needed project because what we don't need is people staying in Marina and Sand City and other places in luxury hotels and driving in and being day trippers. We need people who stay here. And I've been to that hotel. It's a labyrinth. It's difficult. It's not fixable. And
can we just, I just want to say really also too that we do need more hotels that have ADA. We're really, really low on hotels that do not offer ADA, and so I appreciate that we're getting more of those, but I'm ready to call a vote.
All right.
Okay. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. Is there any future agenda items that we haven't already added tonight that anybody wants to discuss? I don't think so.
Do you want to talk for 10 minutes to make it to midnight?
No. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, people. You've adjourned. Use somebody's glasses. No. There's stuff back there.
Keep running drinking water.